Chapter 11:21. A series of explosions rang out as the blood-colored and gray sword Qi clashed again and again. Long Chen and Yi Zhang were both frantically brandishing their swords, but neither could do anything to the other. Yi Zhang originally thought that Hell's Descent would be able to finish off Long Chen, but he thought too much. Long Chen easily destroyed his opponent's attack. The entire underground city was torn apart by their battle. The entire Moon Devil Cave could be said to have been destroyed by them. Has the victor been decided? Seeing that Long Chen had a counterattack move, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the scene was in chaos, no one knew who had won. Just as everyone was feeling curious, two figures rushed out. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. A blood-red killing intent erupted from his body. That tyrannical aura caused everyone to tremble in fear. As for Yi Zhang's aura, it was cold and emotionless. But what made everyone puzzled and shocked was that Yi Zhang's face was deathly pale, clearly lacking blood. How is it? The feeling of losing a fifth of your essence blood isn't bad, right? Under the heaven-defying effect of devouring blood world, a fifth of Yi Zhang's blood had already quietly disappeared. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late. This essence blood had all become Long Chen's divine essence, and then attacked his opponent. An opponent like Long Chen was undoubtedly very terrifying. Yi Zhang had already realized how powerful he was, but now it was truly hard to get off the tiger. And even so, he didn't think that he would lose to his opponent. What's going on? Senior brother Yi Zhang doesn't seem to be Long Chen's opponent. Has Long Chen actually reached such a level? This kind of conversation caused the flames in Yi Zhang's chest to burn fiercely. Below the sky, Jiang Qing was also watching this scene, and his frown deepened. Although this isn't the most powerful domain I've ever seen, it's the most terrifying domain I've ever seen. He was completely convinced by Long Chen. Such a person, as long as he had time, would definitely shock everyone, and his name would definitely shake the 3 regions and 9 worlds. To Jiang Qing, this was also an opportunity. Killing him before he grew up was Jiang Qing's only chance to rise. He wanted to transfer Long Chen's luck to himself. I'm very curious. Yi Zhang has used this move to its limit, but is he still not a match for him? Back then, Yi Zhang used this move to kill someone who had just reached the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Just as Jiang Qing made this guess, his guess became a reality. Yi Zhang was crazy. He wanted Long Chen's life. Today, Long Chen had to die. Not good. Second senior brother has gone mad. If he uses this move, he will be bedridden for at least half a year. Wu Yang said with a pale face. Wu Yu's expression was also very ugly. If Yi Zhang really used this move that would cause both sides to lose, then his position in Wu Yu's heart would once again decline, and not become stronger. If he used this move, Long Chen's life would be in danger. Long Chen, run. Wu Yu's anxious voice came from below. Long Chen had naturally sensed the change in Yi Zhang. Is he going to risk his life? The corners of Long Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. He still wanted to fight with Yi Zhang for a while longer so that he could gain a little more comprehension of the martial Dao. However, Yi Zhang couldn't bear it any longer. Long Chen had revealed a super strong combat strength, as well as that strange domain, which made him tremble with fear. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone Yi Zhang. The sword of reincarnation was placed horizontally in front of Yi Zhang. His gray eyes were on the sword, emitting a deathly aura as he stared at Long Chen. A deathly aura enveloped Long Chen from his body. I'll send you to your death. Yi Zhang's voice reverberated in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen only treated it as a joke. Since Yi Zhang had chosen to end it, he had no choice but to end it. The scarlet blood desolation transformed in his hand. From the original sword, it transformed into a super halberd that was bursting with a bloody and murderous aura. An ice-cold blade could be seen from the halberd. Long Chen's temperament gradually changed from a swordsman to a fierce general using a halberd. A domineering aura of a king of slaughter erupted from his body. After his weapon had changed from a sword to a halberd, Long Chen's temperament had undergone a huge change. This made Yi Zhang even more fearful. However, he still smiled coldly. Once, a warrior in the complete LV6 of the divine martial realm had died in his hands, not to mention Long Chen. I'll let you experience the fear of the world of death. The Azura Sword Prison was a place that was like the legendary hell. Gray runes appeared on the sword of reincarnation. The runes turned into a gray long sword, moving on the tip of the sword, emitting a hair-raising aura. Azura's 7 swords, Devil Prison's Gate. At that moment, Yi Zheng's body was actually trembling. His face was deathly pale, and his entire body was trembling. It was as though all the power in his body was being absorbed by the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation sword let out a ghostly wail, and it was extremely terrifying. This sharp sound caused everyone to cover their ears in pain. His hands trembling, Yi Zheng endured the feeling of his body being sucked dry. He used the sword of reincarnation to draw a circle in front of him. A circle, which was samsara. This was the ultimate killing move of the Azura's 7 swords. It was also a deathly move. Its overall strength had reached the level of a rare 7th grade divine skill. Moreover, because it was a combat skill from the Azura sword prison, it had a merciless aura of death and slaughter. Very quickly, Yi Zheng drew a gray circle. At this moment, his face was completely pale. His whole body was trembling, as if he had suffered a serious injury. However, his face was relaxed and full of contempt. He had finally completed this move. Now, it was up to Long Chen whether or not he could escape with his life. The gray circle suddenly began to spin, and suddenly, a circular black gate appeared. The black gate was covered with engravings of magical symbols, as well as images of devils and gods. It was unknown where these monsters came from, but they all had sinister appearances, and their bodies were filled with true devil qi. They were extremely terrifying. Behind this black door, there was a faint aura that made Long Chen's heart jump. That was definitely an even more terrifying world. Previously, he had not paid much attention to this move of Yi Zheng's, but it seemed like Yi Zheng was not much weaker than him. Although he had paid a huge price for this move, it was indeed a move that Long Chen had to pay great attention to. At this moment, the Devil Prison's gate gradually rotated, and a terrifying aura came from behind it. Long Chen could not imagine what would happen if this door was opened. Long Chen, hurry up and get out of the way. Many people shouted from below. From their voices, it could be heard that they definitely knew how terrifying this move of Yi Zheng's was. However, this was also the best method for Long Chen to test his own strength. The Devil Prison's gate split open, and a black aura rushed out. That terrifying aura appeared behind the Devil Prison's gate. Without a word, Long Chen waved the scarlet blood everlasting in his hand, and a jade-colored flame suddenly ignited on his chest. This jade-colored flame also had a kind of aura that made people's hearts jump. As the Devil Prison's gate opened, Long Chen was incomparably calm. This was his first time using the 9-dragon scripture, and he felt like he was immersed in a warm world. The jade-colored flame completely surrounded him, and at some point, the scarlet blood everlasting in his hand had also ignited with jade-colored flames. From a tough weapon, it had transformed into a jade-colored divine dragon in Long Chen's hand. Extreme heat. Seeing the jade-colored divine dragon in Long Chen's hand, the crowd was simply stunned. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have become the ruler of heaven and earth. The jade-colored flame expanded, and the appearance of the jade-colored divine dragon became incomparably clear. The divine dragon let out a furious roar, and the jade-colored flame soared into the sky. Only at this moment, the crowd could vaguely see that this jade-colored divine dragon was still the scarlet blood everlasting in Long Chen's hand. The 9-dragon scripture only had one move. As Long Chen cultivated to a higher level, the might of the 9-dragon scripture would also increase. Just as Long Chen executed the 9-dragon scripture, the Devil Prison's gate suddenly burst open, and a terrifying pressure swept in. The crowd was so frightened that they knelt on the ground, not to mention Long Chen who was facing the Devil Prison's gate. Long Chen's eyes turned deathly white, and a terrifying aura enveloped him. The Devil Prison's gate was a pitch-black world. A mournful and drawn-out roar came from afar, followed by an explosion. A thick, 10-meter-long arm, completely pitch-black, covered in irregular scales, and emitted a foul stench. There were even spikes of various sizes on it. Such an ugly arm stretched out from the Devil Prison's gate, grabbing at Long Chen. If it wasn't for the 9-dragon scripture, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to escape. Indeed, the 9-dragon scripture was extremely powerful. Go, mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon. The dragon scale on Long Chen's chest erupted with an intense jade-colored flame. The jade-colored flame dragon in Long Chen's hand abruptly expanded, turning into a divine flame dragon that covered the sky. It was the mysterious sky jade flame dragon. Without saying a word, the incomparably huge inferno divine dragon, burning with terrifying flames, swooped towards the black arm covered in scales. The owner of the arm seemed to have encountered a great enemy when he encountered this kind of flame. Countless people unexpectedly retreated in fright and let out terrified screams. Some people even bled from their ears because of this kind of screams. But they still carried it. In his vision, the mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon's attack, the azure flames directly devoured half of the opponent's arm. Only when the opponent had completely retreated into the Devil Prison's gate did the mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon destroy the Devil Prison's gate, dissipating everything. At the same time, the aftershock of the attack was still directed at Yi Zhang. Chapter 1122. Long Chen wasn't a person who would show mercy easily. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to kill his opponent to avoid future troubles. The faces of the people below were quite interesting. When the monster from the Devil Prison Gate came out, everyone's legs were trembling in fear. They thought that Long Chen would be torn apart, but who would have thought that Long Chen would unexpectedly launch an attack that engulfed half of his opponent's arm and destroyed the Devil Prison Gate? No one had expected such a strong attack. Yi Zhang was the one who couldn't believe it the most. He clearly knew how powerful the monster summoned by the Devil Prison Gate was. Even if it was an expert at the Divine Martial Realm's 6th level, most of them wouldn't be able to block such an attack. However, not only had Long Chen blocked it, but he had also destroyed the Devil Prison Gate using the 9 Dragons scripture. Yi Zhang was suppressed by Long Chen in all aspects. Even though he had sacrificed half a year's worth of health to launch an attack, he still wasn't a match for Long Chen. This was the biggest blow that Yi Zhang had received in his life. At this time, his mind was blank. He looked at the incomparably huge sky mysterious jade fire dragon in front of him in the sky. That kind of natural noble and powerful aura that came from ancient times made Yi Zhang understand that this was the fundamental gap between him and Long Chen. In front of Long Chen, he was destined to be a tragedy. Long Chen was like a divine dragon from ancient times. He was the super overlord of this world, who could do anything to him. Seeing that the divine dragon was about to engulf him, Yi Zhang closed his eyes. Compared to living, he would rather die like this. Because he had launched that attack, his body had once again suffered great damage and he couldn't hold on any longer. However, for him, losing face was even more tragic. He couldn't face it anymore. The others didn't react to Long Chen's terrifying attack at first, but when they saw that Yi Zhang was about to die, they didn't care about anything else. They rushed towards Long Chen and shouted, "Long Chen, stop! Don't kill your own people. You'll be in big trouble. Be merciful." Even Wu Yu's shouts weren't able to change Long Chen's mind. When Long Chen wanted to kill someone, he would kill them first. He didn't care whether he could kill them or not. If he couldn't kill them, then why did Yi Zhang want to kill him? "Stop!" Jiang Qing suddenly appeared before Yi Zhang. Looking into Jiang Qing's eyes from afar, Long Chen suddenly smiled. If Jiang Qing was in the way, it would be troublesome for him to kill Yi Zhang. He already knew that Jiang Qing had been waiting by the side. His action at this time was also within Long Chen's expectations. Helpless, Long Chen could only retract the scarlet blood desolation in his hand. The sky-covering mysterious sky jade fire dragon also disappeared. When the mysterious sky jade fire dragon disappeared, the surrounding temperature gradually disappeared. When everyone saw that Yi Zhang was temporarily safe, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yi Zhang's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. He had thoughts of committing suicide, but he was powerless. The feeling of emptiness in his body caused him to fall into an extremely weak and unconscious state. When Long Chen saw this, he smiled mockingly and said, "He fainted at the right time." No one dared to refute him. This monster, Long Chen, had even defeated Yi Zhang. This meant that the strongest disciple in the evil dragon palace had changed from Yi Zhang to Long Chen. The replacement of the strongest disciple was a big deal in each of the 3,000 halls. Jiang Qing held Yi Zhang in his arms and gradually descended to the ground. He was somewhat expressionless. In fact, Jiang Qing was just about to rescue Long Chen, but he didn't expect that he would actually rescue Yi Zhang. Jiang Qing was also very shocked and emotional, but he didn't show it in front of this group of young disciples. He already understood that if he didn't act now, Long Chen would develop beyond the scope of his control in a very short period of time. Everyone surrounded Jiang Qing. Then they looked at Long Chen and the unconscious Yi Zhang. They did not know what to say for a while. "I have been watching this from the start. No one is right or wrong. The winner is king and the loser is a thief. If there are any more conflicts, we can settle it in front of the palace master when we return, Jiang Qing said calmly. Everyone nodded. In reality, there was no enmity between Yi Zhang and Long Chen in the first place. After putting away the scarlet blood desolation, Long Chen returned to his previous appearance. He already understood his strength, so he did not care about Yi Zhang's life or death. There had never been anyone who could catch up to him after losing to him. Those who lost to him once could not beat him again. Jiang Qing looked around and looked at the flabbergasted Long Chen. He said, "Your performance this time was very good. When we return, I will naturally explain to the palace master. Moreover, your strength seems to have grown a lot. However, you cannot be arrogant and complacent. There are 100 million disciples in the 3,000 palaces. There are at least 1,000 people stronger than you. It is simply impossible to fight for 1 or 2 spots to enter the martial god palace among these 1,000 people. There is always someone better than you. You have to understand the principle of there being someone better. This disciple will solemnly listen to the teachings." Long Chen nodded. Jiang Qing smiled in satisfaction. In reality, Long Chen was much stronger than when he first entered the true martial emperor palace. At the beginning, he was only Jiang Qing's youngest disciple. Now, he had grown to such a level. In less than 2 months, Long Chen's improvement was quite shocking. In 2 months, he had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This was even faster than when he was in the sky martial realm. Long Chen was already very heaven-defying. Since that is the case, let's leave this place first and return. After Jiang Qing gave the order, everyone left with their own thoughts on their minds. Long Chen clearly remembered the route of departure. Hence, Long Chen quickly led the way. The other disciples did not dare to speak to the current Long Chen. When they had first arrived at the trial, they had not taken Long Chen seriously at all. They had not expected that in just over half a month, their statuses would undergo such a huge change. Only Jiang Qing and Long Chen walked side by side. Long Chen and Jiang Qing chatted about some ordinary topics. They did not mention a word about why Qin Shi had died. "Oh, that's right, Long Chen. Have you met Senior Drunkard?" Jiang Qing asked casually in the end. "No, I haven't," Long Chen answered directly, cutting off Jiang Qing's words. "Oh." Jiang Qing nodded. She pretended not to care and continued forward. Under Long Chen's lead, they took 2 days to enter the Moon Demon Cave. However, it only took them 4 hours to walk out of the Moon Demon Cave. Long Chen told them about how he had saved many commoners. As for the Great Void Realm, Long Chen could only use a mystical treasure as a substitute. Anyway, he had many good things on him. Long Chen was not worried that others would attack him because of the Great Void Realm. Jiang Qing gave Long Chen 2 hours to release the thousands of commoners back to their small city. "Thank you, Master." Long Chen hurriedly left. "I will go with you." Wu Yu hurriedly followed. Her long dress fluttered behind Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and did not say anything. The 2 of them walked one after another to the previously empty small city. Now that the people of the Moon Demon Cave were dead, they could start a new life here. "If it wasn't for this, I would not have known that you are a kind person who knows how to protect the weak." Just as Long Chen was about to release the thousands of excited people, Wu Yu looked at him in a daze. "Everyone has the right to live. As long as it is not someone who wants to kill me, I will help them if I can." As Long Chen spoke, he released the people back to their homes. After coming out of the Great Void Realm, they felt that this was the home that they were familiar with. Immediately, tears welled up in their eyes as they knelt and kowtowed to Long Chen. Long Chen did not say anything. He took Wu Yu and left, leaving behind a group of people who were kowtowing to him. When Long Chen left, they no longer kowtowed to him. After returning to the group, Long Chen followed Jiang Qing back. It was difficult to come out, but it was easy to go back. They found a teleportation array in a nearby city and returned to the North Imperial Palace. Then, they rested for a while without causing any commotion. After that, they began their journey back to the true Martial Imperial Domain from the North Imperial Domain. The huge true Martial Imperial Palace, countless powerful disciples, and the Martial God Palace under the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were all waiting for Long Chen. However, Long Chen was thinking about Li Tianji's words along the way. "My sister is a demon from the Supreme Shadow Realm." Long Chen did not understand what he meant. However, he was sure that Yang Lingqing was in the Supreme Shadow Realm. Therefore, He had to go to the Supreme Shadow Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was worried that something might happen. Given his current status as a disciple, he could not leave the true martial Imperial Palace casually. However, Long Chen had Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai to rely on, so it should not be a problem. Therefore, Long Chen decided that after he returned and asked for the other 4 dragon scales, he would ask them about going to the Supreme Shadow Realm. He had to go to the Supreme Shadow Realm. Everything could only be discussed after he met Han Yunxing. It would take some time to return to the true martial Imperial Palace from the North Imperial region. When he saw the continuous mountain range in front of him and the glorious sacred martial palace in the distance, Long Chen finally knew that he had returned. After passing through the sacred martial palace and the sky-connecting martial path, he would be able to reach the Imperial Star and return to the Evil Dragon Palace. However, in the Evil Dragon Palace, besides people like Jiang Qing, there was no one else that Long Chen could challenge. The trip to the Supreme Shadow Realm was imminent. After passing through the sky-connecting martial path, the Imperial Star was right in front of him. Very soon, he arrived at the Imperial Star. It took him less than a day to return from the Moon Demon Cave. The Universe Teleportation Array was really a magical thing. Chapter 1123. Not long after Jiang Qing came out of the Moon Demon Cave, he had already informed everyone about the return of the Evil Dragon Palace's disciples. When he returned, the Evil Dragon Palace's disciples happened to be at the Ascending Cloud platform to welcome him. The Ascending Cloud platform was an important area at the front of the Evil Dragon Palace. Normally, guests would be welcomed here. Even from far away, Long Chen could already see many people standing on the Ascending Cloud platform. The Evil Dragon Palace had more than 30,000 disciples. Most of them were ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples did not have a high status. It was difficult for them to obtain cultivation resources. Those who could stand on the Ascending Cloud platform were at least the personal disciples of the elders. This was a grand event of the Evil Dragon Palace. So basically all the elders and hall masters were here. The remaining 9 vice palace masters were also here. They had been waiting here since long ago. This time, 2 of the vice palace masters' disciples had died. They had probably been killed while activating the mechanism. Long Chen was not very clear about this. Apart from the 2 vice palace masters who were in a bad mood, everyone else was in a good mood. The Moon Demon Cave trial was very difficult, but the Evil Dragon Palace actually completed it. This time, the Evil Dragon Palace's ranking would definitely rise. At the same time, they would obtain more cultivation resources. This was a good opportunity for the Evil Dragon Palace to rise. It could be said that the strong halls of the 3,000 great halls had accumulated their strength through repeated trials. The stronger the cultivation resources, the more powerful they were. Normally, the elders had the right to teach. As long as they met the requirements of the elders, they could attend the lessons and comprehend the martial Tao. The stronger the elders and hall masters were, the stronger the disciples would be. In Jiang Qing's message, he only reported the situation of the battle. He did not mention who had achieved this feat. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, Long Chen was almost the same as when he left. He was also an unknown person. The group landed on the Ascending Cloud platform. Facing the cheers of hundreds of Evil Dragon Palace disciples, those who could come here were basically the upper echelons of the Evil Dragon Palace. Even on the Ascending Cloud platform, there were over 10,000 disciples surrounding them. Those who could enter the true Martial Emperor Palace were at least in the God Martial realm. Even the ordinary disciples were rarely in the first layer of the God Martial realm. Just the strength of the Evil Dragon Palace alone was extremely horrifying. This time, Long Chen and the others had successfully completed the mission. They were all heroes who had returned. Looking at them, the other young disciples' eyes were filled with envy. It should be known that this time, only disciples at the level of deputy palace leaders were qualified to participate in the trial, and disciples at the level of deputy palace leaders were generally at the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was already the strength of elders and hall leaders. In the eyes of the 30,000 Evil Dragon Palace disciples, Long Chen and the other 14 were the proud sons of heaven. Even though in Long Chen's eyes, the others were nothing more than defeated opponents. Even Yi Zheng was not his match. At this moment, most of the vice palace masters were filled with joy. The death of 1 or 2 disciples was a small matter. With so many people working hard, their positions would soon be replaced. However, the Evil Dragon Palace disciples actually completed this difficult mission. This was a joyous matter. In the face of great joy, a little sorrow was nothing. Brother Jiang, you're finally back. This time's trial was very successful. It must be because of Brother Jiang's leadership. You've made a lot of contributions. Immediately, some of the vice palace masters with lower cultivation than Jiang Qing came out to flatter him. Even the vice palace masters had their own ranks. Jiang Qing and the other two vice palace masters at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm naturally had higher positions. It's all the work of the younger generation. I only played a role in leading them, said Jiang Qing plainly. Vice Palace Master Jiang is too humble. But among the younger generation, Yi Zhang, Wu Yang, and Wu Yu must have performed very well. I heard that the Moon Demon Cave's first master was killed by someone from the Devil World, but the second master, Qin Shi and Xueqi, who are in the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, were killed by the younger generation of the Evil Dragon Palace. From this, we can see that the geniuses of the Evil Dragon Palace are not any weaker than the Wind Divine Palace, Sky Cloud Palace, Mysterious Underworld Palace, and so on. Of course, everyone couldn't help but flatter Yi Zhang and the others. Yi Zhang was originally not a strong disciple, but he caught up and surpassed Wu Yang and Wu Yu, the two genius siblings. He had been the #1 disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace for many years. There were many geniuses in the Evil Dragon Palace. In terms of cultivation, Du Yishuang, Yao Bitong and the others were also very good. They were just a bit weaker in terms of combatability. Being able to pass through the devouring fire tribulation at this age was already very good. After flattering each other for a while, Jiang Qing and the others looked around and asked, "Everyone, why is the palace master not here?" One of the vice palace masters quickly said, "I was also wondering. The palace master was still in the Evil Dragon Palace a few days ago and didn't come out. Why is he not here on such a big day? I'm also very curious." "Yeah, why is the palace master not here yet? I'll go and urge him." Although everyone present was an expert, the size of a mere Evil Dragon Palace was incomparably huge. From the Cloud Ascension platform to the place where the Evil Dragon Palace Lord lived, it was probably over 100 miles, or even several hundred miles. The entire True Dragon Mountain range was the territory of the Evil Dragon Palace. In the Imperial Star, there were experts of the true Martial Emperor Palace everywhere. Basically, no outsider could come to the Emperor Palace. Therefore it was impolite to use divine sense. Generally speaking, divine sense couldn't be used casually in this place. If one accidentally peeped into someone else's privacy and was discovered by others, it would certainly be a disaster. One of the vice palace masters ordered someone to summon the palace master. Such a big matter couldn't be done without the palace master. Among the crowd, Long Chen suddenly felt bored. He was thinking about going to the Supreme Een Devil World. Li Tianji's last words made him a little worried. Yang Lingqing was the person he doted on the most in the Yang family. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Long Chen had protected her so many times, it wouldn't matter if he did it again. Originally, he didn't have the confidence to go to the Supreme Een Devil World alone. However, with Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, he had nothing to worry about. Someone went to summon the palace lord, and the others were chatting while waiting. Long Chen, on the other hand, felt bored. Not far from him, Yi Zhang, who had been defeated by him, had already woken up. He would rather die than face the world if he lost to Long Chen like this. But now he had thought it through. Long Chen was strong, but it didn't mean that he couldn't surpass him. This time, Yi Zhang had decided to enter the deepest and most arduous training. He wouldn't come out until his cultivation reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm. At that time, he would like to see if Long Chen, who had humiliated him so much, could still defeat him. There were countless young experts in the 3,000 palaces. Yi Zhang could only be considered the most ordinary. For example, the strong palaces were comparable to Emperor Dong's palace. Among the young disciples, there were even super experts who had comprehended the will of heaven and earth and formed the Dharma of heaven and earth. The cultivators in the true LV7 of the divine martial realm were undoubtedly very terrifying. Starting from the LV6 of the divine martial realm, every little bit of improvement would be very terrifying. At the perfect LV6 of the divine martial realm and the great perfection of the supreme golden body, it would be very difficult to kill them. What was even more shocking was that the martial god palace had bestowed the disciples of the strong palaces with the resources of the martial god palace. They had all sorts of combat techniques, divine weapons, medicinal pills, and the like. They were all top-notch, and they even had many magic treasures. It would be a fool's dream to compete with them. In the last competition of the Hidden Dragon ranking, Yi Zhang was ranked close to 1,000 among the 3,000 palaces. It could be seen that among the 100 million disciples in the Imperial Star, there were still many who surpassed him. Among the 100 million disciples, more than 40 million were in the LV1 of the Divine Martial Realm. Compared to these, both Long Chen and Yi Zhang were geniuses. However, they were not qualified to be called true geniuses. The 3,000 palaces had a strict hierarchy. The disciples fought each other constantly. There were many strong clashes between the palaces. Palaces like the Evil Dragon Palace were not as strong as the top palaces, but they were better than the bottom palaces. When they met the weaker palaces, they could flaunt their prowess. However, when they met the super palaces, existences comparable to the Eastern Royal Palace, they would still be defeated. The Martial God Palace gave the 3,000 palaces an intense competition rule. Hence, even if both palaces belonged to the true Martial Emperor Palace, a true massacre could erupt between two palaces. At that time, who could survive would depend on strength. In the past 1,000 years, many palaces had been destroyed, and many more had been rebuilt. The trial battles could be said to be the smallest of the conflicts between the 3,000 palaces. Long Chen did not dislike any disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. Jiang Qing's disciples were very good friends with him. Unfortunately, Jiang Qing was not a good master. Long Chen also had conflicts with Yi Zhang, but he did not have any conflicts with the seemingly kind Evil Dragon Palace master. At the same time, because Wu Yang admired Long Chen's strength, he had been chatting with Long Chen recently. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the arrival of the palace master. The Evil Dragon Palace master had the qualifications to make people wait. After all, he was the only cultivator in the 7th layer of the Divine Martial Realm in the Evil Dragon Palace. In terms of combat strength, all the Vice Palace Masters combined would not be a match for him. Just at this moment, there was a loud explosion. The location was in the direction of the Evil Dragon Palace Master. A golden light soared into the sky, and at the same time, a strong wind surged. The people around Long Chen were blown away. Long Chen could only stand firmly because of his strong physical body. Seeing the surrounding trees uprooted by the sudden strong wind and sand and stones flying into the sky, Long Chen's heart was filled with shock. What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a terrifying wind? And it's in the Evil Dragon Palace. Long Chen looked up. After the others stabilized themselves, they did the same. Chapter 11:24. Shen Tuhong. It's useless no matter how angry you are. When my Wind Divine Palace grows stronger, it will be the day of your Evil Dragon Palace's destruction. A cold female voice sounded out. It was extremely ear-piercing, and Long Chen could vaguely feel his ears trembling. It could be seen that this woman was also very strong. Scram. The so-called Shen Tuhong let out such an angry roar, and the golden light just now was emitted by him. Even from so far away, it could be seen that this Shen Tuhong was also quite strong. At least in this short period of time, Long Chen could only look up to him. Are you angry from embarrassment? Hee. The two voices quickly approached. Everyone was puzzled and impatiently looked over, while the Vice Palace Master's expressions had already changed. They knew who Shen Tuhong was. In fact, it was the Evil Dragon Palace leader. A person who dared to call the Evil Dragon Palace leader's name directly must have a high position in the 3,000 palaces. Long Chen was standing beside Jiang Qing. At this moment, Jiang Qing said coldly, "It's the Wind Divine Palace's palace master, Feng Ruoyan. Her strength is comparable to the palace master. The Wind Divine Palace's strength is also comparable to our Evil Dragon Palace. I wonder what kind of conflict they have this time." When Jiang Qing was talking, although the so-called Feng Ruoyan and Shen Tuhong were still very far away from Long Chen, they were dozens of miles away in the sky. With Long Chen's eyesight, he could clearly see their appearances. He naturally recognized Shen Tuhong. It was the fat Evil Dragon Palace leader. He no longer had a charmingly naive look, but looked a little helpless and angry, and opposite him stood two women. One of them was Feng Ruoyan. Feng Ruoyan's age was probably around the same as Shen Tuhong, but she did not look old at all, and was still like a young woman, plump and enchanting, with a graceful figure, a pair of phoenix eyes that were charming and cold, and under the strong wind, her light green dress fluttered in the wind. Feng Ruoyan, the hallmaster of the Wind Divine Palace. Long Chen's gaze shifted to the other warrior who was obviously a young girl. At first, he did not care at all. After all, No matter what Shen Tahong did, it had nothing to do with him. However, when he saw the girl's appearance, Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Long Chen's mind went blank, and he even panicked. He shook his head violently, convinced that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It's definitely a psychological effect. This is utterly impossible. She disappeared in the primeval cemetery, and it's utterly impossible for her to appear here. Long Chen shook his head violently and looked again. If the first time was an illusion, then the second time was definitely real. However, the result was the same. The appearance of the girl with a frosty face did not change. Long Chen had a very deep contact with her. His mind went blank for a moment before Long Chen reacted. Perhaps, it's just that they look similar, and not the same person. At this time, Long Chen could only comfort himself in this way. However, he was a very careful person, so careful that he began to consider the consequences. Although he was very far away, Long Chen could roughly feel the strength of this girl. At this critical moment, he did not say anything and directly escaped from the cloud ascension platform in front of everyone's surprised gazes. Long Chen, you go. Before Jiang Qing finished speaking, Long Chen had already reached the bottom of the cloud ascension platform and stood with the tens of thousands of spectating disciples. He continued to look at the sky. If he had stood in that place just now, that person would have easily discovered his existence. Before figuring out the situation, Long Chen did not want to expose himself. He was a cautious person. Whether it was her or not, Long Chen still could not be sure. Although he tried every possible way to tell himself that this person might not be the same person from before, there was always a kind of intuition in his heart. This intuition told him that it should be her. Back in the primordial cemetery, Long Chen had killed Wu Guangyu, and she, who had chased after him, had mysteriously disappeared. Before this, Long Chen had not paid much attention to this matter, but he had not expected that he would actually see someone who looked exactly like her here, or rather, it was her. This person was wearing a long white dress that fluttered in the wind. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, and an invisible wind accompanied her. Her whole body exuded a cold aura. That unapproachable expression was so similar to her at that time, but compared to her at that time, the person now was the focus of everyone's eyes. They clearly looked the same, but now she made people feel that she was the embodiment of thousands of beauties. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the most charming person in the world. A peerless beauty that could captivate all living things. A strong wind blew. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at the people on the ground. Although she was a woman, she gave off a disdainful aura. The tens of thousands of evil Dragon Palace disciples could not help but be mesmerized by her. Such a beautiful woman was truly a goddess. So beautiful. This is the senior sister Feng from the Wind Divine Hall, the one who came in a few years ago but quickly rose to the top. That's right, that's her, the legendary person of the 3,000 palaces. Why did she meet with the Wind Divine Hall's Hallmaster today, and come to our evil Dragon Palace? I heard that the Wind Divine Hall's Hallmaster and our Hallmaster have always been at odds. Now that this senior sister Feng is rising up, becoming a rare super genius of the 3,000 palaces, someone who has a chance of entering the Martial God Palace, the Wind Divine Hall will definitely rise up in a short time because of her. At that time, our evil Dragon Palace will be in trouble. Everyone started discussing. That girl in the sky. Her earlier doubtful gaze might have been a natural reaction. Long Chen quickly hid in the crowd, using someone else's body to block the girl's vision. At this moment, he was already incomparably shocked. He quickly pretended to be an ordinary disciple who did not know anything and asked, "Brother, I just came here. Who exactly is this senior sister Feng? She is actually so strong and is in the sky of our evil Dragon Palace." A disciple at the side quickly explained, "This is a true inheritor that the Wind Divine Hall's Hallmaster, Feng Ruoyan, brought back a few years ago. At first, she was unremarkable, but then her cultivation soared rapidly, all the way to her current horrifying realm. This is a miraculous girl. I also do not know her current realm, but she once defeated a peak 6th layer divine martial realm cultivator. Rumor has it that she is comparable to a 7th layer divine martial realm cultivator. Such a heaven-defying existence is rare among the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. I really do not know what heaven-defying secret this senior sister Feng has to be able to improve so much." This senior sister Feng's full name is. Hearing the title Senior Sister Feng, Long Chen was more or less certain. Right now, he could only be described as shocked. "Well, I think it's Feng Jilin." That disciple suddenly recalled after thinking for a while and said to Long Chen. It really was her. Even the name was the same. Long Chen was 100% sure. It really was Feng Jilin. At that time, Long Chen had carved his name on her little butt. At that time, Long Chen had never imagined that this person he defeated in the past would meet him in the Imperial region in such a manner. It could be said that throughout Long Chen's journey, there had never been a defeated opponent who could surpass him. Feng Jilin's current strength was obviously stronger than Long Chen's, at least in terms of realm. For Long Chen, this was simply unbelievable. If Yang Lingqing's realm was higher than his, it was still understandable. After all, Yang Lingqing had been in the sovereign domain for many years, and she had the rare extreme Yin devil body. However, how could an ordinary person like Feng Jilin have a higher realm than Long Chen? After thinking for a moment, Long Chen quickly understood. This world had countless treasures left behind by predecessors. Long Chen was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of so many people. So why couldn't Feng Jilin obtain them? She had mysteriously disappeared that time, so it was very likely that she had obtained a great fortune and fortuitous encounter. The three great emperor domains were so vast. Long Chen could casually obtain Yi Wushang's inheritance. If Feng Jilin had such luck, it was possible for her to obtain an even better inheritance than Long Chen. In addition, everyone had their own fortuitous encounters, especially these peak disciples of the true martial emperor palace. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, how could they have reached this level? Of course, Long Chen possessed the pinnacle of this dragon sacrificial continent, and that was the inherited blood essence of the primordial spiritual blood dragon. However, Long Chen still didn't have the ability to completely absorb the blood essence. The blood essence of the primordial spiritual blood dragon wouldn't increase Long Chen's realm like pulling up a seedling to help it grow. Long Chen needed to comprehend everything by himself. Furthermore, the true magical effects of this blood essence could only be fully displayed after Long Chen had completely obtained the inheritance of the blood essence. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to increase one's realm quickly. Compared to Feng Jilin, Long Chen might have obtained something that allowed her to directly increase her cultivation realm. The god martial realm followed the path of others, but in the end, it might not be comparable to Long Chen's own path. Sometimes, the level of one's realm didn't represent the energy of the treasures they obtained. If the ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood was needed, the energy contained in it might allow Long Chen to directly advance to a terrifying realm. However, it was useless. Long Chen probably wouldn't be a person with independent thoughts, but a puppet of essence blood. Therefore, he guessed that Feng Jilin had obtained an inheritance that could rapidly increase her realm. Everyone's encounters were different. This method might allow her to become extremely powerful in a short period of time, but it might also limit her future development. Feng Jilin had only been in the sovereign domain for 3 or 4 years. She had advanced to her current realm in just a few years. This speed could already be described as unimaginable. If she had truly cultivated step by step, it would be impossible for her to reach such a speed. Therefore, Long Chen felt very relieved in his heart. It wasn't that the ancestral dragon's essence blood wasn't good, but the ancestral dragon's essence blood didn't do meaningless things like forcibly increasing one's realm. This could only make one powerful for a short period of time. In the future, Long Chen would become a person of the ancestral dragon with independent thoughts. He wouldn't be a puppet. Feng Jilin must have paid a lot to reach her current realm. Chapter 1125. Thinking of this, Long Chen quickly calmed down. It wasn't that the ancestral dragon's essence blood was trash. If it was trash, it would allow Long Chen to have 10,000 times more divine energy than an ordinary person. It would also allow Long Chen's physical body to be so strong. In terms of physical body, no one below the 8th level of the divine martial realm could match him. Feng Jilin, I didn't expect to meet you in the imperial domain. Long Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. Although he knew that Feng Jilin would definitely be stronger than him in battle, Long Chen wasn't afraid. A true expert would always have a strong heart. Feng Jilin lost to Long Chen and suffered such a heavy humiliation from Long Chen. Although she was high and mighty now, in her eyes, Long Chen was just a small character. He would always be a shadow in her heart. If she saw that Long Chen was actually in the true martial emperor palace, how interesting would her expression be? Of course, Long Chen didn't want to encounter such a big trouble at this time. He didn't have any hatred towards Feng Jilin. Everything that happened before was just to tease her. However, in her heart, she definitely wanted to cut him into pieces. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Long Chen disappeared into the crowd and headed towards the direction of the Cloud Ascension platform. At the same time, his eyes were still focused on the movements on the Cloud Ascension platform. The Evil Dragon Palace Master and the Wind God Palace Master were in a confrontation. Feng Ruoyan, get lost. Shuntu Hong's cold and heavy voice resounded. Feng Ruoyan giggled, full of charm. Her mature and seductive charm formed a sharp contrast with the cold and arrogant girl next to her. Feng Ruoyan suddenly stopped laughing. She looked disdainfully at Shuntu Hong and said in a clear voice, Shuntu Hong, listen up. I will definitely make the entire Evil Dragon Palace perish for my sister's death back then. Everyone was in an uproar. This Wind Divine Palace Lord was really ruthless. Regarding this past event, only the Deputy Palace Lord and some of the elders knew about it. Generally speaking, when they were young, the elder sister of the Wind Divine Palace Lord had a conflict with Shuntu Hong during a training trip, and was killed by Shuntu Hong. The conflict between the two had lasted until now. In terms of strength, Feng Ruoyan and Shuntu Hong were equally matched. The same was true in terms of status. Therefore, after so many years, although there were some small conflicts, they were still in harmony. But now, Feng Ruoyan did not hide her pride at all. She smiled coldly and said, this time, Lin completed the trial extremely outstandingly. She fought against thousands of troops alone and annihilated 10,000 experts of the Poison Demon cult. Our Wind God Palace's ranking is enough to enter the top 100. After saying this, the crowd below started an uproar. They had heard of the Poison Demon cult's reputation. It was an evil force that roamed the Sword Spirit Imperial region's Shattered Star Sea. They specialized in robbing and killing experts that came to the Shattered Star Sea. They were notorious. There were at least 3 experts at the 7th layer of the Divine Martial Realm. The difficulty of the mission was much higher than Long Chen's trial. However, this girl called Feng Jilin actually annihilated them all. This method could only be described as heaven-defying. This also meant that Feng Jilin's strength was comparable to the palace masters. Among the 3,000 palaces, only the most heaven-defying disciples had such strength. This Feng Jilin, who had suddenly risen up, could only be described as terrifying. Shuntu Hong's expression was extremely unsightly. He knew that this ice-cold girl's strength almost surpassed his. It would not be too much to let such a genius enter the Martial God Palace. Furthermore, Shuntu Hong knew the age of this girl called Feng Jilin. Among the 3,000 palaces cultivators of the same level, she was definitely the youngest. She was the strongest rising star of the 3,000 palaces. Compared to her, the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace were simply trash. Even Yizhang was the same. Seeing everyone's unsightly expression, Feng Ruoyan laughed loudly, dropping another heavy bomb on everyone. 1 year from now, it will be the 3,000 Palaces Decennial Hidden Dragon ranking battle. With Lin Er's strength, if she can make it into the top 3, she might even be able to enter the Martial God Palace. More importantly, if she can make it into the top 10, our Wind God Palace will rise again. At that time, we will submit an application to the Martial God Palace to fight with your Evil Dragon Palace. Just wait for the Evil Dragon Palace to be destroyed. Shuntu Hong, I said it before, you will definitely pay the price for that matter. Feng Ruoyan's voice was not loud, but the sinister feeling in it made everyone's hair stand on end. Hearing this news, everyone's expression changed. If Feng Jilin could make it into the top 10, the people of the Martial God Palace would definitely side with the Wind God Palace, and the Wind God Palace's position would rise once again. As long as their overall strength kept up, it would not be impossible for them to make it into the top 20. At that time, they would be able to easily crush a palace like the Evil Dragon Palace Master. After Feng Ruoyan finished speaking, the expression of the Evil Dragon Palace Master became extremely unsightly. Feng Ruoyan, consider yourself ruthless, Shuntu Hong said as he clenched his teeth. Not ruthless, I'm just taking revenge for my sister, Feng Ruoyan said with a cold smile. Let's go, Lin. After saying that, Feng Ruoyan turned around and left. When she passed by the Cloud Ascension platform, Feng Jilin suddenly stopped and looked down. There was an indescribable color flowing in her eyes. There were 2 shadows in her beautiful eyes, as if there were 2 people in her body, looking down at the same time. Her gaze landed on the group of disciples who had just returned from the trial battle. Suddenly, she lightly moved her pink lips, and a cold voice that penetrated deep into one's heart was suddenly emitted. I heard that the strongest disciple of the evil dragon palace is a warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm from the Azura Sword Prison. It should be you, right? She turned her finger and pointed at Yi Zheng. At this moment, Yi Zheng's expression was a little dispirited. Just when he raised his head, he suddenly felt a terrifying force acting on his body. Yi Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. His knees heavily smashed into the ground, creating 2 deep pits. Feng Zhilin actually attacked Yi Zheng in public. Everyone was filled with anger and fear. They were angry because Feng Zhilin did not put them in her eyes. This action was clearly humiliating everyone in the evil dragon palace. They were afraid because Feng Zhilin's pressure alone could make Yi Zheng vomit blood and kneel down. How terrifying was her strength! In the evil dragon palace, probably only the evil dragon palace master could do this. Everyone looked angrily at Feng Zhilin and roared. Their eyes were bloodshot. Instantly, the crowd went berserk. However, no one dared to make a move. Even someone like Jiang Qing knew that he was not Feng Zhilin's match and could only endure. This time, the evil dragon palace had definitely suffered a great humiliation. Heh! Feng Zhilin gave up on suppressing Yi Zheng. She did not care about this person at all. She looked at the angry evil dragon palace disciples who did not dare to make a move. Feng Zhilin's lips curled up slightly. She said indifferently, the evil dragon palace is known as the evil dragon palace, but there is not a single man among them. They can't even deal with a weak girl like me. What a joke. Feng Ruoyan giggled and said, my good disciple, don't think too much. The evil dragon palace is just a bunch of worms. How can there be any men? Men are already extinct. This bunch of cowards can't even deal with a weak girl. Let's leave quickly. Seeing too many of these worms will dirty our eyes. Yes, master. Feng Zhilin waved her sleeves. A strong wind surged around the two of them, and they instantly disappeared from the spot. The evil dragon palace's people had been humiliated like this and were currently cursing at the sky. In the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared. Everyone felt like they had been slapped in the face and looked at each other. Even Jiang Qing and the others had unsightly expressions. Today was supposed to be the evil dragon palace's celebratory feast, but they had not expected such a thing to happen. Shen Tuhong's face was ashen as he landed in front of everyone. Palace Lord. Everyone bowed to Shen Tuhong. Shen Tuhong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I have let everyone down today. I have embarrassed everyone. Feng Ruoyan, that crazy woman. I have fought with her for many years. I did not expect to lose to her in terms of disciples in the end. With a rising star like Feng Zhilin, she can practically do whatever she wants in the 3,000 palaces. Female disciples were already very popular in the 3,000 palaces. Especially Feng Zhilin, who was young and had outstanding talent. She was the target of all the experts. In this trial, Feng Zhilin's name had spread far and wide. The 3,000 palaces were shaken. Compared to her, the evil dragon palace's performance was like a grain of rice. Among the 3,000 great palaces, the Wind Divine Temple could only be considered obscure before. But this time, it shocked everyone and entered the field of vision of the true great palaces. Those who had a keen sense of smell knew that Feng Zhilin's future was boundless, so they all extended an olive branch to the Wind Divine Temple. In an instant, the Wind Divine Palace became a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. There were even some extremely strong male disciples, at least at the level of Chu Tiange, who all launched attacks on Feng Zhilin, wanting to suppress this heavenly girl. However, according to the rumors, this girl was extremely arrogant. As long as they tried to hit her, they basically all got a cold shoulder. This peerless goddess was not so easy to trick. On the other hand, the evil dragon palace was suffering. Because of Feng Zhilin's matter, they were gradually alienated by the other palaces. They became the target of ridicule. It was like this among the 3,000 palaces. An outstanding disciple could directly change the fate of a palace. At this moment, everyone on the Cloud Ascension platform looked at each other bitterly. Chapter 11:26. Shen Tuhong's words could only comfort the disciples. His words made them excited. However, anyone with a bit of brains knew that this was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Feng Zhilin was a person who created miracles. If she really entered the top 10 in a year's time, Not only would the evil Dragon Palace not be able to make a comeback, every disciple would also be implicated. With the Wind Divine Palace's current network, the evil Dragon Palace disciples could only hide in the true Dragon Mountain range. Once they went out, they would probably be the target of ridicule. For a moment, all the disciples, even the most outstanding ones, had expressions of defeat on their faces. Hong looked around. This low morale made him feel very helpless. He could only force a smile and say, "No matter what, our evil Dragon Palace's disciples have already accomplished their mission and eliminated the Moon Demon Cave. Because of this performance, our evil Dragon Palace's ranking in the various palaces will rise once again. Senior Jiang, tell us what happened." Hong's words successfully diverted a portion of everyone's attention. However, most of the disciples were still feeling defeated and even grumbled about the evil Dragon Palace. Back then, if I did not join the evil Dragon Palace, I would not still be this strong. That's right. From today onwards, if we go out, we will definitely become the target of everyone's scorn. We will be detested and beaten by everyone. We might not even be able to survive a year later. What a huge scam. I think we should change the name to Evil Insect Palace. Being bullied by a bunch of girls is really embarrassing. Such discussions could be heard everywhere. They did not care about the performance of the evil Dragon Palace's peak disciples at all. It was useless no matter how well they performed. The strongest disciple, the so-called Yi Zhang, was previously a legend in the eyes of the disciples. Now, he was just a coward that could be easily suppressed to his knees. What outstanding performance could this brat have? Many people left helplessly. Jiang Qing's expression changed. The crisis in the evil Dragon Palace had also exceeded his expectations. He had spent half his life in the evil Dragon Palace, all the way to the position of Vice Palace Master. If this continued, after Hong abdicated, the new evil Dragon Palace Master would definitely be him. After all, among the Vice Palace Masters of the same strength, he was the youngest and had the greatest achievements. His reputation in the evil Dragon Palace was second only to Hong. Jiang Qing naturally didn't wish for the evil Dragon Palace to be humiliated and defeated. His goal was to become the evil Dragon Palace's palace master, then lead the evil Dragon Palace to become an outstanding faction among the 3,000 palaces. He, Jiang Qing, would also become an influential figure in the true martial emperor palace. As she grew older, this dream became more and more distant to Jiang Qing. However, when Long Chen appeared with the thing between his eyebrows, Jiang Qing seemed to see hope again. Especially now that the evil Dragon Palace is in danger. This is a huge opportunity for Jiang Qing. Thinking of Long Chen, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. When he turned around, Long Chen was already gone. He was very puzzled and asked, "Where did Long Chen go?" Everyone looked at each other. When Feng Jilin appeared, everyone's attention was probably on her. Very few people paid attention to Long Chen. "I saw him get off the Cloud Ascension platform. He might have already returned," Wu Yu said softly. "Ignore him. Tell everyone about the details of the trial," one of the Vice Palace Masters said. Jiang Qing smiled and started to cooperate with everyone. He explained the situation of the trial in detail. He even told everyone about the conflict between Long Chen and Yi Zhang. After hearing Jiang Qing's words, everyone's faces were filled with shock again. The evil Dragon Palace Master Hong didn't expect such a thing to happen. He asked in detail, "You said that Long Chen defeated Qin Shi and Yi Zhang. This, Yi Zhang was the disciple he was most proud of." Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang had suffered the two greatest defeats in his life. At this moment, his eyes were gloomy. He did not refute, as if he had completely lost his will. Seeing Yi Zhang like this, everyone finally understood that the others were right. During the trial, the evil Dragon Palace did have a rising figure. That was Long Chen. Although he wasn't here now, everyone could imagine how magnificent he was at that time. Only Wu Yang and Wu Yu looked worriedly at Yi Zhang, the loser. They could keenly feel that a terrifying change was happening to Yi Zhang's body. Perhaps this wasn't a good thing. However, compared to Feng Jilin, Long Chen was just a grain of rice. He couldn't be compared to a bright moon like Feng Jilin. As for the evil Dragon Palace disciples, the 30,000 disciples did not have much hope. The celebration banquet that was originally prepared had become dull and tasteless because of the arrival of the Wind Divine Hall's Lord. As a result, it was left unsettled. Shinto Hong brought his disciple back to his temporary imperial residence. The other people also dispersed with ugly expressions. Long Chen's heaven-defying performance in the Moon Demon Cave, his intelligence and bravery, was not eye-catching at all in front of Feng Zhilin's heaven-defying performance. Long Chen was brave and resourceful. However, Feng Zhilin annihilated over 10,000 poison demon cult cultivators. The two were on completely different levels. Because of Feng Zhilin's presence, Long Chen returned to the River Heart Pavilion alone. On the way, Kitten kept mocking him. "You're finished now. You violated her. If she discovered your existence, she would carve her name on your little brother. At that time, you and little she would see it and cut your little brother off." Kitten was rolling on the ground in the great virtual realm with laughter. Long Chen wasn't in the mood to joke with it. Feng Zhilin's matter was too unexpected for him. After sorting out his thoughts, Long Chen asked, "Do you know why she could possess such strength in such a short period of time? She could use the will of heaven and earth to suppress Yi Zhang and make him kneel on the ground. In other words, her strength should be at the 7th tier of the divine martial realm, the manifestation of heaven and earth." Long Chen believed that under normal circumstances, Feng Zhilin wouldn't be able to reach such a realm. Kitten suddenly became serious and said, "This girl is crazy. She and the God Martial Spirit have already fused together with another expert's God Martial Spirit. Now, it can be said that she has already sold half of herself. The other party's God Martial Spirit contains the comprehension of martial arts. That's why her cultivation has soared so fast. In the future, her God Martial Spirit will be completely devoured by the other party. With the strength of their God Martial Spirits, I estimate that there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance that she will devour the other party." Long Chen furrowed his brows and said, "To think that such a thing would happen. Indeed, when the God Martial Soul was at its peak, it should have been at the 9th tier of the divine martial realm. It was an expert who had almost stepped into the calamity realm. However, it died. In the imperial domain, there are many people who have this secret method. It is called the soul merging Tao. Of course, only the one whose soul has merged with it can do it. I think that Feng Zhilin doesn't know that she will be devoured by the other party in the end. However, she should be satisfied to have such terrifying strength in such a short period of time." Sure enough, such tyrannical strength didn't come from Feng Zhilin's own cultivation. Her current situation was equivalent to having half of her body taken away. In the process of merging with the God Martial Soul, her own will was not as strong as the other party's. One day, the part of her body that belonged to her would probably disappear completely. Long Chen knew that she had always been very arrogant. The blow that Long Chen gave her was not an ordinary one. It made her understand the importance of strength. Now, her understanding of the God Martial realm has long been in the God Martial Soul. She only needs to slowly get used to it and absorb the sovereign spiritual qi. Then, her strength will rise steadily and finally reach the final stage. However, at that stage I think she will not be herself anymore. Of course, it is possible that her memory and part of her personality will still be there, but the real leader will be another person, the one hidden in her body. This is the domineering part of the soul merging Tao. Feng Zhilin came from a small place like the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Faced with the temptation of great strength, she will not know that she is about to lose herself. Kitten's words made Long Chen suddenly stop in his tracks. To be honest, he didn't have any enmity towards Feng Zhilin at all. If he could meet her in the Imperial region, he might be able to become good friends if she didn't kill him. However, when Long Chen thought of what he'd done to Feng Zhilin, he thought about it and decided to forget about it. Feng Zhilin would probably pursue him madly to kill him the moment she saw him. If their relationship was good, Long Chen would have a good way to help her. Of course, there is no hurry. She is still in the 7th level of the God Martial realm. It will take at least a few years for her to recover to the 9th level of the God Martial realm. You are a sentimental person. I know you will save her in the end. Kitten laughed. Long Chen did not think much about it. Now that Feng Zhilin was so strong, it would be good if she did not kill him. If she still could not forget the hatred of the past, Long Chen would not bother to save her. As for his own safety, although he was not Feng Zhilin's match, he had the wine addict and the martial addict to protect him. As long as Long Chen was in the true martial emperor palace, he did not have to worry about anything. After returning to the River Heart Pavilion, Long Chen silently consolidated his strength. Then, he waited for Han Yunxing and the others to appear before bringing up the matter of the Supreme Yin Devil Realm. After a while, Jiang Qing's disciples, Qin Feng, and the others returned from the Cloud Ascension platform. Although they were in a bad mood because of Feng Zhilin's matter, the good news was that Long Chen had shown his prowess and became the strongest among the young disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. As soon as they returned, their moods changed. They surrounded Long Chen and spoke. Chapter 11:27. Seventh brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful and improve so quickly. You can even defeat Yi Zheng. I really admire you. It's our honor to have a junior brother like you. After a bunch of flattery, everyone felt much better. Jiang Cha suddenly said with a bitter expression, speaking of which, I really can't help but sigh. At that time, I also didn't think that you would replace senior sister's position and participate in that trial. Eldest senior sister. Jiang Lingwen frowned and said, eldest senior sister has really disappeared. The vice palace masters have already checked and found no trace of her in the trial tower. I really don't know why she left without saying goodbye. Speaking of this, everyone felt it was strange. After all, although they did not like Zhao Xueqi, they still had some feelings for her after living together for so long. Such a person suddenly disappeared. It was really confusing. After chatting for a while, everyone started to work hard on their cultivation. At the same time, they asked Long Chen for advice. Although Long Chen's cultivation was not as high as theirs, he was more knowledgeable and had a deeper comprehension of the martial way than them. His explanations were very useful for them to build a solid foundation. In about 10 days, the Evil Dragon Palace's final ranking would be announced. At that time, Han Yunxing and Yi Zhang would probably come. After all, Han Yunxing still had 4 dragon scales that he had not given to Long Chen. After a few days, Long Chen did not leave the River Heart Pavilion. However, the Evil Dragon Palace disciples had basically heard of his name. Because Yi Zhang had knelt in front of Feng Zhilin, his prestige had completely disappeared. Furthermore, Du Yishuang and the others had revealed the details of the battle between Long Chen and Yi Zhang. This made everyone understand that this was real. Yi Zheng's title as the #1 disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace had been completely replaced by Long Chen. However, the danger of the Evil Dragon Palace still existed. No one was naive enough to think that Long Chen could change anything. Of course, many people still couldn't see what Long Chen looked like. After all, Long Chen had been staying in Xueqi Pavilion to cultivate and had never left. Because of the Wind Divine Palace's matter, the emotions of the Evil Dragon Palace's disciples fell into a low. Very few people dared to go out of the true Dragon Mountain range because going out would mean being bullied. In the 3000 Palace, Feng Zhilin instantly became a goddess in the hearts of 100 million disciples. None of this had anything to do with Long Chen, but these days, he still felt like a storm was coming. His heart was not relaxed, as if something was about to happen. On this day, Qin Feng and the rest suddenly came in. Their expressions were hurried as they spoke to Long Chen. Old Seven, there's something strange, do you know? What's the matter? Long Chen came out from his cultivation state and asked Qin Feng and the others. This was Xueqi Pavilion's room. Long Chen's room. I heard that senior sister Wu Yu went missing. The palace master and the rest searched the entire Evil Dragon Palace but couldn't find her. They have already gone out to search. Last time, first senior sister went missing mysteriously and has not returned. This time, senior sister Wu Yu went missing for no reason. No one saw her enter the trial tower. I really don't know where she went, Jiang Cha said worriedly. Wu Yu. This girl had a very good and gentle personality. When all the disciples were rejecting Long Chen, she treated Long Chen quite well. Furthermore, Long Chen had once used dragon blood to save her. They had some friendship. So when Long Chen heard this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What's the situation now? Long Chen asked. Everyone is searching now. Everyone is looking for them now. Whether they can find them or not will depend on the situation. They are too arrogant. They might have been captured by someone else. This is unimaginable. They actually came to the Evil Dragon Palace to kidnap someone. They even managed to escape the senses of the palace master and the others. Furthermore, they even made a move on a beautiful woman. Jiang Cha rubbed his chest with a horrified expression. Long Chen knew that Zhao Xueqi's death was purely due to his actions. As for how Jiang Qing would deal with Zhao Xueqi, he didn't know. But this time, Wu Yu went missing for no reason. Do you know where Master is? Long Chen suddenly asked. This question did not seem to be important to the current situation. Everyone looked at each other. Only Zhang Lingwu said doubtfully, "I seem to have discovered that Master went to the trial tower. He is probably guarding the trial tower." Long Chen nodded. He had more or less figured it out. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Long Chen, what do you think is going on? Are the people of the Wind Divine Palace trying to take us down a notch?" Qin Feng asked nervously. At this moment, Long Chen had already become their backbone. Long Chen smiled and shook his head. "It shouldn't be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it to Wu Yu. Everyone, don't panic. I reckon she just went out for a while and will be back soon. During this period of time, everyone should be careful and use your divine sense to protect yourself. It should be fine. Moreover, I am still in the Jiang Xian Pavilion." Long Chen was a warrior who could defeat an expert in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. In everyone's eyes, his strength was second only to Jiang Qing. He was a great guarantee. With Long Chen's words, they felt much more at ease. Then they left. The Jiang Xian Pavilion was very big. Every disciple had a lot of space to cultivate in peace. "What's coming has come." Long Chen grinned. Then, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Suddenly, Feng Yangzi's words in the 5 Emperor's secret realm appeared in his mind. His last wish was for Long Chen to come to the true Martial Emperor Palace and kill a person called Jiang Qing. It was this person who ruined his and his junior sister's lives. Feng Yangzi was probably in the same generation as Jiang Qing. There were probably not many people in the Evil Dragon Palace who knew Feng Yangzi. "If you were nice to me, I really wouldn't know what to do. But since you are so anxious, I can only accompany you to the end." Night gradually fell. There was no difference between day and night in Long Chen's cultivation. It was just that he could hide it better at night. At midnight, when everything was quiet, suddenly, something silently approached Long Chen. When Long Chen opened his eyes, the window suddenly exploded, and a bloody arm fell in front of him. The arm's skin was delicate, and it was clearly a woman's arm. It had been torn off at the base, and it looked extremely wretched. The blood that flowed out showed that the arm had just been torn off. It was extremely cruel. "This is..." Xiao Chen looked up and saw a puppet bird suddenly falling apart. This should be the thing that brought this arm. This woman's arm was holding a piece of paper. Long Chen picked it up and took a look. On it was written, "Tower of Trial, Random Battles." Looking at the woman's arm and thinking about what happened during the day, it was easy for people to suspect that this was Wu Yu's arm. Long Chen and Wu Yu had a good relationship. Seeing this scene, Long Chen would definitely be incomparably angry. However, that person was wrong. Long Chen's expression did not change at all. This isn't Wu Yu's arm at all. Long Chen could roughly feel that Wu Yu cultivated the lunar water technique. The aura emitted by her arm was different from that of an ordinary person. But no matter what, in order to lure Long Chen over, the perpetrator still crippled a young girl's arm. As for Wu Yu, he still dared to touch her. He only kidnapped her, which meant that he still had a trace of fear towards the evil Dragon Palace Master. He was afraid that he would be found out in a short period of time. "He wanted me to rush to the Tower of Trial when I was angry and then let you slaughter me. That's why he used someone else's arm to pretend to be Wu Yu. But no matter what, Wu Yu is still in his hands." A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Long Chen could go find the evil Dragon Palace Master and go with him to the evil Dragon Palace. However, Long Chen knew that the other party must have thought of this, so Wu Yu was definitely not in the Tower of Trial. Even if the evil Dragon Palace Master rushed over, he could pretend that all of this had nothing to do with him. The opponent's move was indeed very tight. If Long Chen really wanted to save Wu Yu and thought that the arm was Wu Yu's, he would definitely rush to the Tower of Trial alone. The most special disciple of the Tower of Trial was that he could kill people there without anyone noticing. The other party could not wait that long. Opening the door, Long Chen headed towards the direction of the Sword Pagoda Mountain without saying a word. Since the other party was so anxious, then he would do as the other party wished. If it wasn't for Long Chen, the other party wouldn't have used Wu Yu as a threat. Long Chen didn't want to owe this girl any favors. It was time to end things that hadn't been resolved in the Moon Devil's cave. This time, Long Chen would give him an unexpected surprise. It didn't take Long Chen long to get from the River Heart Pavilion to the Tower of Trial. Even at night, there were still quite a few people in the Tower of Trial. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Long Chen walked into the Tower of Trial and entered one of the training rooms. Walking to the row of black brick buttons, Long Chen took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he pressed one of the random battle buttons. He knew that as long as he pressed the random battle button, the other party, as the controller, would already move his training room to a place that was connected to his. Sure enough, the training room began to shake. Last time, because of this random battle, Long Chen killed Xueqi. He didn't expect such a situation to happen again, but this time, his opponent was someone else. After getting rid of this person, Long Chen would be able to go to the Shadow Devil realm with a peace of mind. The training room shook and moved, finally colliding with another training room. The wall suddenly opened and a handsome middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared in front of Long Chen with a faint smile on his face. He had been waiting for Long Chen for a long time. "You're finally here, Long Chen," the man said with a smile. "Yes, master." Long Chen wasn't nervous at all. This was all within his expectations. That's right, the person standing in front of him was Jiang Qing. "Because of this name, I can give you an intact corpse," Jiang Qing said solemnly. Chapter 1128. An intact corpse? Then I should really thank you. Contrary to Jiang Qing's expectations, Long Chen, who had fallen into this situation, did not panic at all. Jiang Qing still had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was thinking, this kid is so calm. He obviously knows that I'm going to attack him. He knows that I'm going to attack him, but he's still so calm. Is he already prepared, or is he just pretending? Based on Long Chen's previous performance, if he was pretending to be calm, he could also achieve this effect. When Long Chen had displayed his strongest battle strength, he had fought against Yi Zhang. At that time, Jiang Qing had watched the entire battle. He knew very well how strong Long Chen was, so this time, Jiang Qing had lured Long Chen here. He had to be confident that he could kill Long Chen. In the Tower of Trials, especially in this kind of random room, under the effect of the soul-suppressing stone, those below the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, including those at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, couldn't use their divine consciousness to probe the situation inside. It could be said that Long Chen couldn't escape. "Where's Wu Yu?" asked Long Chen in a calm voice. He looked around and asked in a low voice. "Don't worry. That arm isn't hers. As long as you are no longer here today, she will return safely. I watched this child grow up and I don't want to hurt her. However, after thinking about it, she is the only one who would allow you to come here," Jiang Qing said in a slightly smug manner. In fact, Long Chen had long since known that the arm wasn't Wu Yu's, but that also meant that in some corner of the Imperial planet, there was another innocent person who had lost an arm to Jiang Qing. At that moment, Jiang Qing was walking around Long Chen. He nodded and said, "It seems that you're not afraid of me. But to avoid any more complications, I'll wait until I get what I want and then we'll talk in detail. But can you tell me what that thing between your eyebrows is?" If he only got it and didn't even know its name, that would be a pity. "I'll tell you when you're dead." Long Chen, who was originally very kind, suddenly said such words. In between his eyebrows, a gray light split open, as if there was an additional vertical eye on his forehead. Jiang Qing suddenly felt as if she had been pierced through. The current Long Chen actually caused him to frown. He realized that this young man would not be easy to deal with. Jiang Qing was an old freak who had lived for thousands of years. His life experience was countless times greater than Long Chen's. However, despite his young age, Long Chen's terrifying aura caused Jiang Qing to be filled with dread. If that's the case, it's best that I don't know about it. In any case, it's going to be mine in the end, Jiang Qing said as she took a few steps back. Sword warrior. Long Chen could feel the aura of sword qi on Jiang Qing's body. Sure enough, Jiang Qing was a sword warrior. Before this, he had never seen Jiang Qing make a move. This reminded Long Chen of Feng Yangzi. Similarly, it was because of Feng Yangzi and the others that Long Chen could possess his current yin and yang sword soul and comprehension of the 3rd level of sword principle. As Long Chen used this sword principle, he gradually felt that he had made a breakthrough in this aspect recently. Jiang Qing had not made a move all this time. Now that he truly made a move, a storm immediately surged. Long Chen seemed to be standing in the center of a whirlpool. The surrounding white fog surged. The walls of the training room seemed to have disappeared. Long Chen felt as if he was in the middle of the fog. In the depths of the fog, sword chi crisscrossed. A huge force surged within. Sword light burst out and surrounded Long Chen. Jiang Qing made a move as soon as he said he would. He did not give Long Chen any chance at all. The secret Long Chen possessed was the key to whether he would be able to successfully transform. It was very important to his entire life, so he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. The surrounding fog churned. Within the fog, a pure white long sword appeared in Long Chen's field of vision. This was a 2-meter-long long sword. It was pure white and as smooth as milk. However, sword chi was surging around it. Jiang Qing appeared and held this pure white long sword in his hand. Cloud Sky Divine Sword. 7th grade Divine Grade. A bell-like voice came out of Jiang Qing's mouth. The white fog completely surrounded him. Jiang Qing soared Dao and martial Dao with a Dao of clouds and mist. At this moment, he was like a hermit hidden in the clouds and mist. When ordinary people fought with Jiang Qing, it was very difficult for them to grasp his miraculous movement technique and his miraculous sword Dao. He shuttled through the clouds and mist with ease, but the clouds and mist were a nightmare for others. The scarlet blood sky desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand. A bloody aura swept through the surroundings and rushed into the clouds. It was like a torrent rushing into a stream. It dispersed the clouds in an instant. That murderous aura shook the hearts and souls of people. Even a warrior like Jiang Qing felt his heart palpitate when facing that murderous aura. Long Chen was immersed in a calm world. He certainly knew how strong Jiang Qing was. He was not someone he could deal with right now. Furthermore, in such a narrow environment, Long Chen was neither sad nor happy. He was not worried or afraid. He was only crazy about fighting and killing his opponent. This was his will. Compared to Nangong Lai's martial Dao of battle, Long Chen's martial Dao of slaughter was more direct. There was only slaughter. There was no compromise. Long Chen had never compromised with fate. This was the most resolute will in his heart. In my life, I have taken in over 30 disciples. Other than the few in the River Heart Pavilion, the others either went out to travel, established their own power, became elders or hall masters, or died early. Among these 30 people, you are the youngest disciple, but also the strongest disciple, and also the most terrifying disciple. There is no doubt about this. Jiang Qing's voice came from the clouds. But you actually attacked your own disciple for your own selfish desires. Long Chen replied emotionlessly. In life, opportunities are fleeting. If I miss this opportunity to transform, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Everyone lives for themselves. Although you are my disciple, you are not fated to be mine. At the very most, you are merely a stepping stone given to me by fate. Jiang Qing sneered. I am the Grim Reaper who will take your life. In Long Chen's hand, the formless scarlet blood sky gradually transformed into a blood-red sword shape. This was the appearance of floating blood. Since you are proficient in sword Dao, then I will ask you for advice. A sharp blood-red sword chi burst out from Long Chen's sword. In his eyes, the spirit-devouring demon pupils rotated. Jiang Qing had nowhere to hide in his vision. It was very difficult for an ordinary person to grasp Jiang Qing's position when facing him. This was his martial Dao. With his degree of fluttering and speed, it was very difficult for an ordinary opponent to catch his shadow in battle unless they were far stronger than him. But Long Chen was different. He had the spirit-devouring demon pupils. Whoosh! Long Chen did not show any mercy. He turned into a golden lightning and rushed into the clouds. At this moment, Long Chen displayed a speed that frightened Jiang Qing. At this moment, the golden thunder dragon was still residing in Long Chen's arm, tempering his body from time to time, making Long Chen's speed increase. Now, in terms of speed, he was almost at the 7th tier of the divine martial realm. He was a few levels higher than Jiang Qing. The scarlet blood sky desolation collided with the cloud sky divine sword. A power that shocked Jiang Qing came from scarlet blood sky. Each of Long Chen's moves, with the support of his powerful body, burst out with a barbaric power like that of a giant beast. Jiang Qing's arms were numb from the shock. Long Chen, who was like a blood-red light in front of him, was like a blood-stained demon beast, forcing Jiang Qing to retreat step by step in the first moment. Jiang Qing had to admit that Long Chen's body was too terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. Although the scarlet blood sky desolation was not as big as the cloud sky divine sword, its fierce attack and Long Chen's terrifying speed made ear-piercing shrieks as it clashed with Jiang Qing. Wherever the scarlet blood sky desolation passed, even the walls of the training room were almost cut through by him. My Cloud Sky Divine Sword is actually useless against him. At this moment, Jiang Qing was extremely shocked. The only thing he had that beat Long Chen was his powerful divine origin. Of course, there was also the battle skill he cultivated. Relying on that terrifying fleshly body of his, Long Chen was actually evenly matched with an existence like Jiang Qing for a while. If this matter was spread, everyone would be dumbfounded. Jiang Qing was a famous person in the Evil Dragon Palace for thousands of years. He was at the peak of the 6th tier of the Divine Martial Realm and had a supreme golden body. Even an ordinary 7th tier Divine Martial Realm expert might not be able to kill him. And this heaven-defying young man could actually do this. It was really beyond everyone's understanding. Of course, Jiang Qing was only testing Long Chen's battle strength. He did not use his full strength. Cloud Sky Field. With a wave of the Cloud Sky Divine Sword, the white fog instantly became 10 times denser. Jiang Qing instantly broke away from Long Chen's control. With Long Chen's current perception, he could not find Jiang Qing's location at all. This Cloud Sky Field was the method Jiang Qing used to kill many people. In the Cloud Sky Field, Jiang Qing was an existence that came and went without a trace. Go to hell. A sword came from the west. White sword chi crisscrossed and suddenly exploded, forming thousands of tiny sword chi that densely rushed towards Long Chen. Jiang Qing's sword Dao had a vague and fleeting characteristic. Long Chen could not grasp the whereabouts of these sword chi. Great White Sword Prison. 2 fingers flicked and 2 white sword chi immediately burst out, forming a small cage that surrounded Long Chen. The sword chi released by the Cloud Sky Divine Sword all bombarded the Great White Sword Prison. At this moment, Long Chen's spiritual origin was vigorous and the Great White Sword Prison's defensive power was not low. It directly blocked those fleeting sword chi. Chapter 1129. There are still a lot of unexpected things for you. With a swoosh, the Great White Sword Prison was broken open. A streak of golden lightning rushed to the front of Jiang Qing at the first instant with a thunderous momentum. What? He actually found my location in the cloud domain? Jiang Qing was shocked. Blood-devouring world. A blood-red formation suddenly appeared on Long Chen's body and instantly engulfed the cloud domain. Between his eyebrows, the true martial emperor's soul was still shining with a gray light. It absorbed all of Jiang Qing's martial techniques and transmitted them to Long Chen's god martial spirit. At the same time, Long Chen was surprised to find that as Jiang Qing executed sword moves one after another, the misty feeling of sword Dao gradually entered Long Chen's god martial spirit. As the true martial emperor's soul analyzed it, Long Chen understood it. Regardless of whether it was martial Dao or sword Dao, the true martial emperor's soul was able to absorb and analyze them. Then, it would become part of Long Chen's reference. Long Chen's sword Dao was bloody and fierce. It was filled with an indomitable might that made people tremble in fear. It was the same path as his martial Dao. Sword Dao was just an application of martial Dao. Compared to Yi Zhang, Jiang Qing was a true master of sword Dao. His understanding of sword Dao was deeper. Although he was only at the 4th level of sword Dao, he had given Long Chen a lot of things. Long Chen's blood-devouring world didn't have any effect in Jiang Qing's eyes. It was like a slow-acting poison that Jiang Qing would only discover when it acted up. This was the current heaven-defying blood-devouring world. If Jiang Qing was an evenly matched opponent like Long Chen, then Long Chen would be in an invincible position forever. His blood essence invisibly transformed into Long Chen's divine origin. Jiang Qing couldn't help but stop underestimating Long Chen. To be honest, Jiang Qing hadn't displayed his true strength since the beginning. How could a cultivator at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm only have this level of strength? Cloud Sword Cannon, Wind and Cloud Transformation. The pure white great sword in Jiang Qing's hand transformed as easily as the wind and clouds. It was strange and unfathomable. Before Jiang Qing's eyes, it formed a white whirlpool of sword chi. Each strand of sword chi could transform into clouds and mist at any time, and could transform back into sword chi again. It was endless. Go! At this moment, the white sword chi vortex suddenly expanded. Long Chen's entire world was enveloped by this sword chi. Long Chen felt a lot of pressure in his heart. It was true that this kind of battle was very helpful to his improvement, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. For example, this cloud mist sword cannon had completely suppressed Long Chen. At the critical moment, Long Chen could only retreat while the long sword in his hand erupted with power. God-slaying sword formation. Beast tide. Thousands of giant beasts roared. In the blood-red god-slaying sword array, countless giant beasts rushed out and gathered together, turning into a blood-red divine dragon. At the first moment, it merged with the unpredictable Cloud Mist Sword Codex. Although it was also a 6th-grade godly skill, the caster was different, and the battle prowess was different. Under the strange transformation of Jiang Qing's 4th-grade sword principle, Long Chen's beast tide was directly destroyed. Retreat! Fortunately, Long Chen relied on his terrifying speed to escape when the beast tide blocked the opponent's attack. However, what shocked Long Chen was that Jiang Qing's white sword qi still left many wounds on his body. So strong. Long Chen knew his own limits. He could barely fight against a 6th-level divine martial realm cultivator, but against a cultivator who had cultivated for thousands of years and was at the peak of the golden body realm, he wasn't a match. Long Chen's strength lay in his endless potential. However, to be able to grow from an unknown ant to be able to fight against a 1,000-year-old monster, who was almost a god, in just 7 years, Long Chen was already proud enough. Cloud Sword Cannon. Sword in the Cloud. That clear voice was as loud as a bell. After repelling Long Chen, Jiang Qing was a bit surprised, but he didn't stop his attacks. In a short time, he used another killing move. Long Chen raised his head and saw a huge white sword the size of a mountain. It was like a huge meteor, and it was currently flying toward him. If he was hit, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. "You're really fast," Long Chen sneered. The scarlet blood desolation in his hand suddenly attacked upwards. A blood-red ray of light merged with the god-slaying sword formation. The formation trembled and suddenly exploded, forming a flood of blood-red sword qi that swept upwards. Immediately, the entire training room was shaking. Sword explosion. The entire god-slaying sword formation exploded. The true battle erupted at this moment. Long Chen was ruthless in his heart. The terrifying might of the sword burst formed a huge shockwave that slowly whittled away the sword in the clouds in the sky. The swords in their hands danced wildly, clashing time and time again, creating a crisscrossing sword qi. Thousands of saber marks appeared on the walls of this small training room. The things left behind by the predecessors were all destroyed by the battle between the two. In the clouds, Jiang Qing's face gradually darkened. He felt that Long Chen was not easy to deal with. At the same time, he also felt that the blood-red formation was actually reducing his essence blood. Such an evil domain. This kid can't be left alive. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will become a monster. In Jiang Qing's originally calm gaze, killing intent gradually spread. Everyone would have a killing intent. At this moment, Jiang Qing was rather similar to Long Chen. The Tao of killing that Long Chen cultivated existed in everyone's heart. It's not good to stay here for long. Then let's kill him. Previously, Jiang Qing was very curious about Long Chen. He only wanted to test the extent of Long Chen's strength. Now that he had tested it out, he had to kill Long Chen as soon as possible. Otherwise there would be trouble. Jiang Qing knew that when Yi Zhang used the Devil Prison Gate, he didn't succeed in killing Long Chen. Instead, he was defeated by Long Chen. Then, I can only do my best. Jiang Qing's eyes revealed a trace of cruelty. His figure changed in the clouds. The Cloud Sky Divine Sword in his hand suddenly shrank, becoming about the same size as Long Chen's Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation. At the same time it became more solid. A majestic aura burst out from his body. At this moment, Jiang Qing seemed to have become a god in the clouds. Brilliant white light appeared from his body. A formless wind danced, lifting his long beard high up in the air. After the Cloud Sky Divine Sword in his hand merged with a little of Jiang Qing's blood, it became incomparably bright. Fortunately, they were in the training room. Otherwise, such a big movement would have been discovered by others. Brilliant Heavenly Might. Cloud Sky Evil Dragon Sword. This sword was one of the highest secret techniques of the Evil Dragon Hall. The Evil Dragon Hall Master did not cultivate the Tao of Sword. So until now, Jiang Qing was the only warrior who could use this move. In the Evil Dragon Hall, there weren't many rank 7 divine skills. The Cloud Sky Evil Dragon Sword was one of the most important ones, second only to the Evil Dragon Hall Master's Evil Dragon Battle Scripture. A thunderous boom resounded. In the Cloud Sky domain, all the clouds and mist crazily swirled, completely submerging Jiang Qing, forming a terrifying vortex. "Are you going to kill me?" If that's the case. Under this terrifying pressure, Long Chen's expression didn't change. Feng Yongzi, my sword spirit was given to me by you. This kindness, I should have repaid it long ago. Although I don't have the strength to kill him now, he can't kill me either. In Long Chen's hand, the appearance of the scarlet blood sky desolation gradually changed, transforming into a domineering halberd. A blood-red divine dragon with sharp horns coiled around the scarlet blood sky desolation halberd. Its cold eyes were currently staring at the sky. In the sky above Long Chen, a terrifying aura rapidly gathered. It was a kind of aura that belonged to a barbaric giant beast. At the same time, it was also a kind of sword chi. The sky changed crazily. As the clouds changed, a huge head poked out from the clouds. It was a kind of demon beast called the Evil Dragon. It was not a real dragon, but a kind of underground giant beast that wore golden armor. It had 3 heads and was good at underground. It was very strong in fighting underground. This giant beast should be the horned dragon. Under Jiang Qing's killing move, the clouds exploded. A terrifying roar resounded, and a golden light flashed. Long Chen could see a giant sword slashing down. The sword was filled with violent and terrifying aura, giving Long Chen the feeling that the entire sky was suppressing him. After the sword shadow, the evil dragon lying in the clouds appeared. The Cloud Sky Evil Dragon's sword. As the sword slashed down, the entire training room trembled non-stop. The power of this move was even more terrifying than Yi Zheng's Devil Prison Gate. It was worthy of being a 7th grade divine skill. 9 Dragon Scripture. At this time, Long Chen could only use the 9 Dragon Scripture to deal with the Cloud Sky Evil Dragon sword. Jiang Qing was full of confidence in this move, confident that it could definitely kill Long Chen. It's over. Jiang Qing laughed in his heart as he exerted all his strength. In these years, many cultivators of the 6th divine martial realm had died under the Cloud Sky Evil Dragon sword. That was because the Cloud Sky Evil Dragon sword was so terrifying that it could directly destroy the opponent's body. Even the peerless golden body wouldn't necessarily be able to survive. Profound Azure Fire Dragon. As Long Chen's halberd danced, a huge azure fire dragon followed Long Chen into the sky. At this moment, the dragon scales on Long Chen's chest emitted a large amount of light. The azure fire was burning fiercely. The scarlet blood sky desolation merged with the dragon and turned into an azure fire dragon. It flew towards the evil dragon in the sky. The true dragon and the false dragon began a terrifying collision at this moment. The profound azure fire dragon contained the power of Long Chen's halberd, while the Cloud Sky Evil Dragon sword contained Jiang Qing's swordsmanship. Chapter 11:30. The entire training room trembled and then exploded. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. Long Chen's halberd and his opponent's sword clashed again and again. At this time, Long Chen, who was holding the scarlet blood firmament, was like a god of death. Jiang Qing was shocked to the extreme. The training room had been shattered. The two were now completely in the void of the training tower. It turned out that the training tower was a huge mechanical building, even more sophisticated than Xueqi's mechanism. It was just that it hadn't been used in combat. In the void, the power of the 9 Dragon Scripture completely blocked his opponent's Sky Evil Dragon sword. The terrifying force only made Long Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. For Long Chen's current physique, this mouthful of blood was nothing. On the contrary, Jiang Qing's face was pale. He knew that Long Chen might be very strong, but he didn't expect that although he had the upper hand, he didn't have the means to kill his opponent. He was still lacking a little. Although Long Chen's divine essence was far inferior to his opponent's, most importantly, the scarlet blood firmament and his strong physique gave Long Chen a very strong offensive power. His opponent had martial will, but the scarlet blood firmament had a dragon will that could resist it. After a brief confrontation, the two separated. Long Chen's face was pale, but he still had a calm smile on his face. I already said that although you're stronger than me, you can't do anything to me. You're still far from being able to kill me, said Long Chen indifferently. Jiang Qing's expression changed. He was completely convinced by Long Chen. He had never seen such a heaven-defying youth. Compared to Long Chen, Yi Zhang was even worse than trash. It should be known that Yi Zhang had cultivated for at least 200 years, while Long Chen was only a genius who hadn't even reached 50 years of age. In fact, among the true experts of the imperial domain, Those who were less than 1,000 years old could be considered the younger generation. After all, at this level, 10 years would pass casually. In the imperial domain, no one had ever advanced as fast as Long Chen. All of this was thanks to the true martial emperor soul. Otherwise, Long Chen would have to stay at the first level of the divine martial arts realm for several years. The Cloudy Sky Evil Dragon Sword was Jiang Qing's strongest killing move. Even this couldn't kill Long Chen. He was already at his wit's end. However, Jiang Qing soon sensed that Long Chen's divine essence had been completely exhausted because of that move. He was currently in a state of deficit. Take this opportunity to kill him. Just as Jiang Qing was about to make a move, Long Chen's divine energy was strangely restored to its peak. Long Chen feared the power of the Void Dragon Talisman. This was a type of heaven-defying power. Time flowed backward. Less than 10 breaths had passed since he started using the 9-Dragon Scripture. The 9-Dragon Scripture consumed a lot of energy. Long Chen could only use it once. However, with time reversal, Long Chen wouldn't enter an extremely weak state after using it. Jiang Qing's eyes were filled with astonishment. If you still have a way to kill me, hurry up and use it. I don't have that much time to accompany you. Long Chen's mouth curved into a smile. This was what he was relying on. Although he couldn't defeat Jiang Qing, it would be difficult for Jiang Qing to defeat him. At this moment, Long Chen was like an undying cockroach. Although he still looked cold on the outside, Jiang Qing's heart was filled with raging anger. The feeling of being played made him almost lose control of himself. After living for so long, Jiang Qing's temperament and cultivation were already very different from before. You can't take away my things. Just tell me Wu Yu's location. Long Chen stared at him and said calmly, "Dream on." Jiang Qing's killing intent was still surging. He wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. He walked step by step towards Long Chen. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Long Chen once. He didn't believe that Long Chen would try a second or third time. Long Chen suddenly smiled. His smile made Jiang Qing's hair stand on end. "Do you still remember the name Feng Yangzi?" Long Chen suddenly asked. As Long Chen expected, Jiang Qing was puzzled at first. Then he looked at Long Chen in shock. His face was pale as he said, "How do you know him?" Long Chen pursed his lips and said, "I was originally not a sword martialist. My sword soul was passed down to me by him. Also, he entrusted me with something." Jiang Qing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. This person was too far away from his world. It was a long time ago. At that time, he was not the vice palace master of the Evil Dragon Palace. He had a junior brother and a junior sister. The junior brother's name was Feng Yangzi. He was a person who was more popular than Jiang Qing in both appearance and personality. He was also more doted on by their master than Jiang Qing. What Jiang Qing could not bear the most was that the junior sister he had liked since he was young had also fallen in love with this person. Hence, one day, Jiang Qing killed them during a mission. At that time, the nervous Jiang Qing didn't confirm whether they were really killed or not. He fled without a trace. Now, he learned from Long Chen that they weren't completely dead. A person who had disappeared for countless years suddenly appeared. Jiang Qing suddenly felt a trace of fear and madness in his heart. At this time, Long Chen continued his words. "When they passed the sword soul to me, they told me that I must help them go to the true martial emperor palace and kill a person called Jiang Qing. From the first time I saw you, I knew that person was you." Long Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the man who was struggling with his memories. There is actually such a coincidence in this world. In other words, you wanted to kill me from the beginning. Jiang Qing's eyes flashed with ferocity as he stared at Long Chen. "It's a coincidence, but you're wrong about one thing. After all, you're still my master. If you really treated me well, I might hesitate. Unfortunately, you're not a good master. So today, it's time for me to fulfill my promise." "What?" Long Chen's words made Jiang Qing laugh loudly. The truth had been revealed. However, Long Chen's words made him speechless. On what basis did Long Chen say that he would fulfill his promise now? "If you want to kill me, wait for your next life. It should be me who will kill you." Jiang Qing approached Long Chen step by step. That terrifying aura came from the peak of the supreme golden body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist it. Long Chen also felt that it was difficult to breathe. Jiang Qing's killing intent was even more determined. That killing intent made one's scalp go numb. Feng Yangzi's relationship with Jiang Qing was related to Jiang Qing's reputation in the true martial emperor palace. If this matter was spread out, the image and reputation he had painstakingly built over the years would collapse. Hence, Jiang Qing's killing intent was even more obvious now. If he really went crazy, he might really have the strength to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen already had something to rely on. Today's battle with Jiang Qing allowed Long Chen to obtain a lot of useful things. His comprehension of the martial Tao had reached a new level. There was no benefit in continuing the fight. Hence, at this time, Long Chen snapped his fingers and said, "You too, do you want to continue watching?" This sentence echoed in the dark space. Jiang Qing was stunned. "You too." What did Long Chen mean by this sentence? Looking at Long Chen's unexpected calmness, Jiang Qing suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He suddenly recalled that Long Chen's performance today was too bold and too calm. This simply exceeded the normal situation. He must have something to rely on to be so calm until now. Jiang Qing's spiritual consciousness immediately spread out in all directions, but he didn't find anything. But at this time, two figures appeared behind Long Chen. These two figures stood leisurely on the left and right, but they gave Jiang Qing the feeling that they were mountains that couldn't be climbed, shaking people's souls. In fact, in the River Heart Pavilion, after Long Chen received that arm, he already knew that the two he had been waiting for a long time had arrived. They weren't in a hurry to appear, but they were secretly watching Long Chen. They didn't conceal their whereabouts, so Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes discovered them. This was also the reason why Long Chen dared to walk into Jiang Qing's trap alone, and was able to show such calmness in the battle with Jiang Qing. When Jiang Qing saw the appearance of the two figures, he was dumbfounded, as though he had been struck by lightning. The man on the left was thin and tall, with a head full of messy black hair that cascaded down. The smell of alcohol assailed Jiang Qing's nostrils. He wore a loose blue robe and his eyes were extremely turbid. Even at this moment, he was still holding a wine pot in his hand. The man on the right was tall and burly like a giant bear. He was bare-chested, and his face was filled with a wild aura. His muscles were bulging and contained a power that made one's scalp go numb. His aggressive eyes were filled with endless battle intent. Just the aura in his eyes alone could completely defeat a person. These two people were very famous in the 3,000 Great Halls. They were the drunkard, Han Yunxing, and the martial maniac, Nan Gonglai. These two people were like two door gods, standing behind Long Chen, as though they were guarding Long Chen. Jiang Qing suddenly recalled that Long Chen had been introduced to the true martial emperor palace by Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai. There was actually a relationship between them. From their positions, could it be that they were subordinates? Jiang Qing's mind went blank. The 6th level of the divine martial realm, barely able to fight with me. Next to Long Chen, Nan Gonglai grinded his teeth and smiled cruelly. The muscles all over his body made crackling sounds. He raised his fist, which was as big as a clay pot, as if he could shatter the world. Seniors. Jiang Qing, who was in front of them, was dumbfounded. She hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Nan Gonglai in fear, because Nan Gonglai's body was bursting with battle intent. Among the 3,000 Great Halls, only a few people could withstand Nan Gonglai's battle intent. Chapter 1131. Before Long Chen could say anything, Nan Gonglai disappeared from his side. In the next instant, Long Chen could only see a blurry figure moving in front of him and Jiang Qing's heart-wrenching screams. After 15 minutes, it finally stopped. Long Chen took a look. Apart from Jiang Qing's head, Nan Gonglai had beaten him flat. Blood flowed everywhere. Jiang Qing's face was filled with fear. His face was extremely pale. His flat body made people want to vomit. Nan Gonglai laughed loudly and lifted Jiang Qing up to Long Chen. He said, "Young master, I've subdued this guy. Now, I'm at your disposal." Long Chen didn't care about the young lord's matter for the time being. Since they were here, he wanted to deal with Jiang Qing, the outsider. At this time, Long Chen was already standing in front of Jiang Qing. The two looked at each other. Seeing Long Chen's calm appearance, Jiang Qing's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. He smiled bitterly and said, "I thought you would be the turning point of my life, but I didn't expect you to be my final destination. Even they call you young master, so it's obvious that you're not an existence I can touch. To be able to die in your hands, my life isn't too bad. He had already accepted his fate. Where is Wu Yu? Long Chen knew that people who were about to die would not hide this. 300 miles west of the evil dragon palace. I hid her in that mountain. Jiang Qing paused for a moment and looked at Long Chen with a fiery gaze. He was a man who had lived long enough. There was nothing to be attached to, nor was there anything to beg for mercy. Death was death. To Jiang Qing, death was death. Give me a quick death. If I'm lucky enough to meet Feng Yangzi, I will apologize to him, Jiang Qing said in a deep voice. This is the price. Jiang Qing was not pitiful. Strength and status would always determine life and death. If Long Chen lost, it would be even more impossible for Jiang Qing to forgive him. After Nangong Lai let go, Long Chen's scarlet blood heavenly desolation turned into a sharp blade. The god-murdering sword formation unfolded and stabbed Jiang Qing's body and head over 1,000 times. Only then did he manage to kill this supreme golden body martialist. If not for the two of them, it would have been impossible for Long Chen to kill his opponent. The peak of the supreme golden body still had its head. Even if there was only half of it left, it might still be able to recover. A worry in his heart was finally resolved. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Qing's death was within his expectations. He had promised others something, especially since Jiang Qing was hostile towards him. One day, Long Chen would kill him. The appearance of Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing had only brought it forward. After getting close to Jiang Qing, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He put away the scarlet blood heaven desolation and turned to look at the two men behind him. Long Chen was already very familiar with Han Yunxing. As for Nangong Lai, Long Chen had not talked to him formally. However, in the sacred martial palace, Long Chen had fought with this guy. As a martial arts fanatic, Nangong Lai was naturally very strong. At this moment, Long Chen's gaze was locked with Nangong Lai's. If Han Yunxing was a mysterious star, then Nangong Lai was a ferocious sun, a wild beast that would not be easily subdued. Hence, when he looked at him, Long Chen's sharp gaze did not retreat a single step. Only by clashing with the strong would he gain Nangong Lai's respect and submission. Long Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness when killing Jiang Qing had already left a strong impression on Nangong Lai. Not bad. You are qualified to be the son of my benefactor. You are also qualified for me to call you young master. Nangong Lai laughed heartily and stepped forward. With a few rumbles, he patted Long Chen's shoulder. There was a terrifying force coming from his body. Long Chen took a deep breath and looked at the smiling Han Yunxing. Then he said to Nangong Lai, "It is my honor that you two uncles can help Long Chen. Your friendship with my father is my father's business. I hope you don't treat me as some young master. We can be friends or brothers. However, due to seniority, I still have to call you two uncles." Long Chen's words had an unchangeable firmness. It's fine as long as you understand our intentions. I'm not used to calling you young master. We are older, so it shouldn't be too much to call you little Chen. Nangong Lai chuckled. Long Chen nodded with a smile and said, "Of course. All right." Nangong Lai was very happy. He sized up Long Chen for a while and said, "Old Han, you are familiar with this guy. However, this isn't the first time we have met. We even fought once. I admire you very much. Only our benefactor could cultivate such a son at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. I admire you very much." Nangong Lai was too enthusiastic. Long Chen was a little embarrassed by his praise. "Uncle Nangong." Long Chen nodded his head. He respected these two elders from the bottom of his heart. Their brotherly affection and gratefulness were all things that Long Chen admired. "Good, very good. Old Han, I really like this little guy more and more. Since our benefactor has handed him over to us, I won't be satisfied if we don't train him to become the most outstanding disciple of our true martial emperor palace." Nangong Lai laughed. "Don't mess around. Little Chen only has his own cultivation path. Don't train him into a battle maniac like you." Han Yunxing looked at him with disdain. "Of course. He will only become a real talent if he becomes a talent himself. However, with our protection in the true martial emperor palace, at least before entering the martial god palace, he will be able to do whatever he wants," Nangong Lai said confidently. Compared to Han Yunxing, Nangong Lai spoke straightforwardly without thinking. However, Han Yunxing was a careful and sincere elder. Generally speaking, Long Chen liked both of their personalities. After chatting with Nan Gonglai for a while, Long Chen quickly became familiar with him. With Nan Gonglai's help, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against in the future. Nan Gonglai would definitely be willing to let Long Chen use the true martial emperor soul on him. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Our benefactor has long disappeared. I didn't expect that his son would appear. Nan Gonglai felt a little sad. Xiao Chen had not expected Nan Gonglai to feel this way. It was clear that Long Qinglan had helped them a lot back then. As for what this help was, it was not convenient for Long Chen to ask. After chatting for a while, Han Yunxing recalled his purpose for coming. He said, I have another mission this time, which is to announce the Evil Dragon Palace's ranking. I also brought a reward. The Evil Dragon Palace's results this time are pretty good. According to the rankings, they are ranked 888th out of the 3,000 palaces. That's a few hundred ranks higher than last time. Nan Gonglai sneered and said, no matter how much they improve, the rankings are still pulled up by Little Chen. If it was as you said, without Little Chen in the Moon Demon Cave, they would have been completely annihilated. This Evil Dragon Palace is just a useless palace. Little Chen, how about this? I'll move you to one of the top 3 palaces. The competition there is greater, and it will be beneficial for your improvement. With your ability, you might be able to enter the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon ranking in a year's time and enter the Martial God Palace. If not, then 10 years from now you will have the greatest chance. Otherwise, you will have the greatest chance 10 years later. More than 10,000 peak disciples would participate in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Only the top 3 cultivators would qualify to enter the Martial God Palace. This showed how cruel the Martial God Palace's test was. There were more than 100 million disciples in the 3,000 palaces. Only 10,000 were qualified to participate. As the strongest disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace, Long Chen was naturally qualified. However, there would only be 3 spots in 10 years. Currently, there was no competition for Long Chen in the Evil Dragon Palace. This was not good for his growth. Only when he went to a palace like Emperor Dong's palace, where there were warriors who were close to the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm as the palace master, was Long Chen's disciple who should be trained. Before coming, Nan Gonglai and Han Yunxing had already discussed this for Long Chen. However, Long Chen clenched his teeth and told them his thoughts. Actually, I have another plan. Of course, the two respected Long Chen's opinion. So they asked, what is your plan? Long Chen told them about his sister, Yang Lingqing. Since she was brought to the lunar demon realm 7 years ago, I have never seen her again. I came here step by step from the 10,000 lands. I have a big purpose, which is to find her. Last time, in the Moon Demon Cave, I met someone from the lunar demon realm and asked him about my sister. However, I did not expect him to say this. He said that my sister is a tumor of the lunar demon realm. So, I want to go there to take a look and confirm it. Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai looked at each other and said, if it is your sister, then you must go and see what is going on. It has not been easy for you to come here. Moreover, you have not seen her for 7 years. It is only right that you want to go to the lunar demon realm. In that case, let's go to the lunar demon realm first. Nan Gonglai nodded. Han Yunxing continued, however, the lunar demon realm is not the true martial emperor palace. The power of the imperial palace does not extend to that place. There are many unknowns. Moreover, I heard that the lunar demon realm is quite chaotic recently. If you, a martial artist from the imperial palace, go there, it is very likely that something will happen. We have to go with you to be at ease. Of course, Long Chen did not reject it. In fact, he was more than willing to go with them. He knew how powerful he was. Yang Lingqing and the others obviously had a very high position in the lunar demon realm. If something really happened, it was basically impossible for Long Chen to turn the tide with his own strength. If Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai were willing to follow him, it would be the best. Thank you both, Long Chen said gratefully. Chapter 1132. Since that's the case, there's no rush to join the main palace. Let's go to the lunar demon world first. Family is a gift from the heavens. Nothing can go wrong. Han Yunxing said. Long Chen had the same thought. Ever since she met Li Tianji, she had been very worried about Ling Qing. Now that she had dealt with Jiang Qing, she could set off to see what happened to young Ling Qing. With these two protectors protecting him, Long Chen had nothing to worry about. Even if he went to the lunar demon world, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. The feeling of being protected by someone was so awesome. If people knew that the wine addict and the martial addict were willing to protect Long Chen, no one in the 3,000 palaces would dare to touch Long Chen. As for Feng Jilin, he would not have the chance to meet her for the time being. However, when Long Chen returned from the Shadow Realm, he would probably meet her again. There were many grievances between them, and he could only use the sword in his hand to settle them. There's no time to lose. After I announce the Evil Dragon Palace's results tomorrow, we'll go to the Lunar Demon World. Han Yunxing decided. Between the two of them, Han Yunxing spoke less, but he had more decision-making power. Long Chen nodded. Jiang Qing was gone, so Long Chen obviously wouldn't let others know that he killed Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing had captured Wu Yu, so he wouldn't let Wu Yu know that he was the one who did it. Long Chen decided to go to the place Jiang Qing said and save Wu Yu. This was something he had to do without Han Yunxing's help. Only they could quietly return Wu Yu to her place without attracting attention. After they finished, the sky gradually brightened. Wu Yu, who was kidnapped, suddenly woke up. Everyone quickly gathered around and asked what had happened. However, Wu Yu couldn't answer them. At this moment, after knowing that Wu Yu was safe, the Evil Dragon Palace leader finally heaved a sigh of relief. He gathered everyone to the Cloud Ascension platform and waited for Han Yunxing to arrive to announce the Evil Dragon Palace's ranking. Although Feng Jilin's suppression caused everyone to lose much of their enthusiasm, they were still very happy to see the Evil Dragon Palace's huge improvement. Long Chen was also in the crowd, waiting for Han Yunxing's arrival. Long Chen, where's Jiang Qing? Evil Dragon Palace leader looked around for a while and asked curiously. Revered master, I don't know. Why don't I go look for him? Long Chen feigned ignorance. There's no need. Senior Han is about to arrive. You are the one who has contributed the most this time, so you can't leave first. Shen Tuhong said. As for Jiang Qing, he didn't care too much about her. Jiang Qing was putting on airs now, so it was normal for her not to come. Even the #1 disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace had become Jiang Qing's disciple. Therefore, Jiang Qing's reputation in the Evil Dragon Palace had skyrocketed. On the other hand, Shen Tuhong's reputation had dropped because of Feng Ruoyan. If Jiang Qing could raise his strength to the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the Evil Dragon Palace would probably have a change of regime. Today was the day to announce the Evil Dragon Palace's ranking. Basically, all 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace were present. For the Evil Dragon Palace, this was a grand occasion. Only when the Evil Dragon Palace grew stronger could they obtain more things and become stronger. Soon, Han Yunxing appeared in front of everyone. Welcome, Martial God Palace's envoy. Everyone knelt on the ground. This was the most important etiquette in the true Martial Emperor Palace. In the true Martial Emperor Palace, the Martial God Palace held an incomparably high position. It was the most sacred place. Basically, everyone in the 3,000 halls wished to be able to enter the Martial God Palace one day. The Martial God Palace was the true core of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Han Yunxing didn't waste any time and directly announced, "The Evil Dragon Palace's performance in this trial is outstanding. The number of names you have obtained is 888. Compared to the previous time, you have increased by more than 400 ranks. This is a great improvement. Therefore, your reward is 300,000 divine crystals, 3,000 rank 1 battle skills, 300 rank 2 battle skills, 100 rank 3 battle skills, 50 rank 4 divine skills, 10 rank 5 divine skills, 3 rank 6 divine skills, 1 rank 7 divine skill, countless medicinal pills and a martial Dao jade disc." After he finished speaking, he threw a storage ring to the Evil Dragon Palace leader. The Evil Dragon Palace leader was shocked. The rewards this time were more than he had imagined. There was actually a rank 7 divine skill and a martial Dao jade disc. This martial Dao jade disc was a huge crystal-like jade disc. When sunlight shone on it, there would be figures demonstrating various martial Daos. Disciples could comprehend this martial Dao jade disc and raise their cultivation. This was something that Shen Tuhong dreamed of. Many thanks to the Martial God Palace. Everyone knelt on the ground. The Evil Dragon Palace had 30,000 disciples. With so many rewards, As long as they worked hard, everyone would be able to get a share. This was a great thing. Everything was already hidden in that storage ring. Everyone knelt, and a vast voice spread throughout the True Dragon Mountain range. Some of them raised their heads and discovered that Han Yunxing had already disappeared. He's really too strong. I can't even sense him in my spiritual sense. Shen Tuhong was secretly startled. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. In the past, the rewards were especially given to outstanding disciples. Why wasn't there one this time? Long Chen's performance was so heaven-defying. He should be able to obtain quite a few unique rewards. Thinking of this, Shen Tuhong looked at Long Chen's position. What made him dumbfounded was that Long Chen had actually disappeared. At this moment, everyone discovered that Han Yunxing had disappeared. They all stood up. Basically, everyone was very excited. With such a huge reward, especially the Martial Dao Jade disc that everyone could view, it meant that everyone would be able to obtain a reward. There was hope for their strength to increase. If they could catch the attention of an elder and become a true inheritor, that would be even better. On the cloud ascending platform, Shen Tuhong searched for a while, but he still could not find Long Chen. There was another person in the crowd who was looking for Long Chen. That was Wu Yu. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking around the crowd. Her eyes flickered with tears, looking extremely alluring. "Brother, have you seen Long Chen? He was just here earlier," Wu Yu asked softly. Wu Yang searched for a while, then said, "He probably left." "Oh right, there doesn't seem to be a reward for him." The two of them looked at each other, feeling the doubt in each other's eyes. Shen Tuhong was also very puzzled. No matter how strong Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to escape from the range of his divine sense. Such a mysterious matter had exceeded his expectations. "What the hell?" Shen Tuhong said, somewhat speechless. Jiang Qing and Long Chen had both disappeared. "Everyone, disperse. I will distribute these rewards according to your performance. The Martial Dao Jade disc will be placed at the peak of Mount Dongluan. I will open up a flat area at the peak for everyone to view the Martial Dao Jade disc." Hearing this, everyone cheered. The cheers resounded throughout the True Dragon Mountain range. The Martial Dao Jade disc was enough to increase the strength of many people, raising the overall standard of the Evil Dragon Palace. The people from the Sacred Martial Palace wanted to enter the True Martial Imperial Palace, but the elimination rules of the 3,000 halls of the True Martial Imperial Palace were even more terrifying. Those who could summon the wind and summon the rain were the true geniuses, the peerless figures. Ordinary people had to climb up step by step from the lowest level. Whoever could endure it would become the overlord. Shen Tuhong had climbed up step by step from the lowest level of an ordinary disciple to the current palace master level. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a white light flickered in the sky and instantly appeared in front of everyone. It was a beautiful young girl. She was high and mighty, and her face was filled with arrogance. At this moment, she was looking down with incomparable anger and agitation. Her cold voice shook the entire True Martial Mountain range. "Is there a person called Long Chen here?" Unintentionally, Feng Jilin heard that the strongest expert of the Evil Dragon Palace, Yi Zhang, was defeated by a cultivator called Long Chen. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. Right now, Long Chen had already walked out of the Imperial Star with a wine addict and martial addict, heading for the Northern Royal region. When Feng Jilin arrived, Long Chen stepped onto the teleportation formation to the Northern Royal region. The surging energy teleported him to the Northern Royal region, the world of ice and snow. After another teleportation formation, Long Chen arrived near the Moon Demon Cave a few days later. If he continued north of the Moon Demon Cave, he would reach the famous Shattered Star Sea. Long Chen, Han Yunxing, and Nangong Lai flew towards the Shattered Star Sea. "Say something. You haven't seen the Shattered Star Sea, right?" Han Yunxing turned his head and asked. "Yes." Long Chen nodded. He had only heard of the Shattered Star Sea. Han Yunxing smiled faintly and said, "The Shattered Star Sea is indeed a magical world. However, the most magical thing is the source of the moving shattered stars. Do you know the map of the 3 imperial regions?" "I don't know." Long Chen shook his head again. The 3 imperial regions are separated by the Shattered Star Sea. Although the Shattered Star Sea is called a sea, it is actually a void. In other words, the lands of the 3 imperial regions are not connected. The void is filled with turbulent stars of various sizes. Some star fields are peaceful, but there are also turbulent star fields. Just like a river, Some places are quiet, while others are turbulent. Basically, the entrances to the 9 realms are in the Shattered Star Sea between the 3 imperial regions, and some are in the Shattered Star Sea outside the imperial regions. Do you know where the stars in the Shattered Star Sea come from? Han Yunxing seemed to be very interested in stars. Long Chen continued to shake his head. There is a Milky Way in the sky that connects to the Shattered Star Sea. The Milky Way pours down and pours into the Shattered Star Sea. The stars in the Shattered Star Sea flow like a river, so the stars in the Shattered Star Sea come from the sky. As he spoke, Han Yunxing pointed at the dazzling starry sky. Long Chen was a little stunned. The stars in the Shattered Star Sea, which was separated by the 3 imperial regions, actually came from the sky. It was the stars in the sky that had fallen. The 3 imperial regions floated in the void. What a magical land! But no matter what, Long Chen was still close to the so-called Shattered Star Sea. He suddenly looked forward to it. This world was incomparably huge. Where was the end? From the 22nd to the 28th of every month, there would be a week of explosive updates. Every 1,000 VIPs would upload a new page. Just now, the number of VIPs who uploaded a new page had reached 1,300, so there would be another 700. There were still a few days left. Everyone is welcome to participate. Chapter 1133. There are a total of 8 entrances to the Supreme Shadow Demon World, corresponding to the 8 demon domains. I vaguely remember that one of the entrances is not far from the Moon Demon Cave. Han Yunxing said as they approached the Shattered Star Sea. This could be said to be the northernmost place of the 3 Emperor domains. There was snow and ice everywhere. They were about to reach the edge of the continent, but what they encountered wasn't an ocean, but a starry sky. After advancing for a while, a vast starry sky appeared in front of Long Chen. This was the Shattered Star Domain. Long Chen stood rooted to the spot. In front of him was a pitch-black starry sky. Countless stars of various sizes were twinkling, emitting a beautiful blue radiance. From the perspective of the starry sky, the dragon sacrificial continent was like a huge piece of land floating in the starry sky. This huge snowfield was the edge of the land. Long Chen hadn't thought that the dragon sacrificial continent existed in such a form. No wonder Han Yunxing said that the Shattered Star Domain was connected to the Milky Way in the sky. The Milky Way poured down and brought the stars into the void around the dragon sacrificial continent. The vast stars were floating in the sky. The entire dragon sacrificial continent is actually surrounded by the Shattered Star Sea. The Shattered Star Sea that separates the 3 Emperor domains is actually like a huge river in the middle of the continent. If we want to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor domain or the Desolate Emperor domain, we have to cross the Shattered Star Sea. The Shattered Star Sea in front of us is endless. One of the 9 realms, the Supreme Shadow Demon Domain, is in this Shattered Star Sea. Nangong Lai said excitedly. There would be no lack of battles in the Supreme Shadow Demon Domain. Every battle was what a martial arts fanatic like him yearned for. Of course, the most important thing for Long Chen was to figure out what exactly happened to Yongling Qing. Let's move forward. Nangong Lai smiled and was the first to step into the Shattered Star Sea. Han Yunxing and Long Chen looked at each other and also entered. Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing protected Long Chen in the middle, making it easier to protect him. As soon as he entered the Shattered Star Sea, Long Chen felt a very mysterious feeling. As he advanced, the dragon sacrificial continent behind him got further and further away. This huge continent gave Long Chen a rather shocking feeling. He finally realized what kind of place he usually stayed in. In the Shattered Star Sea, everything was empty. Even the Emperor's spiritual chi was getting thinner and thinner. No one knows what lies beyond the Shattered Star Sea beyond the dragon sacrificial continent. Because the further away from the dragon sacrificial continent, the thinner the Emperor's spiritual energy is. Throughout history, many people have brought enough divine crystals to explore, but basically, no one has ever come back alive. Even if they come back alive, they just didn't go far. Therefore, many people have fantasies about what the world beyond the Shattered Star Sea is like. For example, I'm also very interested. Nangong Lai wasn't just a man with muscles. His brain was also filled with a lot of things. The outside world. Long Chen looked at the vast starry sky. At the same time, he also had a desire to explore. If the entire incomparably huge dragon sacrificial continent was completely surrounded by the Shattered Star Sea, Then what was outside the Shattered Star Sea? The entrance to the Supreme Demon World and the other 8 Xueqi worlds are actually inside the Dragon Sacrificial Continent or near the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. It's definitely not too far away. We don't dare to go any further. Nangong Lai smiled bitterly. One day in the future, when we have nothing to worry about, we'll go to the world outside the Shattered Star Sea to take a look. Han Yunxing suddenly interjected. Very good. Nangong Lai smiled warmly. Following the direction in Han Yunxing's memory, the 3 of them shuttled through the vast starry sky. Those big and small stars in the distance would shoot past them from time to time. The smallest of those stars were only shattered stars, while the smallest was almost the size of a person. The biggest one Long Chen saw was over 100 miles wide. If one were to be hit by such a shattered star, it would definitely not feel good. After all, such shattered stars also possessed great power. The further they advanced, the smaller the Dragon Sacrificial Continent became, and the more Long Chen could see the whole picture. When he turned around, he saw that the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was shrouded in a layer of golden clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, the shape of a dragon could be vaguely seen, proving who was the ruler of this continent in ancient times. Divine Dragon. With our current speed, it'll probably take us a day to reach our destination. Of course, this is under the condition that we don't encounter any accidents, Han Yunxing said. What do you mean by accidents? Long Chen asked modestly. There are still many dangers in the Shattered Star domain. First, there's the ever-present astral energy that can't be seen by the naked eye. However, if you stay here for a long time, you won't be able to survive without a strong body. In addition, there are many warriors in the Shattered Star domain who specialize in killing and robbing. Because of the huge profits, it's very popular. These are the so-called Star Bandits. There are many of them in the Shattered Star domain, and some have even formed gangs with very powerful forces. Our Imperial Palace's trial battles sometimes target these Star Bandits. There are weak and strong Star Bandits, and if you're unlucky, you might encounter those super experts. Han Yunxing didn't say anything, so Nangong Lai, who was beside him, chuckled and continued Long Chen's words. At this moment, Han Yunxing said, "These 2 things don't affect us much, but there's a danger that's very troublesome. It's called the Shattered Star Turbulence. This Shattered Star Turbulence is made up of countless violent stars that collide with each other in the Shattered Star domain at a terrifying speed. It's like a cosmic beast. Even if it's us, if we're swept into the Shattered Star Turbulence, if we're lucky, we'll be transferred to another location. If we're unlucky, we might be seriously injured." Long Chen took a deep breath. The so-called Shattered Star Turbulence could even seriously injure experts like Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. It was naturally very terrifying. If Long Chen encountered it, it would be very troublesome for him. Of course, the probability of the Shattered Star Turbulence appearing is very low. Otherwise, no one would dare to walk in the Shattered Star domain, Nangong Lai said with a smile. Hearing this, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best if he could reach the Supreme Shadow Demon World safely and understand the situation there. Along the way, they talked about some unimportant things, mainly about Yang Lingqing. When it came to Li Xuanji, Han Yunxing suddenly frowned and said, "I've heard a little about this. I'd like to hear more about it." Long Chen didn't know anything about the Supreme Shadow Demon World. "I'd like to introduce the Supreme Shadow Demon World to you. The Supreme Shadow Demon World's strength is considered average among the 9 realms. It can't be compared to the Zhenwu Imperial Domain and the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. However, it's still very powerful. There are many experts who have surpassed the Divine Martial Realm." Nangong Lai continued, "Yes, the power structure of the Supreme Shadow Demon World is different from that of the Zhenwu Imperial Domain. It doesn't have a unified power like the Imperial Palace. The highest existence in the Supreme Shadow Demon World is the Boundary Lord. He is mysterious and high above, dominating everything. No one knows where the Boundary Lord is, and basically, only a few people know who the Boundary Lord is. Only when something really big or important happens, the Boundary Lord will appear. I still don't know who the Boundary Lord is." The Supreme Shadow Demon World is divided into 8 demon realms. The 8 demon realms are ruled by 8 rulers. The ruler of each demon realm is known as the Realm Emperor. Each Realm Emperor is very powerful and can be considered the strongest expert below the Realm Lord. In each demon realm, there are 1, a few, or a dozen important forces, or those families that have existed since ancient times, or peak sections. Basically, The forces that are ranked have the existence of a realm king. A realm king is the expert below the realm emperor. There are more than 50 realm kings in the supreme shadow demon world, and even as many as 70 realm kings. However, realm kings, realm emperors, and realm lords are all existences that have surpassed the divine martial realm. They are much stronger than us. Han Yunqing's eyes were filled with awe. There are nearly 100 experts that have surpassed the divine martial realm. Long Chen was a little speechless. The supreme shadow demon world was only one of the 12 major forces in the dragon sacrificial continent, and they already had nearly 100 experts that had surpassed the divine martial realm and reached the legendary retribution realm. Among the 12 major forces, there were still many experts that surpassed the supreme shadow demon world. This meant that the number of experts that surpassed the divine martial realm in the entire dragon sacrificial continent must have exceeded more than 2,000 people. The number of experts that the 3 imperial palaces possessed was definitely beyond Long Chen's imagination. After all, in terms of strength, the combined strength of the 9 realms was probably about the same as the 3 domains. Recently, I heard that something major happened in the supreme shadow demon world. While Long Chen was silent and shocked, Nan Gonglai suddenly said, "What's the matter?" Long Chen asked. Among the 8 great demon domains of the supreme shadow demon world, one of the demon domain's world monarch died because he failed to cross the nirvana tribulation. He should be the profound Een demon domain's world monarch. It's very common for experts that have surpassed the divine martial realm to die while crossing the tribulation. However, after the world monarch died, the inheritance of the world monarch became vacant. Only those who meet the conditions set by the realm lord can compete for the inheritance and become the new world monarch. This world monarch represents a kind of identity. As for strength, as long as one obtains the world monarch's deity seat, under the realm lord's nurturing, one will eventually become the new world monarch in the future. Nan Gonglai explained. Long Chen roughly understood that this was the competition rule of the supreme shadow demon world. After the world monarch failed to cross the tribulation, because the world monarch's deity seat was a heaven-defying thing that countless people yearned for, it would definitely cause a huge commotion because of the competition. Long Chen had 2 questions in his heart, and he asked them one by one. Chapter 1134. I know this. Han Yunqing, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, "The new deity position of the world emperor is prepared for the young. The conditions are very harsh. First of all, this is the death of the profound Een demon realm's world emperor. The first condition is that the competitor must be from the profound Een demon realm. The clans of the other demon realms are not allowed to compete. Otherwise, if they are discovered, they will be severely punished by the realm lord. Everything is under the control of the realm lord. This is enough to deter many people. It is even more impossible for the people of the other Chenkuan world and the 3 emperor domains to get a share of the world emperor's inheritance." After pausing for a while, Han Yunqing continued, "The second condition is that the age of the participant must not exceed 1,000 years old. After 1,000 years old, one's potential is basically exhausted. The younger the better. The new world emperor must be a young warrior who can become a super expert under the realm lord's nurturing. This limits a large number of people. The third condition is even more important. The cultivation of the competitor must be above the 8th level of the divine martial realm." Nan Gonglai smiled and said, "In our martial god palace, there are not more than 200 such warriors. In this profound Een demon realm, I guess only the top disciples of the clans or sects with the realm king meet these conditions. There are less than 10 of them in total. However, I estimate that those who really have a chance of getting the world emperor's inheritance must be at least in the 9th level of the divine martial realm. There are still some who have just entered the 9th level of the divine martial realm in the profound Een demon realm. As for perfected warriors like me or Old Han, I don't know if there are any in the entire profound Een demon realm. They must be people of the profound Een demon realm, have a cultivation above the 8th level of the divine martial realm, and not more than 1,000 years old. Of these 3 conditions, the only one that Long Chen was satisfied with was not more than 1,000 years old. Of course, he was not interested in the deity position of the world emperor. Han Yunqing suddenly seemed to have something to say, but Long Chen interrupted him and asked another question. He said, "What is the calamity realm after the god martial arts realm?" He had too many questions about martial arts, and these 2 seniors could answer them for him. Nan Gonglai said, 4 basic realms, 3 martial realms, and 2 calamity realms. The Calamity Realm is divided into the Nirvana Tribulation Realm and the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. The so-called Reincarnation Tribulation Realm is just a legend. Since ancient times, no one has been able to reach this level, or maybe it doesn't even exist. As for the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, Old Han and I are already very close. How should I put it? We are still afraid of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, because once we step into the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, we has embarked on a path of no. Yes. Long Chen was a little confused, and his face was full of doubt. Nangong Lai continued to explain. There are a total of 9 levels in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Among them we have to go through a total of 9 levels, and the Nirvana Tribulation Realm is more and more terrifying. Only then can we be reborn 9 times and complete the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. The reason why the Calamity Realm is called a tribulation is because of its terror. If you are still weak before the Divine Martial Realm, then you can be as strong as you want, but it's different when you reach the Calamity Realm. At that time you might have an illusion that our existence and strength have already touched the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth will send down the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Only warriors who can survive the repeated tribulations can finally survive. At the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, maybe you don't know that we don't cultivate for the sake of being strong, but to cultivate for the sake of living. Nangong Lai said a lot, but Long Chen didn't really understand. For him, it was really hard to understand. Even with his intelligence, he still couldn't understand it. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other. Looking at Long Chen's confused look, it was within their expectations. So Han Yunxing said, "Actually, we didn't want to tell you these things so soon. It's useless for your cultivation, and it might even have a negative impact. But now that we've talked about it, we have to make it clear." Speaking of this, Han Yunxing pointed at the whole world and said, "First of all, how do you think about the world you live in? We are all between heaven and earth. If there is an invisible ruler in this world, then how do you define this ruler?" Long Chen was very smart. From what Han Yunxing had said just now, he roughly deduced some things. So he said, that is to say, before the Divine Martial Realm, we have to integrate our own way into the way of heaven and strengthen ourselves with the help of heaven and earth. At this time, heaven and earth are good for us, but when we become really strong and gradually become a threat to heaven and earth, we will be punished and tested by heaven and earth. Clap, clap. Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing applauded. Nangong Lai said, "You are right. The true path of cultivation is to go against the heavens. At the 7th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm, we can comprehend the will of heaven and earth and become one with heaven and earth. However, when we reach the Retribution Realm, what we need to fight the most is not our enemies, but the heaven and earth. We need to fight against the will of heaven and earth. At this time, the heaven and earth might be aware of how strong the warriors are, so it sends down the most terrifying punishment, which is the Nirvana Tribulation. The real purpose of the Nirvana Tribulation is to kill the warriors completely, and every stage of the Nirvana Tribulation is much more terrifying than the previous one. Once you fail to pass the Nirvana Tribulation, the power of Nirvana in the Nirvana Tribulation will allow you to be reborn. This is a complete Nirvana rebirth. Your strength will greatly increase, and you will gradually possess the superpower to split the sky and earth, move the mountains and fill the seas. Of course, even though the Nirvana Tribulation is terrifying, there are still countless people working hard to reach the Retribution Realm. The peak lifespan of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm is 10,000 years. After 10,000 years they will definitely disappear. Reaching the Retribution Realm is the only hope for survival. However, although the Retribution Realm is a path to survival, it is also a terrifying path. It can be said that cultivation is a path of no return until you reach the Retribution Realm. However, even if you reach the Retribution Realm, you will still die. It depends on when you die. Nirvana Tribulation Realm. There have never been 9 Nirvana Tribulations, not to mention the other 9 Samsara Tribulations. Perhaps only after passing the Retribution Realm can you truly become a godlike existence, a god that controls the world. Han Yunxing's speech was very long. From this, Long Chen truly realized the terror of the world. He also realized that the world was heartless. Everyone was just a tiny creature in it and could not break the game of the world. When everyone became strong enough to fight against the world, what stood in front of him were 2 Retribution Realm experts, which were like a dead end. There were a total of 18 death tribulations. First 9 nirvanic rebirths, and then millions of samsara tribulations to finally become a god. So, what's the situation of the experts in the Imperial region now? Long Chen calmed down and digested his thoughts before speaking slowly. Nangong Lai said, although the nirvanic tribulation realm is terrifying, It cannot be denied that the Nirvanic Tribulation realm martial artists are powerful. Compared to the divine martial realm and those who have experienced rebirth, they are simply not on the same level. Therefore, if we encounter someone above the world king of the shadow demon world, there is nothing we can do. Han Yunxing said, the Nirvanic Tribulation realm is powerful, but they cannot live for long. There is an important point about the Nirvanic Tribulation realm that I haven't told you. That is, as long as you reach a certain level of strength, you will attract the Nirvanic Tribulation. For those super geniuses, after crossing the first Nirvanic Tribulation, it is possible for them to attract the second Nirvanic Tribulation within 100 years. However, most people do not have this ability. Basically, most martial artists will wait for the 1,000-year time limit before crossing the Nirvanic Tribulation. What's the 1,000-year time limit? Long Chen asked. Han Yunxing said, the so-called 1,000-year time limit is that after a Nirvanic Tribulation realm martial artist crosses the first Nirvanic Tribulation, they have 1,000 years. If they do not automatically attract the Nirvanic Tribulation within 1,000 years, then the second Nirvanic Tribulation will still descend after 1,000 years. If they do not have enough strength to deal with the Nirvanic Tribulation at that time, the result will naturally be death. Long Chen was even more shocked. In other words, after reaching the Nirvanic Tribulation realm, if one's talent was not heaven-defying and they did not complete their cultivation in advance, then there would be a Nirvanic Tribulation every 1,000 years. The stronger one was, the more one would be killed on the road of cultivation. Unless one could cross 18 Nirvanic Tribulations and become a god. But this was impossible. 4 billions of years. No one had succeeded. Long Chen realized that the will of the heavens and the earth was not just ordinarily ruthless. Although he was still far from the Nirvanic Tribulation realm, Long Chen could feel the tense atmosphere after reaching the Nirvanic Tribulation realm. There was only one path forward. If he slacked off even a little, he would die. Chapter 1135. After a pause, Han Yunxing continued to explain, there are other ways. The most common is to give up your body. However, giving up your body means giving up a lot of strength and the chance to be a human. In this world, there aren't many people who can use the god martial spirit to recover their body. You can use the 9 heavens immortal fruit to help the girl from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace recover her body, mainly because she has a top-notch secret technique. The 9 heavens immortal fruit has no grade, so it's not easy to find it. Nangong Lai said at this time, there is another way, and that is the soul integration Tao. However, the failure rate of this secret technique is too high, and it requires the consent of the host without any mental resistance. Of course, this is also the only chance for a Nirvana realm expert to survive. Therefore, they will still choose it at the moment of death. Soul integration Tao. Long Chen heard Kitten mention this before. It seemed that Feng Jilin's current situation was because she was integrated with a powerful god martial spirit, which was why she had such strength. Feng Jilin was still the main body now, and the improvement of her strength was also her own. However, in the future, the person who was in Feng Jilin's god martial spirit must be very strong, and might even be a Nirvana realm expert in the past. Otherwise, Feng Jilin wouldn't have such terrifying strength now. Long Chen's ancestral dragon blood essence didn't reflect on his cultivation speed, but more on his physique, perception, and vitality. However, his cultivation speed was also unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, no one could cultivate faster than Long Chen, especially an insignificant person like Feng Jilin who came from the Myriad Kingdom's domain. This time, she was like a sparrow that flew to the branches to become a phoenix, but it wasn't easy to be a phoenix. As she continued, the person in charge of her body probably wouldn't be herself anymore. The success rate of the Great Tao of Soul Fusion is only 1 in 20, even if the host agrees and the spirit does not resist. From this, it can be seen how crazy those super experts are for the sake of survival. After all, if one is unable to withstand the Nirvana Tribulation, even the God Martial soul will be shattered at the first moment. Nangong Lai sighed with emotion. They were now at the peak of the God Martial realm, and the Nirvana Tribulation was very close to them. They just needed to wait for the Nirvana Tribulation to come, and then they would become Nirvana Tribulation experts. It could be said that the Nirvana Tribulation was already upon them, and whether they could survive or not depended on their strength. The Nirvana Tribulation was not that easy to reach. At the same time, Long Chen also thought that Lingxi was facing the Nirvana Tribulation. During the conversation, about half a day had passed. Long Chen lowered his head and digested the shocking knowledge about nirvana tribulation. At this time, Han Yunqing seemed to think of something and suddenly said, "By the way, I just remembered something and forgot to tell you." Nan Gonglai said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep us guessing." Long Chen could only helplessly smile. The World King is a martial artist that has just crossed the nirvana tribulation. They can be considered to be at the first stage of the nirvana tribulation realm. As for the Li family and the three great sects, they each have a World King level martial artist. That Li Xuanji that you mentioned should be the only genius martial artist of the Li family with the 9-yin absolute meridian. Speaking of this Li Xuanji, the reason I know her is because she is special. The physique of the Li family in the extreme yin demon world is the legendary absolute meridian. This is a very strong physique. The more absolute meridian a martial artist of the Li family has, the greater their talent is. The more absolute meridian a martial artist of the Li family, the more talent they have. Nan Gonglai continued, "I know this. The Li family has the 3-yin absolute meridian, 5-yin absolute meridian, and 7-yin absolute meridian. Generally speaking, the 7-yin absolute meridian is already a talent that can steadily reach the 9th level of the divine martial realm. As for the 9-yin absolute meridian, it can be considered as the Li family's peak bloodline since ancient times. From the establishment of this family until now, I estimate that there are no more than 3 people with the 9-yin absolute meridian, and each of them is a stable nirvana tribulation realm martial artist." Long Chen once remembered that Li Xuanji had said that she had the 9-yin absolute meridian, and Yang Lingqing had the same level of the lunar demon body as her. In other words, Yang Lingqing's physique could absolutely reach the nirvana tribulation realm. This was something that Long Chen absolutely did not know when he was in Baiyang town. Even when he heard it today, he was still very shocked. No wonder Li Xuanji was so shocked when she saw Yang Lingqing. Such a physique was really buried in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Han Yunqing had not finished his words. At this moment he said, "That's right. The 9-yin absolute meridian. At least in terms of physique, her physique is much stronger than mine." However, not long after Li Xuanji was born, she disappeared. Rumor has it that the Yang family, the most powerful force in the Xianyin devilish realm, dealt with her in order to prevent Li Xuanji from growing stronger. I didn't expect that Li Xuanji would return to the Xianyin devilish realm nearly 1,000 years later, and her strength seems to have reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Although she has just entered the realm, she is still very powerful. She will become the pillar of the Li family in the future. When Long Chen and Han Yunqing were talking, they also talked about how he had rescued Li Xuanji from the Star Demon prison, and how Li Xuanji had accepted Yang Lingqing as her disciple. Therefore, Han Yunqing said, "So I guess that the reason why Li Xuanji disappeared was because she was brought to your hometown and then imprisoned in a strange copper coffin. Coincidentally, you rescued her by accident. This little girl is quite pitiful. She is about 1,000 years old, but 99% of her time was spent in a copper coffin, isolated from the world. She was imprisoned for such a long time at such a young age, and had no contact with the outside world. She has not seen the world as much as you have." "Is that so?" Long Chen recalled that when he first met Li Xuanji, she was still a young girl. He didn't expect that she had been imprisoned at a very young age, and only came out after Long Chen rescued her. Otherwise, she would still be in that strange copper coffin. In that case, after not coming into contact with others for such a long time, it was no wonder that she was still a fierce young girl. Of course, given her age, she could only be considered as one of the younger generation in the 3 emperor regions. That was all Han Yunqing knew. From these 2 guys, Long Chen obtained a lot of information about the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and also about the Xianyin Demon Territory. In the Xianyin Demon Territory, the Yang clan was the strongest, while the Li clan was about the same as the other 3 major sections. However, the Li clan and the Yang clan seemed to be enemies. Only the Yang clan had risen in power in the past 1,000 years and surpassed the Li clan in strength. Suddenly, Han Yunqing stopped in his tracks again. He looked at Long Chen with sparkling eyes. "Old Han, what's wrong?" Nan Gonglai also stopped and looked at Han Yunqing in confusion. Long Chen was also waiting. It seemed that Han Yunqing had made a new discovery. After frowning and thinking for a while, Han Yunqing said, "I remember you once said that your sister has the great Yin devil body." Long Chen nodded. Han Yunqing nodded and said, "There is something you don't know. The Yang and Li clans of the Xianyin Demon Territory have been fighting each other since ancient times. The Li clan has the most powerful bloodline, which is the 9-yin absolute meridian, and the Yang clan's bloodline is also divided into several types, which are the extreme yin devil body, the ultimate yin devil body, and the Shen yin devil body. The physique equivalent to the 9-yin absolute meridian is the great yin devil body. Li Xuanji brought Yang Lingqing back to the lunar demon realm. At the same time, your sister's surname is also Yang, and she even has the great yin devil body. Is there any connection? Or is your sister originally from the Yang clan in the lunar demon realm? What? Long Chen was stunned. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Our Yang clan has been in Baiyang town for thousands of years. In my grandfather's generation, we established one of the strongest clans in that town. How could such a small existence be from the Yang clan in the lunar demon realm?" This matter had given him a huge shock. But everyone knows that the great yin devil body is a physique unique to the Yang clan. Han Yunqing said decisively. Yes, that seems to be the case. Anyway, I have never heard of a physique like the great yin devil body appearing in other places. Nan Gonglai said. Han Yunqing said, "It seems that you don't understand either. This is just a guess. Didn't you say that your sister is a tumor? Then we can only understand this after entering the lunar demon realm." That's right. Instead of guessing here, why don't we go in and take a look? Nan Gonglai said with a smile. His expression was relaxed, but Long Chen was very serious. Putting all these clues together, it meant that Yang Lingqing was very likely to be from the Yang clan. However, the Yang clan was not an ordinary person like Little Xiao Bai or Yang Zhen. But from another point, it could be seen that Long Qinglan was looking for a woman who could give birth to a son like Long Chen. If the Yang clan was so simple, why did Long Qinglan find Yang Xueqi? Long Chen's mind was in a mess. If that was the case, perhaps the blood of the Yang clan in the lunar demon realm flowed in his body. Seeing that Long Chen was deep in thought, Han Yunqing and Nan Gonglai did not disturb him. But at this moment, their expressions suddenly changed and they exclaimed, "Oh no, we encountered the broken star's turbulence." Chapter 1136. They were at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. Their divine senses could cover 100,000 miles. Although the speed of the broken star's turbulence was terrifyingly fast, they could still feel it. At this time, Long Chen did not feel anything. In his eyes, the stars around him were moving slowly. Apart from the sudden pressure, there seemed to be no other feeling. Just as Han Yunqing finished speaking, there seemed to be a huge explosion in the endless void in front of him. With a loud bang, a huge flood rushed towards them. It was as if the whole sky had been split open. There were countless stars in it. Each star should be a part of the broken star's turbulence. Although it was far away, the sharp feeling made Long Chen's eyes very uncomfortable. "Don't look." Han Yunqing stood in front of Long Chen to protect him. Long Chen was extremely shocked. This was the most terrifying power of the world he had ever seen. Although Long Chen was tens of thousands of miles away from the broken star's turbulence, the surrounding space was already shaking. It felt as if it would collapse at any time. It was really frightening. Long Chen had just heard about the Nirvana tribulation. The Nirvana tribulation was the power of the world. Even the broken star's turbulence was so terrifying, not to mention the Nirvana tribulation. If Long Chen encountered this kind of broken star's turbulence, he did not even know if he could escape with the blood escape. If he was hit by the horrifying speed of the broken star's turbulence, even he would be smashed into pieces. "Come into my divine kingdom," Han Yunqing whispered in his ear. Long Chen understood. At this time, the shaking of the space seemed to be getting stronger. If he did not take any measures, he was afraid that it would be too late. A vortex appeared on Han Yunqing's body. Long Chen plunged into it. Nan Gonglai, who was next to him, also entered Han Yunqing's divine kingdom without saying anything. Compared to Nan Gonglai, Han Yunqing's speed was definitely faster. The world outside was shaking, and the divine kingdom seemed to be affected to a certain extent. The surrounding air was also shaking, but to a much smaller extent. At this time, Long Chen just came in. He glanced around and found that it was a very ordinary small courtyard. The only eye-catching thing was that there were a lot of wine stored here. These were all Han Yunqing's stock. They were not ordinary wine, they were brewed with the best materials and had the effect of strengthening one's physique, comprehension, and being reborn. Old Han's speed is faster than mine. Let him bear it outside. The power of the broken star's turbulence is quite terrifying. It can even cause cracks in the space. It is comparable to the power of a golden wheel of Nirvana realm warrior. If we wait for the surrounding space to shatter, Old Han will not be able to open the divine kingdom. Nangong Lai nagged at the side. The broken star's turbulence actually has the power to shatter space. Long Chen was a little speechless. It could be said that he had seen too much following these two. After a pause, Long Chen continued to ask, if there is a shattering space next to it, can't the divine kingdom be opened? Nangong Lai said, the void is unstable. If we open the holy kingdom, it may cause the holy kingdom to distort and collapse. It is very dangerous for our holy kingdom to collapse. Therefore, when two Nirvana Golden Wheel martial artists fight, they usually do not dare to open the holy kingdom at the critical moment. So that's how it is. Long Chen nodded. At this time, the mist in the divine kingdom condensed and gradually changed into the appearance of Han Yunqing. Standing in front of the two, Han Yunqing frowned and said, the broken star's turbulence outside has arrived. I am dodging and escaping at the same time. However, we have already deviated from the original direction. When we rush out of the broken star's turbulence, I can't guarantee whether we can find the entrance to the Shadow Devil realm. The real Han Yunqing was still outside. The Han Yunqing in front of them was not the real Han Yunqing. Just like how Long Chen could not enter the Great Void Realm, the Han Yunqing who chatted with Long Chen in the Moon Devil Cave was probably just a transformation of Han Yunqing in the Divine Kingdom. Long Chen suddenly had a doubt about the Divine Kingdom. He asked, if I have a Divine Kingdom, can I come in by myself? Nangong Lai shook his head and said, it shouldn't be possible. However, it doesn't exclude the possibility that someone has a special method to allow themselves to enter their own divine kingdom. Generally speaking, the self that appears in the divine kingdom is created by oneself. Of course, using this body to walk in the divine kingdom is actually not much different from being oneself. Long Chen thought of the passion he had with Lingxi in her Lingxi's Wonderland. That was definitely the real Lingxi, which meant that Lingxi had a special method to allow herself to enter the divine kingdom. This was just a fleeting thought. Long Chen did not think too much about it. Instead, he paid attention to the broken star's turbulence. As the three chatted, time passed quickly. Han Yunqing finally escaped from the terrifying broken star's turbulence. After coming out of the divine kingdom, Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing looked at each other. Looking at the unfamiliar starry sky around them, Nangong Lai laughed and said, Old Han, you idiot, where is this? Because Han Yunqing was frantically dodging the broken star's turbulence, he only dared to get Long Chen and Nangong Lai out when it was time to escape. Have we already left the originally set route? Long Chen looked around. This broken star's sea was originally unfamiliar to him. Han Yunqing looked around and said, the concentration of the Emperor's spiritual qi is only slightly thinner than before. It seems that we are not too far from the dragon sacrificial continent. We still need to move forward to roughly know the concentration of the Emperor's spiritual qi at the entrance. Nangong Lai laughed and said, you can even deduce this. You're really something. Therefore, the three of them headed towards the place where the Emperor's spiritual qi was thinner. If there was a straight line from the dragon sacrificial continent to the entrance of the demon world, then there was no deviation in the distance between the two. It was hard to say whether there was a deviation on the left or right side, and the deviation might be very big. Therefore, when moving forward this time, Han Yunqing had to be careful. After walking for a while, he suddenly laughed and said, we're really unlucky this time. Not only did we encounter the broken star's turbulence, but we also encountered this star thief. Star thief. Nangong Lai also felt it. His eyes became extremely fanatical. Where there were enemies, there would be a battle. To be honest, this so-called star thief was at least tens of thousands of miles away from them. It was not the star thief who encountered Han Yunqing, but Han Yunqing who specially came to find the star thief. Otherwise, with the divine senses of these two heaven-defying experts, the star thief would not be able to find them at all. After knowing the location of that group of people, the three of them headed in that direction. I don't know the specific location of the entrance to the demon world now. If I meet them I can ask them. This was Han Yunqing's true purpose. With their guidance, a distance of tens of thousands of miles was nothing. Moreover, Long Chen was not weak in terms of speed. Among the stars in front of them, a small dot gradually appeared. It was a group of people who were advancing, and they were heading towards Long Chen's group. Very soon, their leader discovered Long Chen's group. To them, basically everyone who was advancing in the Broken Star Sea was a fat sheep. Especially those who came knocking on their door. It was even more satisfying. In an instant, they sped up towards Long Chen. Although they were still far away, Long Chen could see that these fellows were wearing the same blue armor. Each one of them was a fugitive with a murderous aura. Those who were able to commit such a shady business of killing people and robbing their belongings were all extremely murderous. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, they would basically not leave anyone alive every time they robbed or killed a passerby. Come on, come on. Nan Gonglai laughed loudly. He could be considered the most unscrupulous expert that Long Chen had seen. No matter how strong or weak the opponent was, he would rush forward to kill them immediately. At this moment, the other party had not arrived yet. Almost in an instant, Nan Gonglai had rushed into their group. It's a big fat sheep. Brothers, let's kill it together. Under the leadership of a skinny but ruthless warrior, all kinds of ferocious moves and weapons were used to kill Nan Gonglai mercilessly. To think that ants like you would dare to come and rob me. How audacious of you. Nan Gonglai was like a lion in heat, using only his physical body to sweep through the crowd. In a short period of time, he had basically killed all the astral bandits. These people had killed and robbed, harming countless cultivators. They were not worthy of forgiveness. Nan Gonglai did not ruin their plan. He brought the leader of the Star Pirates to Han Yunxing. I always keep my word. Han Yunxing's bright eyes were like stars. At this moment, he was staring at the skinny but ruthless warrior. Seeing that his companions were all killed by the strong warrior in an instant, the leader was almost scared out of his wits. He knew that he had hit an iron plate this time. He was already very lucky to be able to breathe at this moment. Seniors, may I ask what you want me to do? The leader of the Star Pirates said while shivering. Everything was because of strength. If it was not Long Chen, but other warriors who had not reached the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, they would definitely be killed. Bring me to the entrance of the Supreme Demon Realm. Don't tell me you don't know. Otherwise, I won't be polite when I kill people, Han Yunxing said indifferently. In the eyes of the leader of the Star Pirates, Han Yunxing, who was giving off an aura like the stars in the sky, was even more terrifying than Nan Gonglai. I'll bring you there. It's not far, not far. Done. This guy knew how strong Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai were. Even if he escaped, he would not be able to escape from them. Therefore, with this person leading the way, they were not afraid of getting lost. Chapter 1137. When he said this, his entire body was trembling. He looked at Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai with pleading eyes and said, I was forced to do this. No one is willing to wander around the broken star field and live a life of blood on the edge of a knife. In his opinion, Long Chen was just a lucky young man. The real decision-makers should be Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai. However, at this moment, Han Yunxing suddenly looked at Long Chen and said, Little Chen, you are our leader. Tell me, how should we deal with him? Long Chen knew that Han Yunxing was consolidating his position. At the same time, Nan Gonglai didn't have any objections. They were willing to listen to Long Chen's commands. In their eyes, Long Chen was their young master. Seeing this scene, the leader of the Star Pirates looked at this young man with shock in his eyes. Who is this young man? To be respected by two experts like them. He must be a genius from the Imperial Palace or the descendant of a powerful force in the 9 realms. He was filled with deep respect for Long Chen. Go back to the dragon sacrificial continent and live a peaceful life. One should be lenient. After all, he had already led the way, so he should give him a chance to be reborn. This was Long Chen's decision. Thank you. The leader of the Star Pirates had tears in his eyes. He glanced at Long Chen and didn't say anything else. He continued on his way with Long Chen. You can go now, Nan Gonglai suddenly said. At this place, the two of them could already feel the existence of the entrance to the Shadow Demon Realm. It was easy to recognize because the entrance was guarded. The leader of the Star Pirates shuddered. He bowed to Long Chen again and fled quickly. Do you really believe that he will renounce evil and do good? Han Yunxing suddenly asked. I do. Long Chen smiled. Why? Nan Gonglai was puzzled. Long Chen said modestly, actually, I made a request to him, or should I say, a test. If he was really willing to repent, his expression, movements, and other details would be different from his stubborn nature. I saw that he treasured this opportunity to be reborn, so I let him go in the end. I see. Han Yunqing and Nan Gonglai looked at each other and were even more impressed with Long Chen. In their eyes, this young man not only had unlimited potential and was powerful, but more importantly, he was meticulous and did not lack ruthlessness. If this kind of person really grew up, he would be quite terrifying. Or when you return to the Arch Palace, you will definitely cause a commotion, Han Yunqing said with a rare smile. Long Chen wasn't sure about this, but he was indeed improving all the time. No one could stop him from improving. In the process of advancing, with Han Yunqing's explanation of martial arts and Nan Gonglai's sparring with Long Chen's improvement could only be described as leaps and bounds. He was still young, only in his 20s, but he already had such strength. Martial artists of the same level would definitely take a longer time to reach this level. Of course, apart from the soul integration Dao, such a martial artist was simply not cultivating, but a super expert who was once recovering his strength. Feng Jilin could reach her current realm because she sold her soul. In that case, what realm was Yang Lingqing at today? Long Chen was looking forward to it. She, who possessed the shadow demon body, had been in the shadow demon realm for so long. She would definitely not be weak. Shadow demon body, Yang family, and Li Xuanji, and Li Tianji. This series of questions troubled Long Chen. He didn't understand the relationship between them. Although the current world emperor of the Yang family failed the divine tribulation and turned into ashes, they are still the #1 ancient family in the Xianyin demon realm. There are many experts from the Yang family guarding the entrance of the Xianyin demon realm. There are about 100 of them, and their strength is between the 5th and 6th level of the divine martial realm. There is one at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Han Yunqing analyzed in Long Chen's ear. They will definitely stop us from going in, Long Chen said. Even if we go in, we need to register. Especially since Nan Gonglai and I are of high status, they will definitely restrict our movements in the shadow demon realm, so we can only force our way in, Han Yunqing said. With our strength, they won't know who we are and they won't be able to catch us, Nan Gonglai said proudly. Then, kidnap a member of the Yang family for me. I have too many questions to ask. Long Chen's eyes flashed. Okay, Han Yunqing said. Let me do it this time, Nan Gonglai said passionately. Han Yunqing had no choice but to enter his holy kingdom with Long Chen. His holy kingdom was desolate. Nan Gonglai wasn't interested in building a beautiful world. The only things he had were the yellow sand and the way of martial arts. Once, Nan Gonglai's entire body was filled with excitement. He abruptly moved forward at a terrifying speed, rushing through layers of starry sky. Broken stars flew past him at lightning speed. In front of Nan Gonglai's eyes, a vast white disk appeared in the starry sky. This white disk was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. It was covered with dense clouds and mist, and the entire disk was rotating. When he got closer, he realized that it was a huge lake. The lake was floating in the starry sky. The lake water was as white as milk, gently rippling. White steam rose from the milk. As long as he rushed into the disk, he would be able to enter the shadow realm. At this time, the #1 family of the mysterious Een Devil territory, the Yang family, was patrolling around the disk. They were divided into 5 squads, taking turns to observe the surroundings with their divine sense, controlling the movements in the surroundings. Of course, they couldn't use their divine sense to the maximum, otherwise, they would be blinded. But at the very least, they were able to grasp all the internal heat fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius. The leader of the guards was a warrior of the divine martial realm at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, transcendence of the Yang family. At the moment, he was floating in the center of the huge disk, practicing. The white fog next to him formed a huge sphere, surrounding him. He was a very devilish young man with long dark green hair. There was a devilish dark green pattern on his face, which was emitting a natural cold air. At this moment, for no reason, the lake water in the center of the disk shook violently. Boom! A huge whirlpool was formed. Everyone was alarmed by the sudden commotion. Except for those who were monitoring the surroundings with their divine senses, the others reacted immediately and rushed to the place where the commotion occurred. The young leader opened his eyes and a black stream of air was released from his body. However, his eyes were filled with shock. He moved and appeared in the center of the whirlpool. At this moment, the crowd had arrived and surrounded the young leader. One of the warriors hurriedly asked, "Commander, What happened? The young leader didn't answer at first. After a while, he said with a cold face, "A warrior at least at the 9th level of the divine martial realm has entered the shadow realm. These experts don't want to register when they enter. But this time, it's a little strange. This guy has captured a warrior of the Yang family. An expert at the 9th level of the divine martial realm just passed by me like that. It's horrible. By the way, who has been captured?" The crowd looked at each other, counted the number of people, and found that one person was missing. "Commander, what should we do now?" The young leader said, "Now that such a big event has happened in the family, such an expert may affect our plan. Find someone to go back to the family and report what happened today. We must make it clear." Yes. In this way, the entrance to the shadow realm was restored to peace. At this time, Long Chen had successfully entered the profound Yin demon realm. He was now in the profound Yin demon realm of the profound Yin demon realm. The profound Yin demon realm was one of the 8 great demon realms of the shadow realm. Within the abstruse Yin demon region, the most powerful family was the Yang family. They had 2 world kings, both of whom were Nirvana tribulation powerhouses. The previous world emperor, Yang Fengjun, came from the Yang family. Below the Yang family was the Li family. The Li family currently had a world king, and next were the 3 great sects of the abstruse Yin demon region. The 3 great sects each had a world king. Among them, the Yang family and the Li family were the strongest. The other 3 great sects were all newly established forces. The struggle between the Yang family and the Li family had always been the biggest attraction of the profound Yin demon realm. However, in the past 1,000 years, the Yang family had been strong and the Li family had declined. The profound Yin demon realm had a radius of 100 million miles, which was equivalent to half of the Eastern Emperor region. The area was very large. Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing, these superpower houses, could at most cover a 10,000th of the profound Yin demon realm with their divine sense. After moving to a mountain tens of thousands of miles away, Long Chen confirmed that it was safe and prepared to find out what he wanted to know from the Yang family martial artists. As he moved forward, Long Chen observed the shadow realm. The so-called shadow realm was a place where even the Emperor's spirit qi made people feel very cold. There was a dark green aura floating in the sky, exuding a cold and gloomy aura. There was only a light green moon in the sky all year round, but it was enough to illuminate the earth. At a glance, the mountains and trees all exuded a cold and gloomy aura. The temperature of the entire shadow realm was very low, even lower than the ice and snow environment of the Moon Demon Cave. This kind of cold was a bone-chilling cold. It was different from ice cold. This kind of cold aura was enough to destroy the body of a mortal. The mountain where Long Chen was now was even colder. There was no wind, but there was a bone-chilling cold surrounding him. Fortunately, Long Chen's current physical body was strong enough. This bit of Yin Qi was nothing to him. Most importantly, the dragon Qi around his body was a masculine thing. The Yin Qi couldn't get close to him. Chapter 1138. This warrior from the Yang family had just entered the 5th level of the divine martial realm and was still a young man. Even Long Chen could easily defeat him. Of course, he was also very powerful to reach this level of strength at this age. No wonder he was a disciple of the top family in the Xianyin demon region. In the eyes of the warriors in the imperial domain, this young man from the Yang family was at most a child. Being surrounded by Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing, this little guy was already scared out of his wits. Even if he was an expert in the divine martial realm, he would be controlled by Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes in a very short time. Under the control of the soul, the eyes of the young man from the Yang family gradually lost their light. This meant that Long Chen had succeeded in controlling the soul. "What's your name?" Long Chen first asked a question that the young man would not resist. "Yang." "Yang Li," said the young man. This young man had an aura that Long Chen was very familiar with. Yang Li. Since he did not know him, Long Chen then asked this guy the questions that he had thought of before. There were too many things he wanted to know about Yang Lingqing. Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai were very curious about Long Chen's method, so they listened quietly. Long Chen asked patiently, "Let me ask you, do you know Yang Lingqing?" Speaking of this name, Yang Li suddenly trembled and struggled in his heart, almost waking up from the state of controlling the soul. Long Chen strengthened the power of controlling the soul, and then he stabilized. After letting out a sigh of relief, Long Chen asked a few more unimportant questions, and then repeated Yang Lingqing's questions. This time, the young man was not so resistant. Yang Lingqing is a rare super genius of the Yang family. Yang Li murmured. What? Long Chen's face changed. Looking back, Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai's faces were filled with confusion. Yang Lingqing was brought back by Li Xuanji. Long Chen had always thought that Yang Lingqing would be in the Li family, but now it seemed that Yang Lingqing, who had the lunar devil body of the Yang family, must have been in the Yang family and had become a warrior of the Yang family. There must be a relationship between Yang Lingqing and the Yang family. Even Long Chen and the Yang family were related. In that case, he even said that Yang Lingqing was a super expert. This guy was already at the 5th level of the God martial arts realm. Yang Lingqing and Long Chen were born in the same year, month, and day, and it had only been 7 or 8 years since she came to the lunar devil realm. At that time, Yang Lingqing was not as strong as Long Chen. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Yang Lingqing to be so strong in 7 or 8 years. She was not Long Chen, unless... Long Chen had a bad feeling. He calmed himself down and continued to ask, Is Yang Lingqing a member of the Yang family? Do you know what level she is at? Yang Li had no more resistance at this time. He answered obediently. Of course she is a member of the Yang family. The lunar devil body is the blood of the Yang family. As for her strength, it is said that she is comparable to Li Xuanji of the Li family in just a few years. She has just entered the 9th level of the God martial arts realm. Speaking of this, Long Chen, Han Yunxing, and the others looked at each other. They definitely knew what was going on. It was definitely the soul integration great path. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Yang Lingqing was, it would be impossible for her to catch up to Li Xuanji. However, Long Chen's mind was in a mess. His impression of his sister was that she was obedient and sensible, and also had a rare tenacity that ordinary girls rarely had. Li Xuanji had taken her in as a disciple, which could be considered as doing her a favor. Why would she run over to the Yang family, and most likely accept the fusion of a powerhouse? Why? She needed strength so much. Just like Feng Jilin, she also desired strength. Thinking of this, Long Chen's face became a little ugly. His body was full of murderous intent. Han Yunxing touched him gently and said, Don't worry. It might not be the soul integration great path. She might not be willing. Long Chen thought about it and calmed down. This was not good. However, Yang Lingqing was the sister he had protected since she was young. If someone dared to do anything to his sister, even if Long Chen lost his life, he would make the other party pay a heavy price. Clenching his fists, Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. It had been a long time since he had such a strong killing intent. The last time was when he killed Chu Tiange. This time, it was because he was worried about Yang Lingqing. Thinking back to the time when they grew up together, those days occupied most of Long Chen's life. In his lost childhood, Yang Lingqing could be said to be the only person who accompanied him. Long Chen took a deep breath and continued to ask, Do you know where Yang Lingqing came from? Tell me the details. In Yang Li's heart, Long Chen was like his closest friend. In Yang Li's heart, Long Chen was like his closest friend. If Long Chen had any questions, he would do his best to answer them. Thus he quickly said, This Yang Lingqing was originally not in my Yang family, but in the Li family. But in a fortuitous opportunity, she was discovered to be a member of my Yang family. Thus, the 2 old ancestor world kings joined forces to snatch this genius who possesses the Yang family's extreme Yin devil body back. After she returned, Yang Lingqing's cultivation rapidly rose until she reached such a terrifying boundary. I heard that this Yang Lingqing was originally very strong, but she was captured by the Li family when she was a child. They used sinister methods to seal her cultivation, and it was only after she returned to her family that the 2 world kings undid the seal on her. Long Chen organized this information in his mind. In the eyes of an insider like Long Chen, the Yang family's so-called seal was an act of trying to cover things up. Yang Lingqing didn't have much strength to begin with. The fact that she was able to make such a great breakthrough in such a short period of time had absolutely nothing to do with the seal. Then, Long Chen asked several more questions, including the location of the Yang family, as well as some information about Yang Lingqing's current situation. He learned that Yang Lingqing was currently in the Yang family and was receiving the best training. In the Yang family, Yang Lingqing was fully deserving of the title of number 1 in the younger generation. In the lunar devil domain, there were a total of 2 young super geniuses. In a place as cold and gloomy as the lunar devil domain, women were originally respected. It was said that the only super world king was a woman. And these two super geniuses, one was the Li family's rare 9 absolute meridians, Li Xuanji, and the other was the Yang family's newest rising star, Yang Lingqing, who had the lunar devil body. Yang Lingqing's lunar devil body was compatible with the entire lunar devil domain and was a miniature lunar devil domain. Her talent even surpassed the 9 absolute meridians. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this Yang Lingqing was now. After hypnotizing Yang Li and making him forget everything, Long Chen then turned around. At this moment, Han Yunxing said solemnly, "According to my deduction, this is not good news." "Speak." Long Chen's heart was a little heavy, so heavy that he wanted to kill someone. Yang Lingqing was too strong, so strong that Long Chen's heart was not at ease. Han Yunxing's eyes sparkled as he said, "In terms of talent and physique, your sister is the best among the younger generation of the Yang family. She has the Tai-yin devil body, which even the previous world emperor did not have. She appeared right after the previous world emperor died, so I guess that the previous world emperor did not die at all. Her god martial soul still exists, and she even fused with Yang Lingqing, which is why Yang Lingqing has such terrifying strength today. As for the process, we don't know. If Yang Lingqing was not strong at that time, and had just reached the god martial realm, and the other party was a world emperor, then the world emperor would have a chance of success even without Yang Lingqing's consent, or with a little deception. You have to know that everyone is crazy when facing the nirvana tribulation. So it's the previous world king. Long Chen's eyes flashed with an ominous light. Of course, this is only my guess. We still need to go forward and see for ourselves. However, the current Yang family has 2 world king level powerhouses that we cannot resist. They are at the nirvana tribulation realm. This will be a very troublesome matter, but since it's about little Chen, the 2 of us will go through fire and water without hesitation." Nan Gonglai said. After Yang Li woke up, he would forget everything. He was just an innocent child, so Long Chen did not plan to kill him. They had already inquired about the Yang family's location. As the 3 of them moved forward, they discussed matters. "No matter what, we have to go to the Yang family and see what's going on. As long as I see your sister, I will know whether or not she has another god martial soul," Han Yunxing said in a low voice. Long Chen was not relaxed. He didn't think that his sister's matter would involve someone at the world king level. Although Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai were strong, they were not a match for a nirvana tribulation realm powerhouse. Thus, Long Chen had to calm down and think of a way to save Yang Lingqing. If there really was such a thing, then no matter what, Long Chen had to remove that person from Yang Lingqing's god martial soul. This was the responsibility of an elder brother. In his elder brother's eyes, no matter how strong Yang Lingqing was now, she was only a little sister that needed to be protected. The Yang family is over 30 million miles away from here. We need to gather more information along the way. If there really is such a thing, we can't be impatient. After all, my sister is fine for the time being. Long Chen was very clear about this. "You know that you need to calm down." Han Yunxing smiled knowingly. "I didn't expect this to be such a dangerous thing. Thank you, both of you." Long Chen thanked them sincerely. Nan Gonglai shouted, "Don't say that. Our rotten lives were given by your father. Even if we give them back to you, we can die without regrets. Moreover, the Yang family is far from being able to kill me. Don't forget that we are from the true martial emperor palace. Even the realm lord of the supreme shadow devil world wouldn't dare to provoke the true martial emperor." From this sentence, Long Chen could hear Nan Gonglai's confidence in the true martial emperor palace. Indeed, if the 12 major forces were to be ranked, the 3 great emperor palaces would definitely be in the top 3. This was also the source of Nan Gonglai's confidence. The 3 of them calculated for a while. Without further ado, they quickly headed in the direction of the Yang family. Long Chen didn't panic because of anger or nervousness. In fact, he was even calmer than Nan Gonglai. The number of VIP votes on the main website had reached 2,800. It was time for the second update. At 6 p.m., today's 4th update would be delivered on time. It was less than 200 votes away from the next update. Whether today's 4th or 5th update would be up to the audience. Thank you to the 1,600 VIP votes on the cliff. Chapter 1139. When Long Chen and the others entered the profound Yin demon realm, something shocking happened in the profound Yin demon realm. At that moment, the entire profound Yin demon realm was in a state of great shock. The closer the people were to the Yang family and the Li family, the more they could feel the tense and violent atmosphere. Long Chen and the others were busy with their journey, so they didn't know what was happening at first. The distance between the Yang family and the Li family was at the northeast corner of the profound Yin demon realm. At that moment, Long Chen and the others were heading towards the northeast corner. In between Long Chen's position and the Yang family and the Li family, there was a continuous stretch of cold and gloomy mountains. The range of the mountains was very vast, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was called the Sky Shade Mountain Range. In the Sky Shade Mountain Range, fierce beasts ran amok, as well as all kinds of poisonous beasts and insects. It was a place of extinction, and people rarely went there. Especially in the depths of the Sky Shade Mountain Range, there was a rumor that there was a grade 9 divine-level fierce beast guarding it. It was one of the most dangerous places in the profound Yin demon realm, and its surface area was almost 3/10,000th of the entire profound Yin demon realm. At this moment, in an inconspicuous valley in the Sky Yin Mountain Range, 3 people were hurrying along. If Long Chen came here, he would definitely find that he knew all 3 of them. They were Li Tianji, who had appeared in the Moon Devil's cave before, as well as one of his servant girls and one of his servants. At this moment, Li Tianji's face was deathly pale. A cold aura erupted from his body. He, who was originally handsome and elegant, was now in an extremely sorry state. His body was even stained with blood. From his eyes, one could see that he was currently in an atmosphere of extreme sorrow, anger, and hatred. Behind him, the servant also looked sad, and there were many tear stains on the face of the young servant. What had happened to a warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial realm? How could he be so sad and angry? The 3 figures flew past a corner of the Sky Shade Mountain Range. Let's go, he is catching up. Seeing that the 2 servants couldn't keep up with him, Li Tianji clenched his teeth, turned around, and held the arms of the 2 servants. They hurriedly sped up and rushed forward at full speed. Young lord, we can't do this. You leave first. Uncle Sun and I will stop him. That's right, young master. Quickly let us go and escape. We will stop him. You are the precious bloodline of the Li clan. You cannot die in their hands. Young master, you are the hope of the Li clan. If we drag you down, even if I die, I will not be able to face the ancestors of the Li clan. The faces of the 2 servants were covered with tears. Don't say any more. If we live together. If we die together. Li Tianji's eyes were filled with determination. He would not give up. However, judging from his divine sense, the person chasing him was already very close. The other party's speed was originally faster than his, and he was also carrying 2 burdens. If there was no accident, he would definitely catch up in a short time. Young master, there's a cliff in front. The servant girl screamed. Li Tianji's long purple hair fluttered in the wind. He quickly raised his head, and sure enough, a cliff appeared in front of him. Below the cliff was a stretch of dark green mist. He simply couldn't tell how deep it was. Moreover, this mist even had a certain interference effect on spiritual consciousness. The mountain in front was very far from the cliff. This meant that Li Tianji had to carry them through the sky for a long distance. However, Li Tianji estimated that he would be caught by the person chasing him in the sky. He was full of joy. He had obtained one of the clan's treasures, the purple demon moon diagram, and returned to the clan. However, he didn't expect that such a big thing would happen in the clan. If Li Tianji hadn't been outside, he would have definitely died without a burial place. Damn the Yang clan, they are even worse than animals. This time, even if I die, I will pull one of them down with me. Li Tianji suddenly stopped in front of the deep cliff. At the same time, he threw away the 2 servants in his hands and roared, "You 2 are not from my Li clan. It's none of your business. Hurry up and leave." Li Tianji knew that he would die, so he didn't want to drag these 2 down. However, he thought that these 2's feelings for the Li clan were too weak. Even though the servant girl and the middle-aged servant were thrown out, they still turned back and boldly looked at Li Tianji. Ignoring Li Tianji's exasperated expression, the servant girl said, "Young master, don't think that we will abandon you. If we die, we all die together." "Yes, young master. Although I don't have the surname Li, I have been a member of the Li clan since I was born. Even if I die, I will still be the soul of the Li clan, the servant said. The anger in Li Tianji's eyes gradually disappeared. Looking at these two loyal servants, he was still moved. However, because of this, the last opportunity also disappeared. This is really touching. A ghostly voice suddenly rang out from behind Li Tianji. Li Tianji and the others abruptly turned their heads. In the darkness, a black-robed man with his head covered appeared. He let out a demonic voice and a cold aura emanated from his body. Yang clan's animal. The flames in Li Tianji's chest burned fiercely. He knew that he couldn't escape, so the only way was to fight to the death. Animal, the winner takes all. From now on, the Li clan will no longer exist in this world. Our Yang clan will be the supreme king of the Xueqi devil domain. The man clicked his tongue and laughed. Judging from his voice, he didn't seem old at all. Despicable and shameless. Flames shot out of Li Tianji's eyes. The divine yuan in his body was surging violently. He had already comprehended the will of the world. Each of his moves carried the will of the world. The flowers and trees in the surroundings were shaking. Is this the powerlessness of the weak towards the strong? Of course, with your age, you can reach the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. You can be counted as a genius. As long as you don't die, you will have great achievements in the future. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to escape in the end. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to go back to the Yang clan. The man smiled coldly. Under his control, a chilling aura engulfed the surroundings. You will never know how big the gap is between the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm and the 8th level of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Let me tell you now, that is, you won't be able to fight back. The ghostly voice resounded in Li Tianji's ears. Trying to mystify things, Li Tianji shook off the two servants next to him. With the flames of hatred, he rushed towards the man. An intense battle had started. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Tianji had already been seriously injured. He was sent flying while spurting blood. The man's cultivation level was higher than his, and he had more experience than him. He could easily suppress Li Tianji. So, the people of the Li clan are only at this level. No wonder you were defeated so easily. Corpses are everywhere. This is the grandest scene in the Xueqi demon region. The man of the Yang clan walked towards Li Tianji step by step. The pressure of the world was acting on Li Tianji's body, making him unable to move. Don't you dare hurt my master. The two servants risked their lives to save Li Tianji, but they were easily sent flying by a slap from that martial artist. Their bodies slammed into the mountain wall and immediately split into pieces. Even their skulls were almost smashed. Fortunately, they were martial artists who had condensed a peerless golden body. Otherwise, they would have died by now. Even if they didn't die, they wouldn't have enough strength to stand up when their bodies recovered. Bastard! Li Tianji felt that his body was about to explode. The cold light in his eyes kept flowing. On his body, 7 clear dark green meridians appeared. 7 meridians. Compared to your sister, you're only a step lower. Your head can earn me a lot of awards. The man of the Yang clan had already arrived in front of Li Tianji. He was wearing a black robe and was shrouded in a dark green mist. Even if he was standing right in front of Li Tianji couldn't see clearly what this guy looked like. Sister. Thinking of that cold yet captivating demoness, Li Tianji was originally in awe of her. But at this moment, he also felt incomparable sorrow and nostalgia. She was the most dazzling genius in the clan. This time, she would definitely be the main target of the Yang clan. This time, she wouldn't be able to survive. Such a beautiful life had actually disappeared. Hatred gradually clouded Li Tianji's heart. He discovered that his eyes had turned blood red. This state was very similar to that of Long Chen when he went berserk. That's right, your sister, she received a special treatment. Your sister, Li Xuanji, was so beautiful. Hence, her ending was also very classy. It's been a long time since the men of the Yang clan had tasted such a delicacy. As he spoke, the man licked his lips as if he was still reminiscing about the taste of that woman. Li Tianji was on the verge of collapsing. She was such a proud woman. Could it be that she was? Thinking of this, Li Tianji's bloodline erupted. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at this man. He swore that he would tear this man into pieces before he would be satisfied. Go to hell. Under the suppression of the man from the Yang clan, Li Tianji furiously rushed towards the man from the Yang clan. However, the man from the Yang clan easily punched him into the ground, causing the entire mountain to tremble. More than half of the cliff had collapsed. It could be seen how tyrannical the man from the Yang clan was. With your strength, it's not even enough to tickle me. Do you really want to kill me? Hee hee, now that you've been caught by me, good things are yet to come. Let me tell you, I can deal with you the same way I treated your sister in the past. The eyes of the man of the Yang clan flickered with a dark green light. After speaking, he laughed maniacally and pounced towards Li Tianji. Li Tianji was young and had delicate features. He would never have thought that there would be such a perverted person in the world. Chapter 1140. Sister, I won't embarrass you. I'm a man of the Li clan. Li Tianji roared. The man of the Yang clan was like a devil. He was very close to Li Tianji. Li Tianji could even hear his hideous laughter. At this moment, just as Li Tianji was about to launch a new round of attacks, the man from the Yang clan suddenly let out a shrill scream. Li Tianji was startled. He focused his eyes and saw a pitch-black crack appear above the head of the man from the Yang clan. It went all the way through his body, splitting his body into two halves. In a very short period of time, the man from the Yang clan was directly swallowed up by the tear in the void. Li Tianji saw the despair in the eyes of the man of the Yang clan. He looked behind Li Tianji with an incomparably horrified gaze. In the next instant, the crack in the void in front of him closed up, as if nothing had happened. The man from the Yang family had already disappeared, and there was a puddle of blood on the ground. It took Li Tianji a while to react. That thing just now seemed to be the power that could only be displayed by a warrior at the 9th level of the divine martial realm, who possessed the Nirvana Golden Wheel. Li Tianji remembered that before he died, the man of the Yang clan looked behind Li Tianji in horror. Huh! Li Tianji hurriedly stood up and staggered. He almost fell to the ground. He looked behind him in shock and his eyes opened wide. At this time, the sky was already dark. A strange dark green full moon hung in the sky. Under the illumination of this dark green moonlight, the surroundings seemed very strange. The shadows of the trees danced in the wind and the mountains overlapped each other. There was a cliff in front of him. Below the cliff, a dark green fog was rolling, as if there was a giant beast hiding below, growling. In the midst of the rolling dark green fog, a woman wearing a beautiful black dress, like a black rose, was approaching in the air. The woman's dress fluttered in the wind, and her long dark green hair also fluttered in the wind. A cold aura hit him in the face. The moon in the sky was called Mo Moon by the great Een demon realm. This woman had the same charm as Mou and attracted Li Tianji's eyes. Although this wasn't the first time they met, Li Tianji was still shocked by her coldness and beauty. That snow-white skin, that devilish body, those sharp eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts only existed on one person in Li Tianji's world. He didn't even know how to describe this girl's perfection. Sister. Seeing her, Li Tianji confirmed that he was not dreaming. The Yang family could not do anything to her at all. Li Tianji thought about it and felt that it was right. It would be strange if the Yang family could touch such a woman. Just now, the Yang family's man said that Li Xuanji had been tortured by them, but that was pure nonsense. Li Tianji found that his throat was hoarse, and he couldn't help but tear up. Today, when his clan was facing a great calamity, seeing this woman was like seeing the only thing he could rely on. The fog tumbled like a great storm, but this woman remained unmoved. Even in such a great disaster, her dark green eyes that were like a deep well were still calm. Under the black dress, her body was graceful. Compared to Long Chen, she was even more flirtatious. Just like Ling Shi, she had also undergone a huge change. However, the cold and suffocating aura on her body had become even more intense. A single glance from this woman was enough to give off a might that looked down on all living things. Her cold and domineering side and Ling Xi's gentle side were two extremes. Her light red lips were very thin, but they had a kind of intoxicating beauty. In fact, when she gently moved her red lips, her voice was like an icy spring. Although it was moving, it also had a kind of dignity and aura that made people unable to resist. Tianji, leave the abstruse Een demon realm first. It's best if you go to the true martial imperial domain. If my Li family can survive, I will go find you. Li Tianji panicked, and tears streamed down his face. No, I can't run away alone. Big sister, what are you going to do? Different from Li Xuanji, Li Tianji's hair and eyes were purple. My Li family is finished. It will take countless years for us to recover. This spatial ring contains the accumulation of my Li family for millions of years. Now, I hand it to you. Many years later, the mission to revive my Li family and take revenge is in your hands. You can't disappoint me. While Li Tianji was still in a daze, a dark green ring appeared on his middle finger. He was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly asked, "Big sister, this should be a mission given to you by the elders. Why should I complete it? You should be the one to complete it. You are stronger than me, so you are the one who has the hope of taking revenge. I believe that the old ancestor must have risked his life to send you out. You can't disregard your own life." Li Tianji was very emotional, but the young girl's gaze didn't change. It was still as resolute as before. She slowly said, "Compared to that, I have an even more important mission, and that is to make the Yang family pay the price. Don't worry, the Yang family can't do anything to me. I will cover your retreat for now, and when the Yang family pays the price, I will go find you." As usual, her tone was still as domineering as ever, and she didn't show the slightest bit of resistance. Looking at the woman's burning eyes, Li Tianji was conflicted for a long time, but he still shook his head. "No, you will be throwing your life away. This is unwise, and the elders definitely don't want you to do that. Big sister, I have to stop you today." "You can try." She blocked Li Tianji's way with just one sentence. "You can't do this. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. We can't lose our lives in vain." Li Tianji was practically begging. "I can't endure it for 10 years. I can't even endure this moment." The light in the woman's eyes grew brighter and brighter. When the light shone on Li Tianji, he felt his scalp go numb. "Let me tell you, if you keep talking nonsense, I will knock you out and send you out. Then I will come back for revenge. If you are thinking about me, don't waste my time." Hearing this, Li Tianji was completely confused. He didn't know what to do. Li Tianji knew that he couldn't stop the woman on the cliff. The only thing he could do now was probably to do as she said. "Don't worry, I will stay here. When the World Emperor competition starts, I will reappear." Li Xuanji took a step back and said to Li Tianji. Thus, Li Tianji finally compromised. He had no choice but to compromise. "Big sister, can I see you again?" Li Tianji asked with tears in his eyes. "Yes," Li Xuanji answered in a decisive voice. "Okay, I am willing to protect what belongs to the Li family." Li Tianji wasn't an obvious target. Most of the Yang family was probably chasing after Li Xuanji. She was the person that the Yang family wanted to kill the most. At this time, the two servants had almost recovered, but they didn't dare to speak. They were crying behind Li Tianji. Li Xuanji handed over a few more things and prepared to leave. She had always been like this. When she said she would leave without any hesitation. However, at this time, Li Tianji suddenly thought of something. When Li Xuanji turned around, he suddenly said, "I went to the true martial imperial domain once. There, I met a person called Long Chen. He knows the soul-devouring demon eyes. Do you know him? The soul-devouring demon eyes is my Li family's secret art. Only you can simplify it like that. If I didn't think of you, I'm afraid I would have killed him at that time." Li Xuanji's body shook and she didn't turn around for a long time. Li Tianji, who was behind her, didn't know how wonderful her expression was at this time. What is his current identity? After about a quarter of an hour, she finally moved and suddenly asked. "A disciple of the true martial imperial palace." Li Tianji vaguely remembered. So it's like this. Li Tianji didn't understand what kind of emotions were contained in the word sister. He also didn't know how much shock was contained in it. In any case, by the time he reacted, Li Xuanji had already disappeared. That graceful figure had vanished into the layers of fog. Li Tianji's heart suddenly became firm. He understood how heavy his mission would be in the future after wearing this ring. From today onwards, he was no longer a youth. He would be the successor of the clan with a huge mission on his shoulders. Li Xuanji had given this opportunity to him. Shouldering such a huge mission would allow Li Tianji to mature completely. From today onwards, he would become a man of indomitable spirit. "Let's go." Li Tianji led the two servants and stepped onto the road. These two servants knew that Li Tianji now possessed the resources of the Li clan for millions of years. However, from the previous situation, These two servants were absolutely trustworthy. It could be seen that Li Xuanji didn't kill them. If they hadn't risked their lives to protect Li Tianji, they would probably be dead by now. This road wasn't easy to walk. Li Tianji carried on with tears in his eyes. When he left the Heavenly Yin mountain range, in a corner of the Heavenly Yin mountain range, a black-robed woman that could captivate all living things revealed a dazed expression as she looked at the boundless sky. Long Chen, Long Chen. She had almost forgotten this name, but it suddenly appeared in her life. She felt that it was inconceivable. If it's really him, I can only prostrate myself in admiration. I underestimated him in the past. I hope that he can rise in the true martial imperial palace. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see him again. Li Xuanji had complicated feelings towards this young man who had saved her. No matter what, he was the only man who had seen her body. Unfortunately, there was only someone else in his heart. Chapter 1141. Starting from the entrance of the Shenin Devil territory, the three of them traveled at Long Chen's speed. It took them more than 10 days to reach a big city called Yongqing City. There was still a long distance from the Yang clan. The three of them had been traveling in silence. For the two experts, they could at most extend their divine sense to a distance of 100 miles. This way, the information processed by their god martial spirit wouldn't be too messy. Generally speaking, as long as there was someone hostile to them within this range, the two experts would be able to sense it immediately. After arriving at Yongqing City, Long Chen decided to take a rest first. He wanted to inquire about the news of the Yang clan and the Li clan. In the past 2 days, the three of them suddenly felt that the Shenin Devil territory had become a lot more turbulent. There should be other things happening after the death of the World Emperor. Something bigger. Yongqing City was a city comparable to the sacred martial palace. It was very huge and could accommodate millions of people. It was a famous city in the Shenin Devil territory. It was controlled by a second-rate force in the Shenin Devil territory, the Yongqing Palace. The Yongqing Palace submitted to the Yang clan and was considered a subordinate force of the Yang clan. The entire huge city was under the management of the Yongqing Palace and everything was in order. Long Chen and the other two entered the huge Yongqing City and stayed in one of the luxurious restaurants. The scale of the restaurant was huge. It was said that the Yongqing Palace was behind it, and it was opened by the higher-ups of the Yongqing Palace. Basically, no one dared to cause trouble in the restaurant. Finally, they arrived at a bustling city. Feeling relaxed, the three of them ordered some appetizers, drank and chatted. The dishes served in the Perpetual Purity restaurant were not simple dishes. Most of them were made from high-grade ferocious beasts and elixirs, containing a large amount of spirit qi. The meat of the ferocious beasts had been specially processed and was exceptionally delicious. It had many effects on nourishing one's body, strengthening one's physical body and so on. Here, ordinary people could not afford it. A random dish would probably cost a few divine gems. Of course, for people like Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, the value of this delicacy was no different from an ordinary dish. The only value to them was the freshness of the taste. Han Yunxing was addicted to wine. Naturally, he served many famous wines at this place, attracting the attention of the crowd. The value of these wines was estimated to be thousands of divine gems. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to afford it, so even the shopkeeper of the Perpetual Purity restaurant came out. However, after realizing that even he couldn't see through Han Yunxing's strength, he quickly served him good wine and dishes, not daring to ask too many questions. Even if such an expert were to freeload, the innkeeper wouldn't dare to do anything. Long Chen asked them to leave. He was not in the mood to enjoy the wine and meat on the table. Instead, he was eavesdropping on the conversation downstairs. These few days, the entire Yongqing city was discussing one thing. This matter had also attracted the attention of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. The Yang family's 2 world kings joined forces with the world kings of the 3 great sections. 5 world kings fought against the Li family's world sovereign. With 5 against 1, the Li family's world king was finally killed. This matter has already shaken the entire shadow demon world. Once the pillar of the Li family died, the Li family, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, immediately shattered. The entire Li family fell apart. Some escaped, some died. I heard that there aren't many people left alive. This time, the Yang family acted so quickly and even joined forces with the 3 great sections. The Li family can only be considered unlucky this time. Those who managed to escape are probably dead by now after being hunted down by the Yang family for the past few days. The Li family doesn't even have a chance to make a comeback this time around. They've been annihilated. That's natural. The Yang family and Li family were originally the two greatest enemies of my profound Yin demon region. They both wanted the other to die. To be able to dominate the profound Yin demon region, the Yang family has risen in power in the past 1,000 years and even obtained the divine position of the world sovereign. The annihilation of the Li family was already within my expectations. Have they really been annihilated? I heard that the genius girl of the Li family, Li Xuanji, was sent away by an elder of the Li family. Even now, no one knows where she is. Now, the Yang family is searching everywhere for Li Xuanji. They even put out a huge bounty for her. I don't have the fortune to enjoy such a bounty. After all, that Li Xuanji is a first-class genius of the profound Yin demon region. Her strength has already reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm. How can we compare with her? Speaking of which, if Li Xuanji manages to escape this time, then when she returns after enduring humiliation, she will become a nightmare for the Yang family. This girl has been imprisoned for 1,000 years. On the first day of her return, the whole Li family is in an uproar. Such a person is not simple. At this time, a man ran to the place where the crowd was chatting and said, "You still don't know that Li Xuanji didn't escape at all." These days, the Yang family has sent out a large number of warriors to track her down. They even sent out all their forces. Even the ancestors of the Yang family, who haven't shown up for a long time, have appeared. They just want to kill Li Xuanji. However, this girl is too powerful and ruthless. Many of the Yang family's ancestors have already died in her hands. The crowd was in an uproar. They even felt their blood run cold. After hearing that, Long Chen and the other two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen in the supreme demon realm. Han Yunxing frowned and said, "The two families of the Xianyin demon realm are killing each other. Does no one care? Why would the realm lord of the supreme demon realm let them do that?" Nangong Lai said in confusion. Long Chen said, "If he wanted to care, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I guess everyone knows that the Li family is finished now." Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Li Xuanji was still alive. However, he understood the pain of having her entire clan annihilated. She must have completely fallen into hatred and even lost her rationality. It was Long Chen who saved her, so she was one of his friends. Long Chen didn't want her to end badly. I heard that the experts of the Yang family have already sent several ancestors of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. They have already chased them to the vicinity of Yongqing City. Now Yongqing City is strictly checking whether there are any survivors of the Li family. The outside has been sealed. Just as Long Chen heard these words, there was a commotion below. The door of the restaurant was blasted open, and a group of martial artists wearing black brocade clothes walked in. Almost all of their bodies exuded a thick yin qi. The leader was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a devilish figure. She had a pair of large and erect breasts, but her expression was too cold. "I am Yang Miaozhu of the Yang family. Nobody move. Today, we are here to catch the survivors of the Li family. We have something that can sense the existence of the Li family's terminated meridian. You can just stand still." After the cold voice finished speaking, the group of cultivators behind him dispersed and headed towards the group of men and women who were eating and firmly surrounded the Eternal Purity restaurant. Under the control of so many divine senses, no one could escape. Yang Miaozhu walked through the crowd with a yellow jade stone in her hand. At the same time, she looked at someone with suspicion. It seemed that in her eyes, everyone was a survivor of the Li family. They were very efficient. About 15 minutes later, Yang Miaozhu walked in front of Long Chen and the others. She could tell that Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were the kind of warriors who could not be offended. After apologizing slightly, she immediately left. However, before leaving, she first looked back at Long Chen. After they left, Nangong Lai said in a low voice, "Little Chen, I have to say that there are indeed some traces on your body. It's similar to this woman's and Yang Li's from before. They are both from the Yang clan, so I'm guessing that you are indeed related to this clan." Long Chen still did not understand. "It's like this. You are now a dragon warrior. The existence of the divine dragon blood surpasses all physiques. It can completely transform your original body. Even your father's bloodline has been suppressed, Not to mention your mother's bloodline. There is only a trace of it in your body. This trace is related to the woman from the Yang family just now. Han Yunxing explained. Long Chen finally understood. This meant that his Yang family in Baiyang town was really related to the Yang family in the Shenin Devil territory. To Long Chen, this was like a fantasy story. It was unbelievable. But it was possible that this was the truth. The Yang family in Baiyang town was established by Long Chen's grandfather, Yang Cangqiong. The generations before Yang Cangqiong were all weak individuals. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary person would be related to a family that controlled the Shenin Devil territory. Seeing that Yang Miaozhu was about to disappear, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's expressions changed. They held Long Chen down and suddenly said, "There is an expert of the same level coming. Hold it and don't move." Just as Han Yunxing finished speaking, there was a slight vibration. It was the sound of space tearing. Long Chen could not help but look up. In that very short moment, he could only see countless purple rays of light rushing into the restaurant. Of course, none of them were coming for Long Chen. The purple rays of light were the soul-shattering needles that Li Tianji had used before. At this moment, there were hundreds of soul-shattering needles. Long Chen had just discovered that it was a soul-shattering needle, and then he saw that a tiny hole had appeared between the eyebrows of every member of the Yang family present. Their faces, which had been brimming with vitality, instantly turned deathly pale. Their bodies lost all vitality and they fell to the ground. Those soul-shattering needles gathered toward the sky and rushed to the roof, tearing it open. A lot of debris fell down, blocking Long Chen's line of sight. In the sky, someone threw out soul-shattering needles and killed hundreds of Yang family members. Basically, the Yang family members were slaughtered. Chapter 1142. Yang Miaozhu, who was at the peak of LV6 of the divine martial realm, was also among the dead. Long Chen felt that even he might not be able to block such a terrifying attack. After all, the soul-shattering needle was too terrifying and fast. It could pierce through the divine martial soul. Even if he had cultivated the supreme golden body, he would not be able to block the soul-shattering needle. In front of the soul-shattering needle, having the supreme golden body was the same as not having it. All of this happened in an instant. From Han Yunxing's words to the moment Long Chen saw a black figure on the roof, only a moment had passed. Countless specks of dust fell. Amidst the dust, a snow-white girl wearing a long black dress floated past like a butterfly. Although it was only a glimpse, Long Chen was still able to clearly see her appearance. Long Chen had seen her like this 7 years ago. However, compared to that time, she was more mature, colder, and more charming. Her every move was like a witch. In the blink of an eye, the girl disappeared. What a majestic life aura. She is young, but her cultivation is very strong. Nangong Lai stood up, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. Long Chen also stood up at this moment. It was not easy to meet her. He could ask a lot of things from her. So no matter what, he could not let Li Xuanji leave like this. There are experts from the Yang family who are chasing after her. 2 experts at the peak of the divine martial realm. This is Li Xuanji. Han Yunxing was very smart. At that moment, he could roughly guess what was going on from Long Chen's expression. Li Xuanji. Nangong Lai was also stunned. Long Chen said anxiously, "What did you say?" There are 2 experts in the divine martial realm from the Yang family chasing after her. As soon as Long Chen said this, a strong wind swept over and the entire Yongqing restaurant collapsed. In the chaos, Long Chen saw 2 figures shrouded in black robes disappear in an instant. These 2 figures should be the warriors from the Yang family who were chasing after Li Xuanji. They should be the ancestors who had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. Li Xuanji's strength was obviously much weaker than those 2. Now that she had been exposed, if she was caught, her ending would definitely be very tragic. At the very least she would die. No matter what, Long Chen still had many things to ask her. He couldn't let this old friend of his die just like that. Thinking of this, Long Chen looked at Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai for help. "Let's go." Han Yunxing pulled Long Chen and the 3 of them chased in the direction that the 2 black-robed elders had been chasing. This was the first time that Han Yunxing and the others had shown the true speed of the peak of the divine martial realm in front of Long Chen. It was so fast that it was terrifying. If Long Chen did not have such a strong body, he might have been killed by the wind. Long Chen had to squint his eyes to see clearly. The surrounding mountains and rivers were moving behind Long Chen at an invisible speed. Han Yunxing pulled Long Chen, but he did not slow down at all. He was like a shooting star, piercing through the mountains and rivers. Nangong Lai, who was next to him, was like the sun in the night, releasing blazing heat. Catch up with her. Long Chen did not forget to say. Long Chen could not do anything to save Li Xuanji, so he could only let the two experts, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, do it. Long Chen was glad that he had brought these two experts to the Supreme Shadow Devil realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything. The people chasing after Li Xuanji were the top figures in the Yang family. Their status was comparable to the palace master of Emperor Dong's palace. Even in the Zhenwu Imperial Palace, the strongest palace master of the 3,000 halls was probably at this level. Long Chen could vaguely feel the presence of the two black-robed elders. The wind was howling. They have caught up with her and are fighting. Han Yunxing's words rang in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen knew that Han Yunxing would definitely be able to catch up. However, he did not expect that he and Li Xuanji would meet under such circumstances. Back then, she had advised Long Chen and Lingxi to stay in the Myriad Kingdom domain obediently. She had also said that Long Chen would never be able to leave the Myriad Kingdom domain. However, 7 years had passed. In less than 8 years, Long Chen was standing in front of her. This was proof that Long Chen had surpassed her expectations. In the process of escaping, the calm witch also felt that there were 3 other people behind her. These 3 people had followed her from Yongqing City. Even she couldn't see through the strength of 2 of them. It could be seen how profound their strength was. The other young man seemed familiar. Li Xuanji did not have time to see who this young man was. She did not know who the 2 experts who had followed her from Yongqing City were. Over the past 10 days, she had killed so many experts from the Yang family and caused great damage to the Yang family. She had almost completed her goal. She had said that she would make the Yang family pay the price. However, she did not expect that the 2 old ancestors of the Yang family would be drawn out. It was not easy for Li Xuanji to appear. They naturally had to kill this young lady at the first opportunity, no matter what price they had to pay. If this woman did not die, the Yang family would not be at peace. When Li Xuanji was at her peak, there were not many people in the Yang family who could deal with her. Any cultivator weaker than Li Xuanji would probably have to live in fear in the future. A woman's revenge could be very terrifying at times. Her clothes fluttered in the strong wind. Her black dress stretched out and danced in the air. Her whole body bloomed like a flower blooming in the wind in the sky. Under the black dress, there was a sharp contrast between her snow-white and tender skin. Her cold eyes, delicate nose, thin and cold lips, and her proud and upright breasts all exuded a fatal temptation. But for the old man of the Yang family, this was the most terrifying thing about this young lady. She was talented and ruthless. If she was not killed, when she became stronger, she would become a nightmare for the Yang family. The corner of Li Xuanji's mouth suddenly curved into a helpless smile. The injury in her body had begun to move. Like a poison, it spread all over her body. She could not resist at all. Her strength was rapidly disappearing and she became powerless. Don't run. This is the 100,000 evil path, specially prepared for you. 100,000 outer heavenly demons have invaded your body and damaged your 9-yin terminal meridian. From today on, you, Li Xuanji, will become a useless person. The faint voice of the 2 experts came from behind. Li Xuanji bit her pink lips with her white teeth. A vicious glint flashed in her eyes. But very quickly, she was still a woman after all. Her clan had been annihilated, and she had also been struck by a strange technique, almost becoming a cripple. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to despair. She had long expected that this day would come. Luckily, she had already sent Li Tianji away. She had already killed many members of the Yang clan, and had already taken her revenge. From the time she was born until now, the total amount of time she had spent in this world, from the few years after her birth to the 8 years after her return, was no more than 15 years. Most of the time, she slept in the mysterious bronze coffin. Her life could be said to be very short, but there were countless people who respected her. Even the 2 Yang family masters behind her, if not for the respect they had for her, would not have been so desperate to kill her. Her entire body's strength was built on the foundation of her 9-yin absolute meridian. Now that her 9-yin absolute meridian had been destroyed, and 100,000 evil spirits were hiding in her body, recklessly destroying her flesh, meridians, and bones. Even if the enemy didn't kill her, she would probably die of natural causes. The 100,000 evil path was one of the most terrifying means of the Yang family. It could turn a genius into a peerless waste in an instant. The power in her 9 terminal meridian had almost disappeared. Li Xuanji could no longer maintain her previous speed. The only thing she regretted was that she did not kill more Yang family members. The poignant black dress was incomparably wide. The sleeves were very long, extending out and fluttering in the air. Li Xuanji suddenly stopped in the air. She turned her head and looked at the 2 Yang family experts with disdainful and unyielding eyes. The 2 Yang family cultivators were both shrouded in loose black robes. Their bodies were shrouded in a thick dark green mist that was difficult to see through, as if they were ghosts. These 2 Yang family masters were famous figures from thousands of years ago. One was a man and the other was a woman, a husband and wife. One was a skinny old man, and the other was a short old woman. Both of them were very old, and even their hair was completely white, with only a few strands left. Their bodies were bent, and they were close to the limit of the god martial arts realm, which was 10,000 years old, but they were still not qualified to trigger the nirvana tribulation. Under normal circumstances, when they were 10,000 years old, they would be directly killed by the world. The remaining days could be counted on one hand. But even at this time, they were still very powerful, so much so that it made people's scalps go numb. The Yang family sent these 2 experts to kill Li Xuanji. It was perfect. The 2 patriarchs were well-known figures in the Yang clan. The man's name was Yang Xueqi, and the woman's name was Yin Mei. Although Yin Mei didn't have the blood of the Yang clan in her veins, she had grown up in the Yang clan, and cultivated the Yang clan's martial arts. These 2 warriors at the peak of the god martial realm were also amazing in the past. Now, they were enough to deal with the seriously injured and disabled Li Xuanji. Chapter 1143. However, Yang Xueqi and Yin Mei could sense the situation inside her body. The 100,000 evil cultivators had completely destroyed her 9 terminal meridian. No matter how talented she was now a cripple. Li Xuanji had nothing to fear. What still made people respect her was probably her proud heart. There were very few girls who were as bold and tenacious as her. At this time, she looked at the 2 experts of the Yang family with a calm gaze. The 2 elders from the Yang family were more focused on Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai. They looked at each other, and Yin Mei went to grab Li Xuanji, while the other stood in front of Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai. Who are they? Li Xuanji noticed them. She did not believe that anyone in this world would come to save her, so she did not care. She was already crippled, so Li Xuanji did not have much hope in surviving. One of them was like a star, and his speed was extremely fast, while the other's entire body was emitting a blazing heat, like the sun. It was obvious that he was not someone from the extreme Yin Devil realm, because the extreme Yin Devil realm had all sorts of heavenly wealth and earthly treasures. Even a man would have a wave of Yin Qi. Li Xuanji could vaguely see the comet-like man carrying a young man. Who are you? We are Yang Xueqi and Yin Mei from the Yang family. I'm warning you, if you come any closer, don't blame us for attacking you. Yang Xueqi's cold voice turned into a dark green sound wave that rushed towards Long Chen and the others. Rumble. Long Chen felt like he had been hit by a mountain, and he almost lost consciousness. Yang Xueqi was really terrifying to be able to cause such damage to him with just one sentence. No matter what, I have to save Herge. Long Chen thought about it. Li Xuanji could not die. This was his first request to Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai said confidently. In the blink of an eye, Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai had already arrived in front of Yang Xueqi from the Yang family. After stopping, everyone stood 100 meters apart from each other, so they could see each other clearly. Of course, Yang Xueqi and Yin Mei didn't care about a nobody like Long Chen. Compared to Han Yunxing and the others, they were of the older generation, so they didn't know these 2 people who weren't from the supreme shadow demon world. Actually, Yang Xueqi said coldly. Who are you? The profound Yin demon realm is the Yang clan's territory. Do you dare oppose 2 nirvana tribulation experts? In the Yang family, there were 2 world emperors. Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai didn't reply, because they realized that Long Chen and Li Xuanji were staring at each other, as though there was no one else around them. Compared to the previous glimpse, Long Chen could see her clearly this time. Unlike Lingxi, Li Xuanji was a different kind of woman. It could be said that she was the complete opposite of Lingxi in terms of personality and temperament. However, her beauty and talent weren't inferior to Lingxi's. It could be said that they were both women who stood at the peak of the world. Under the long black dress, this woman's every move was so mesmerizing. Back in the Myriad Kingdom domain, Long Chen didn't realize that she was so beautiful. Standing quietly, Long Chen couldn't understand the shock in Li Xuanji's heart. If Li Tianji hadn't told her about Long Chen's existence, she wouldn't have believed what she was seeing. That insignificant existence back then was actually standing in front of her now. Baiyang Town, which was so insignificant that it didn't even exist, actually produced an expert from the 3 great emperor domains. To Li Xuanji, this fact was even more shocking than her suddenly becoming the #1 expert in the Shadow Devil world. When Li Tianji first said this, her heart was in turmoil. She still remembered that she had confidently told this man that he would never be able to leave that small country in his lifetime. But now, this young man was standing quietly in front of her without the slightest bit of pride or complacency. All he had was a knowing smile when an old friend was reunited. It was this smile that made Li Xuanji feel that Long Chen was unfathomable. If he didn't have frightening tenacity and heaven-defying talent, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to reach the same position as Li Xuanji from that insignificant place. After so many years, Long Chen was no longer the young boy from before. Whether it was his eyes or his behavior, Long Chen had matured a lot. He had the intelligence, depth, and even mysteriousness of a wise man. At the same time, Li Xuanji could also clearly see Long Chen's strength, the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm. Of course, there was also his amazing physical body. From a small dragon vein realm warrior, who was at the bottom of the 4 basic realms, to the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, it only took him 7 years. In the entire Emperor domain, other than those who had their god martial soul invaded and underwent the great Tao of soul integration, no one else could have such terrifying progress. Li Xuanji had seen Long Chen at his weakest, so she knew what it meant. Without a doubt, the youth that she had looked down on back then was actually someone with heaven-defying talent. Moreover, it was not just talent. To be able to reach where he was now, he also had to have tenacity, perseverance, luck, and a never-ending heart of an expert. Li Xuanji knew a little about Lingxi's identity. She knew that this young man must have come for that person. Although it wasn't her, Li Xuanji still felt a little touched. From the young man's eyes, she saw a kind of determination that surpassed her own, which was something that many geniuses of the Yang and Li families didn't have. In the face of such a strong enemy, Long Chen could still smile, as if the 2 Yang family experts didn't exist at all. Long Chen was not as excited and crazy as he had been when he had reunited with Lingxi. He felt very relaxed as he spoke with a smile. He smiled and said, "Long Chen, long time no see." These words made Li Xuanji feel as if she were dreaming. She couldn't help but admit that this young man in front of her was completely different from the past. Back then he had been nothing more than an ant, but now he had the temperament of a true powerhouse. That sort of aggressive gaze was something that not many people possessed. Li Xuanji didn't say anything. She opened her mouth only to find that her voice was hoarse. In this sudden encounter, she was far from being able to remain as indifferent as Long Chen. At this time, her heart was still unable to calm down. Yang Kuei and Yin Mei could roughly guess that this young man was acquainted with Li Xuanji. They weren't worried because first, Li Xuanji was already a cripple, and second, those 2 mysterious powerhouses wouldn't oppose the Yang family just because of a young man's friendship. "It seems you 2 know each other. Unfortunately, this is someone that my Yang family must kill. This is an order from my Yang family's 2 great world kings. I ask that you 2 withdraw for now. Once we complete our mission, I will invite you 2 friends to be guests at my Yang family. How about it?" Yang Kuei lightly said. Li Xuanji gradually recovered from her shock. To be able to see Long Chen before she died was already a good thing that exceeded her expectations. She was very optimistic, knowing that Long Chen had most likely wanted to save her. But the Yang family was so terrifying. How could a single Long Chen do anything? Even if his talent was terrifying and he had the protection of these 2 powerful seniors, it was impossible for these 2 seniors to offend the Yang family for his sake. "Your little sister is at the Yang family. You can leave," said Li Xuanji, staring at Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this would be the case. He took 2 steps back and said, "Uncle Han, Uncle Nangong, I'll be counting on you. Young master, please rest assured that we will definitely complete our mission." Nan Gonglai was excited to finally be able to fight, and with a martial artist on the same level as him. At the same time, he didn't forget to give Long Chen some face. Young master, hearing these words, Yang Kuei's complexion changed. He originally thought that this youth was some unremarkable minor character, but even a martial artist at the 9th level of the divine martial realm like Nan Gonglai had called him young master. This youth had completely disregarded the Yang family. Just what sort of terrifying backer did he have? Yang Kuei didn't need to think about any of this. All he needed to do was deal with Li Xuanji. Because of the word young master, this battle was already unavoidable. As for Li Xuanji, her lips parted. She looked at Long Chen with disbelief in her eyes. She was very curious as to what Long Chen had experienced. Not only did he have such a terrifying speed of progress, but he was also able to make these two powerhouses call him young master. In the Li family, there were only 5 powerhouses on the same level as Nan Gonglai. But beneath the joint attack of these 5 world kings, not a single one of them had survived. Now, the strongest survivor of the Li family was Li Xuanji. In her shock, Li Xuanji saw a glimmer of hope that she could continue living. But she never imagined that at the moment of her death, the one who would come to save her would be Long Chen. This was a massive accident that fate had sent her. Let's go! Yang Kuei and Yin Mei knew that time waited for no one. Yang Kuei blocked the 2 powerhouses while Yin Mei focused on killing Li Xuanji. Once Li Xuanji died, there was no way Han Yunxing and the others could save her. However, they had still underestimated Li Xuanji. Even if her cultivation was about to be destroyed, Li Xuanji could still use the last bit of her strength. A total of hundreds of soul-shattering needles appeared in her hands. She suddenly waved them, and the soul-shattering needles turned into a heavy rain that shot towards Yin Mei. The whistling soul-shattering needles produced an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, they pierced through the void, leaving behind hundreds of cracks. Han Yunxing and the others admired her for being able to use this skill at the early stage of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Even Yin Mei had no choice but to dodge Li Xuanji's move, which she had used without any regard for her life. Of course, this couldn't hurt her. It could only delay her. After a short period of time, Li Xuanji suddenly accelerated and circled towards Long Chen from the other side. This is a good chance. Han Yunxing's eyes lit up. He and Nan Gonglai had worked together for thousands of years, and their tacit understanding was extraordinary. Nan Gonglai immediately rushed towards Yang Kuei and blocked him. At the same time, Han Yunxing burst forth with an incredible speed, and a beam of starlight instantly enveloped Li Xuanji. Long Chen only felt the world spinning, and Li Xuanji's beauty was already very close to him. She can't hold on any longer. Carry her into the God Nation. Nan Gonglai and I will shake them off, Han Yunxing said hurriedly. Without thinking, Long Chen took Li Xuanji from Han Yunxing and held her in his arms. Chapter 1144. This beautiful body was soft and cold. It was like hugging a piece of soft ice. Fortunately, Long Chen's body was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the cold. Lowering her head, she saw Li Xuanji's misty dark green eyes staring at her in a daze. Her eyelashes were trembling. Being so close to this man, she was a little dazed. Her pale face had a rare tinge of red. After successfully rescuing Li Xuanji, Han Yunxing wanted to bring Long Chen and Li Xuanji to a safe place immediately. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief and thought that he had succeeded. However, at this moment, the Yin Mei saw that Li Xuanji had been rescued. Her expression changed immediately, and a transparent talisman appeared in her skinny hand. Boom! A majestic power tore the talisman apart. As the Yin Mei's black divine energy surged, a black whirlpool array appeared under everyone's feet. Another white whirlpool array appeared above everyone's heads. It was at least 10,000 meters in diameter. They were completely enveloped within a space of 10,000 meters. Cosmic Destruction Array. Under the activation of Yin Mei's strange secret technique, in a very short period of time, within the huge space surrounded by the 2 formations, countless hair-thin but extremely terrifying spatial cracks appeared. These cracks were densely packed and entangled everyone. Long Chen felt the entire space wailing. Such a terrifying formation made his scalp go numb for the first time. Oh no! Han Yunxing extended his hand and his vigorous divine energy surrounded Long Chen and Li Xuanji. They were not harmed by the countless hair-thin but terrifying spatial cracks. Long Chen didn't expect such a crisis to occur after rescuing Li Xuanji. After the cosmic destruction array is activated, the surrounding Qiankuan world is in a very unstable state. If I open my holy kingdom now, the space inside it will definitely collapse. It might even endanger my life. Han Yunxing's voice rang in Long Chen's and Li Xuanji's ears. From his tone, it could be seen that he was also speechless about the cosmic destruction array. They were in a troublesome situation. This universe destruction formation is an ancient inheritance. It has a terrifying destructive power. Of course, it also has a great effect, which is to restrict warriors above the 8th level of the divine martial realm from using the divine nation. The two of them are very powerful. If I were to bring you guys into battle, even the slightest shockwave would be enough to take your lives. Han Yunxing frowned and quickly said to Long Chen while dodging the spatial cracks of the universe destruction formation. Long Chen hugged the girl in his arms tightly. She had already fainted from the violent shock. Her misty eyes only had a bit of light left as she looked into Long Chen's eyes. Old Han, we can only use that. Nangong Lai had already rushed back and said decisively. There was finally a glimmer of hope in Han Yunxing's confused eyes. These two old farts don't have much time left, and they will fight with their lives on the line. If I bring you to fight, it will be very dangerous. I can only use this method now. It's a bit risky. Long Chen, listen to me carefully. There was not much time left. Han Yunxing spoke very quickly. At this moment, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei had already launched their terrifying attacks. The entire heaven and earth world was shaking. Long Chen could only see surging energy, but he could not even see the shadows of the people fighting. Nangong Lai blocked them, giving time to Long Chen. I have a 10,000-mile flash talisman that can allow you to teleport 10 million miles in an instant, but it can only withstand your strength. Because Nangong and I have too much strength, this 10,000-mile flash talisman will collapse. As for this young lady, her strength is almost depleted. Now, I'll let you teleport 10 million miles. I'm a spellcaster, so I can know the specific location of your teleportation. Once you've arrived, wait for us there. Once we've shaken off these two old fellows, we'll head over immediately. I have a world equivalent to the kingdom of God. Can you come in and use the 10,000-mile flash talisman? Long Chen thought for a moment and said quickly. No, I'm a spellcaster, so I have to be outside. Besides, even if we enter such a space, our strength will still be there, which will cause the 10,000-mile flash talisman to collapse. Just wait for us there. When Han Yunxing said this, he was preparing the 10,000-mile flash talisman at the same time. At this moment, Nangong Lai was fighting against two warriors at the exceptional LV9 of the divine martial arts realm alone, so he was under great pressure. If the two of them wanted to destroy the heaven and earth shattering formation, it would take a lot of effort. This was the territory of the Yang family, and such a big fight had already happened. If they fought with Long Chen and Nangong Lai, they would be a burden, so Han Yunxing could only choose to move them away quickly. This was the only way. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Han Yunxing did not expect them to have something like the cosmic destruction formation, so he fell into their trap. In the cosmic destruction formation, even if they wanted to get out, it would be very difficult. Long Chen thought about it. If they moved 10 million miles away, the Yang family would not be able to catch up at all. As long as they got out of trouble and came to find him, it would not be too dangerous. After all, they were in the cosmic destruction formation. The movement in the surrounding space would cause Han Yunxing's immature kingdom of God to collapse. For warriors above the 8th LV8 of the divine martial realm, a large amount of power was built on the kingdom of God. No matter what, Long Chen would not let Han Yunxing take this risk. Don't worry. At this critical moment, Long Chen was very calm. He hugged the witch Li Xuanji and said these three words. Of course, Han Yunxing was not worried. When Long Chen said these three words, his 10,000-mile flash talisman was ready. A circular transparent formation appeared under Long Chen's feet and rotated at a terrifying speed. The space might be torn. Hold her tight. Vaguely, Long Chen heard the last three words of Han Yunxing. Then, a terrifying tornado appeared around him and surrounded him. He did not know what level this talisman was at, but it was so terrifying. Long Chen's whole body rotated with the formation. Everything around him disappeared. In an instant, even heaven and earth disappeared. There was only a deep tunnel in front of him. This was equivalent to a moving universe transmission formation. Countless tearing forces came from all directions. If Long Chen's body was not strong enough, he would have been torn apart by the 10,000-mile flash talisman. Li Xuanji was still in his arms. Although he did not have a deep relationship with this woman, she was at least his sister's master. So, Long Chen used his body to protect her. In his heart, he did not think too much. There was a terrifying whistling sound in the surroundings. It was as if countless demons and ghosts were wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The woman in his arms was actually trembling slightly. It was a little different from Li Xuanji's strong appearance. Long Chen leaned against her ear. Although he could not see anything, there was a rich fragrance that assaulted his nostrils. It went straight into Long Chen's bones. "I've escaped. It's fine now." Although he could not speak, his divine sense could still transmit some information. This was similar to what Long Chen had said. Hearing this, the delicate and soft body in his arms actually calmed down. A pair of hands wrapped around Long Chen's waist. Long Chen's expression became a little unnatural. Thinking about how her family had been destroyed and her cultivation had disappeared, she should be at her weakest. So, he did not struggle out of her arms. He could feel that she was using a lot of strength. Her pair of white arms wanted nothing more than to rub Long Chen into her arms. Just like that, they hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's softness and warmth. They did not know how much time had passed. There was no end to this tunnel. It could have been just a moment, or it could have been years. In a place like this, time could even be misplaced. In any case, Li Xuanji's hands never let go. Although Long Chen could not see her, he could feel the trembling and helplessness in her heart. He did not expect such a strong woman to have such a helpless side. Long Chen suddenly felt that she was actually very pitiful. Because of her peerless talent, she was imprisoned in a copper coffin by the enemy not long after she was born. She was thrown into the Myriad Kingdom territory, which was millions of miles away from the Shadow Devil realm. After about 1,000 years, what welcomed her was the destruction of her family. For a woman, this was indeed too cruel. Long Chen guessed that if such a thing happened to him, he would definitely be furious. Li Xuanji's performance was already considered very strong. Thinking of this, Long Chen's arms tightened around her. He felt a little uncomfortable, and his impression of the Yang family was getting worse and worse. Especially if something happened to Yang Lingqing inside, then no matter what, whether they were blood-related or not, Long Chen would destroy the Yang family one day. It was not until Li Xuanji's slender white fingers scratched Long Chen's back that Long Chen suddenly felt a ray of hope in front of him. That was definitely their destination. They were 5 million miles away from where Han Yunqing had been. There was no way that Yang Kuei and Yin Mei would be able to catch up to them. Li Xuanji could be considered to have escaped a calamity, but the matter of the 100,000 wretched cultivators. Her 9 Yin terminal meridian had been completely destroyed, and her power had almost dissipated. Long Chen really did not know what to do with her. He already felt pity for this woman. In the dark tunnel, in the invisible world, her strong hands had touched Long Chen's heart. Suddenly, Long Chen felt confused. Finally, he saw the light. Long Chen exerted himself and came out of the light. He landed gently on the ground. The formation behind him had already disappeared. Long Chen immediately opened his eyes and looked around. This was also the endless dark green wilderness. In the sky, the green air currents were like long snakes, twisting. Chapter 1145. Mou spilled down an eerie light that lit up the entire Great Yin Demon Realm like a ghostly world. There was a dark green river on the side. The river was very deep. The deepest part was more than a kilometer. There were many ferocious beasts lurking in it. There were even god-level ferocious beasts. Other than this, there was an endless wilderness. This place is safe. After Long Chen came to this conclusion, he gently put down the woman in his arms. Perhaps it was because of the change of environment, Li Xuanji's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her dark green eyes suddenly opened at this moment, looking at Long Chen with sparkling eyes. At this moment, her hands were placed under Long Chen's broad chest. Her dark green hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her waist and perky buttocks. Li Xuanji shook her head and gradually woke up. She let go of her hands and took a few steps back. She looked at Long Chen unnaturally. She realized that her weak side was probably seen by Long Chen. This made her feel a little embarrassed. After all, she said that Long Chen would never be able to walk out of 10,000 kingdoms. Now that Long Chen appeared, it was like a mockery to her. It seemed that apart from Long Chen, she had rarely been so close to a man. She suddenly remembered that in a blurry world, there was a pair of strong arms surrounding her. When she was at her most helpless, she suddenly saw a life-saving straw. She was like a drowning child, hugging him and wiping her tears on his body. That familiar aura, there's no doubt, it's Long Chen in front of her. Where is this? Li Xuanji didn't want to think too much. She cast aside her chaotic emotions and didn't dare to look at Long Chen's eyes. I don't know either. Uncle Han couldn't open the God Kingdom, so he moved us 10 million kilometers away. He said we just need to wait for him here. Long Chen said softly. Uncle Han. Li Xuanji remembered. He was probably one of the two terrifying God martial state level 9 peak martial artists. Such a martial artist would be extremely famous in the great Yin demon realm. Such a person was with Long Chen and called Long Chen Young Master. What exactly was his current identity? Li Xuanji's mind was in a mess. There were too many things that almost made her collapse. Her clan was destroyed, and although she killed many of the Yang clan's people, it was also very satisfying. At the same time, she also encountered the Yang clan's terrifying secret technique, 100,000 Evil Dao. This was a kind of evil martial art that specialized in destroying a martial artist's foundation. Those who were hit by it, no matter how strong their physique was, would be completely destroyed. Now, Li Xuanji was struck by this 100,000 Evil Dao. But she didn't die. Long Chen saved her. It's you who saved me again. Casting aside those chaotic emotions, she had to at least thank this man. But halfway through her words, Li Xuanji suddenly realized that there was no need for that. She didn't even need to ask many questions, such as how did Long Chen come to the 3 emperor domains. At this moment, he was standing in front of her and proved his strength. This was Long Chen. His appearance had completely destroyed his impression in Li Xuanji's mind. Li Xuanji couldn't help but look at him with admiration. At the same time, there were some other inexplicable emotions. Long Chen didn't like to reminisce. He checked Li Xuanji's physical condition and found that it was very bad. This was the main problem. Putting other things behind him, Long Chen took a few steps forward. Li Xuanji suddenly retreated a few steps like a frightened bird. You are afraid of me? Long Chen was a little surprised. No. Li Xuanji shook her head and covered it up. She had a beautiful face, a cold and elegant appearance. Unfortunately, her injuries were too serious, making her look sickly. When facing Long Chen, her frightening aura had completely disappeared. If the Li family knew that Li Xuanji, whom they revered, was actually scared away by an ordinary man, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. This was good. Long Chen took another step forward and used his divine sense to check her injuries. He couldn't help but say that Li Xuanji's situation was really bad. If this continued, even if he saved her, it would be the same as not being able to save her. He made a prompt decision and asked, right now, your strength has been lost, your body has been destroyed. There is also an evil force in your body that is destroying your vitality. If there is no way to deal with it. Li Xuanji suddenly smiled sorrowfully and said, perhaps you will waste your energy. The current me, even if I can get rid of the 100,000 evil forces in my body, I won't be able to live for more than 100 days. Even if I can live, I will be a cripple who can't cultivate in the future. If that's the case, I might as well die. 100 days. Long Chen deeply frowned. Although his reason told him that his friendship with this woman wasn't very deep, he couldn't control himself. Looking at her, Long Chen clenched his teeth and made a decision. No matter what, since he had saved her here, he would save her as much as he could. I don't want to die in front of you. I'm leaving. As Long Chen made his decision, Li Xuanji suddenly turned and staggered away. Her body was heavily injured, and there were even 100,000 evil forces wreaking havoc in her body. It was impossible for her to live for much longer. Li Xuanji was a proud person. The destruction of the Li family couldn't defeat her pride, but Long Chen's appearance made her feel ashamed. She was very headstrong. Although her opinion of Long Chen had changed, no matter what, she still couldn't see the most miserable side of herself in front of this man. She had actually held on to him helplessly for such a long time. Li Xuanji felt that she was already sad enough. After taking a few steps, she felt dizzy. The little bit of strength she had left could no longer suppress the power of the 100,000 evil forces. The last line of defense collapsed, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of Li Xuanji's mouth. Her vision blurred, and she fell to the ground, powerless. The power of the 100,000 evil forces broke free, and immediately let out a sharp cry. A black stream of air turned into the appearance of an extraterrestrial evil force, crazily wreaking havoc in Li Xuanji's body. Wherever it went, Li Xuanji's remaining life force was taken away. Woo, woo, woo. The 100,000 evil forces came out of Li Xuanji's body. When they saw Long Chen, countless ghost-like things screamed at Long Chen, as if they were threatening Long Chen. The black fog enveloped Li Xuanji. If this went on, Li Xuanji wouldn't live past tonight. In such a short time, Han Yunxing and the others definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. Long Chen had to think of a way himself. Long Chen immediately rushed to her side, sat on the ground, and held her in his arms. The power of the 100,000 evil forces was originally about to pounce on Long Chen, but when they came into contact with the terrifying dragon qi on Long Chen's body, they all retreated and returned to Li Xuanji's body. The evil forces that came into contact with Long Chen's body all turned into thick smoke and dissipated. Li Xuanji's body became extremely cold, like 10,000 years of ice. The surrounding ground was covered with a thick layer of frost because of her existence. At this moment, Li Xuanji's body was trembling internally. She had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Seeing the blood at the corner of her mouth, Long Chen bit his lip and didn't say anything. He could keenly feel that the so-called 100,000 evil forces were the power of evil. The ancient overlord aura on Long Chen's body had a very strong suppressive effect on this power. The great virtual realm stirred, and the dream demon's body, which had grown very fat, came out. It looked at Li Xuanji, who was in Long Chen's arms, and said, "Another super beauty. This one's quality is almost the same as your little Cece's. Today, Grandpa Cat will be the host, and I'll fulfill your wishes. From now on, this girl will be under Grandpa Cat's protection. If you dare to bully her, Grandpa Cat will cut off your little brother." The little black cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Long Chen. It was really rare for Kitten to come out of the Great Void Realm on its own accord. Long Chen was anxious. He already had an idea in his heart. At this moment, he grabbed the back of Kitten's neck and lifted it up. He asked, "The power of the 100,000 evil forces is cold and corrosive, and the ancient dragon blood in my body is the nemesis of the 100,000 evil forces. Can I use this dragon blood to eradicate the power of the 100,000 evil forces?" Long Chen had already guessed that it was because he was holding Li Xuanji that Li Xuanji didn't act up for such a long time. The moment she left Long Chen, she collapsed. This definitely had something to do with Long Chen's physique. Kitten chuckled and said, "Kid, why do I feel like you're in love?" Long Chen was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, this was just a mutual help between friends. It had nothing to do with love. In reality, Long Chen didn't need to ask Kitten. Through his own thinking and verification, he knew that the 100,000 evil forces were extremely afraid of Long Chen. Or rather, if there were really 100,000 evil forces attacking Long Chen, then it would be useless against Long Chen. His physique had already surpassed the limit of what the 100,000 evil forces could destroy. It's just that the effect of your dragon blood is too strong, and her physique is too weak. I'm afraid she won't be able to take it. You need to do it in batches, one drop at a time. This kind of little trick to summon the evil forces from beyond the heavens is not worthy of my attention. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to its bragging. When he saved Soyan's life, Long Chen also did it in batches. However, at that time, Long Chen's dragon blood was very powerful. Now it was too strong. Even this bit of dragon blood would be very useful for Li Xuanji's future cultivation. At this time, Long Chen no longer hesitated. If it wasn't for the fact that the effect of the dragon blood was too strong and he was afraid of destroying Li Xuanji's body, Long Chen wanted to eliminate all the 100,000 evil forces in Li Xuanji's body in one go. Elder Cat jumped down from Long Chen's chest and gave out instructions from the side. Long Chen straightened Li Xuanji's body. The black dress fell to the ground and bloomed like a cold black rose. He let her head lean on his body. Between Long Chen's fingers, a drop of blood appeared out of thin air. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.